In this world, people who have the ability to fight monsters are known as raiders. They hunt demons, obtain treasures, and protect humans along the way. While their job may be a dangerous one, people call them heroes. They're loved by everyone and envied by some because the idea of hunting and gaining treasures excites people. Those who manage to land this job can't help but feel jealous of other heroes. This story starts in a public restaurant where everything seems to be going fine until someone starts shouting. The one shouting is the protagonist of the story, known as Jae-hyun, and he's absolutely mad to hear that he's only being hired as a meat shield while raiding. The guy in glasses immediately tells Jae-hyun to simmer down because our hero was the one who wanted to make some quick cash with a job, and this is the only one currently available. Well, as much as our hero Jae-hyun might drag his feet, it seems he doesn't have much choice in the matter. Jae-hyun then reveals to us that the guy with glasses is Young Wooman, working at the raider agency. He hooks up people like Jae-hyun with jobs who aren't officially part of any guild. When Young Wooman finally got in touch, our hero thought he'd scored a sweet gig. Turns out he's just getting a role of cannon fodder, standing frontline in a dungeon full of undead. It's like being told you're disposable shield of meat, ready to be ditched if things get hairy. Jae-hyun sighs and wonders why this is the only job available for him, especially when people lower ranked than him are landing high-paying jobs. Young Wooman then reminds him about his martial arts class, which, despite being top-notch class, rarely gets job offers. Jae-hyun then gets even more annoyed, questioning if he's being underestimated just because he's a martial arts raider. The guy with glasses reluctantly agrees, explaining that in reality, magic users dominate the job market and snatch up all the requests. The truth is, martial arts raiders tend to take longer to finish jobs and get injured more often. That's something employers definitely take into account, and that's the harsh reality here. You see, unlike mages who stand at the back while hunting monsters, martial arts raiders are on the front lines and naturally prone to more injuries, and that is precisely why, in a fights, mages definitely have the advantage. The boy further reveals that about 10 years ago, martial arts raiders were in high demand. However, that's no longer the case, and he regrets not becoming a mage back then when he had the chance. It all started 11 years ago when our hero was in his third year of high school. He aced the Awakened Aptitude evaluation and was chosen to attend one of the prestigious Mila's academies, specialized in nurturing raiders. At that time, his aptitude result for a mage was an impressive 97%, nearly a perfect score. Even the top students of the time only managed around 92%, like Lady Sioina. His results back then were unbelievable. On the flip side, his aptitude for a martial class was just 34%, and despite that, he made a dumb move and chose to become a martial raider. He didn't choose the martial class for any noble reason, he just didn't want to become a mage. Back then, mages had a bad rep because they were seen as mere buffers, unable to handle even low-ranking monsters without martial arts raiders backing them up. But times have flipped since then. Martial arts raiders are on the decline, while mages are now highly sought after. If our hero had gone for mage class 11 years ago, his life would probably be a lot better now. Even if he decides to switch classes now, raiders hit a growth plateau at age 20, so there's no room for improvement. I guess there's no point in dwelling on regrets since nothing can change now. Young Wooman then reminds our hero that opportunities like this are hard to come by nowadays, and he shouldn't be choosy. He further reveals that he was going to offer this job to someone else, but chose our hero instead, because he thought of him. Hearing this, our hero feels a mix of sadness and irony. His talent was one that was envied by all those who wanted to become mages at one point in time, but now his dumb choices has reduced him to just an insignificant D-rank martial arts raider. With no other options left, he decides to accept the job. His friend perks up happily upon hearing this, assuring our hero that he's making the right call. As our hero is about to leave, the manager informs him that he'll see Jae-hyun at 8 a.m. the next day at an address already sent to his phone. Curious, Jae-hyun asks why the manager will be there, assuming he'd be busy with agency work. Young Wooman casually reassures him not to worry and mentions he has some business there as well, so they'll meet regardless. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers outside one of the dungeon gates. There stands our hero alone. Jae-hyun checks the time and starts feeling jittery because Young Wooman still hasn't shown up, despite saying he would be there. He lets out a sigh, thinking maybe Young Wooman should be handling more capable raiders, considering he himself is just a D-rank martial arts guy and Young Wooman's an A-rank mage. Jae-hyun wonders why Young Wooman bothers hanging around at a raider agency when he could join any guild he pleases with his skills. If Jae-hyun were in his shoes, he'd have found a better place somewhere by now. Suddenly, a thought pops into his head where someone calls him a useless bastard. It seems to be a part of Jae-hyun himself, though we don't know much about that yet. Lost in his thoughts, Jae-hyun hears someone calling out to him. It's Myung-ho, clad head to toe in armor, a friend of our hero. As they chat and joke around, Myung-ho seems pretty proud of being a martial raider. He thinks the younger generation doesn't appreciate how cool martial arts raiders are, compared to mages who he calls useless hobos standing at the back throwing fireballs. But Jaehyun doesn't see it that way at all. He feels being a martial raider is far from cool. In fact, they can barely afford food these days. Myung-ho encourages them both to do their best regardless of their position. He suggests they grab a drink after the raid, and Jaehyun agrees, but he quickly adds that he's broke and can't foot the bill. Myung-ho shoots back that it's not his turn to pay since he covered the last round. Jaehyun feels a bit awkward and embarrassed hearing this, but seeing Jaehyun's helpless look, Myung-ho decides to cut him some slack and agrees to pick up the tab once more. Jaehyun chuckles and apologizes for always letting his friend pick up the tab. Deep down though, he can't help but think Myung-ho is a bit too easy to sucker into paying again. Suddenly, someone abruptly arrives and instructs everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance as they'll be entering in 30 minutes from now. For some reason, everyone seems really worried and anxious upon hearing this, including our hero. It might be because they don't appreciate this new guy barking orders. In any case, the armored guy decides to head back to his party to prepare, while Jaehyun remains standing there, repeatedly checking his phone. While waiting for the raid to start, we learn that when raiders enter a dungeon, they need to be mindful of two things. The first is when they unexpectedly find treasure tucked away inside. Once they're pumped about the loot, their greed can mess with their heads. They stop thinking rationally, and that's when the dungeon decides to test them. Surviving that stroke of misfortune is rare. Usually it's a total disaster. As for the second thing, we'll have to wait to find out because the armored guy butts in again. He tells Jaehyun to quit staring at his phone. It's time to roll into the dungeon. Then he cracks a joke about our hero, stating that he is probably ogling his girlfriend's pic before getting inside the dungeon. Jaehyun waves off the comment, saying it's no big deal, but truth be told, he's actually peeking at a pic of his mom, not some girlfriend. After a quick word to his mom, he heads inside the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon, the mages hang back with their wands while the martial raiders walk up in the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately appear with their grotesque faces, and an arrogant wizard starts yelling orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form up even if it means risking their lives. This is exactly why our hero despises this job. He hates being bossed around by these jerks about what he should do, but he's got no choice but to follow orders. The mages begin chanting, conjuring their elemental powers, and start throwing sizzling fireballs straight at the zombies, turning the creatures into crispy critters. Jaehyun checks out the wizards and wonders if they're actually with the Meteor Guild, because that guild was just a rookie not long ago, but it appears that is not the case right now. Despite the tension, he figures today isn't his day to kick the bucket thanks to their power boost. While taking a moment of respite, Myung-ho grabs water and chugs it down to refresh himself, and points out that the dungeon's all about taking down the big boss now. The old man jokes about feeling his age, saying he can't keep up with others like he used to. The old man then asks if our hero got any item drops. He is feeling happy while asking this because A-rank dungeons usually have decent loot. The boy decides to check for himself, but as soon as he opens his system window, it starts glitching, and he feels a sudden headache. But then, another system message pops up, stating that the Aesir system is down, and the connection to the user will be temporarily disconnected. Then, another message follows, explaining that for unknown reasons, the Aesir system failed to reboot. Our hero has never been in such a situation before and has no idea what's happening. Suddenly, a voice starts speaking in his mind, urging him to follow the light. Startled, he turns around to see the glitching system notifications stating that an unknown entity has infiltrated the system and the safe mode restoration is failing. Jaehyun is utterly clueless about what's going on. The old man notices his tense expression and asks if something's wrong. The boy simply explains that someone asked him to follow the light, and right on cue, something starts happening. These bubbles of light start appearing out of thin air. He wonders if this is the light he's supposed to follow. It looks like no one else can see this light other than our hero, and the old man asks why he's acting so strangely. With no clear answer, the boy's eyes stay fixed on the light. He swallows his fear and decides to check out what it is. When the old man asks where he's going, our hero assures him he'll be back shortly. After following the light for a while, he ends up in a strange place, and the system window immediately pops up, saying the Aesir system has been disabled and the status window can't be loaded. He tries to interact with the system, but it's unresponsive. Another notification arrives, stating there's partial damage and the system will attempt to reboot in safety mode. Jaehyun scratches his head in confusion, because ever since he first became an awakened at 10, the system has never gone down in those 17 years. There's never been any damage or reboots either. He wonders if the voice he heard is somehow related to the system going haywire. The system keeps glitching and bombarding him with the same failed notifications. Despite this, he continues to follow the light and wonders if something is changing within the Aesir system. A little background on the Aesir system. It's said to be named after the Aesir, the gods from Norse mythology like Odin and Thor. The system is believed to have emerged from Asura, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of disaster back in 2011. During that time, a massive tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, towering to unimaginable heights in just 9 days, casting a shadow over the world. And that terrifying tree from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree from mythology. Once it fully sprouted on that 9th day, all hell broke loose. The world faced a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the chaos and the rest struggling against famine and plagues. At the time of despair, true heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope for mankind. Slowly, many people started to tap into their Aesir systems, becoming raiders to save humanity. From that point onward, Aesir has been humanity's greatest weapon against these monsters. But now our hero worries. If the Aesir system is changing, he fears things might not turn out well. Suddenly, he reaches a dead end and spots a green door right in front of him. He finds himself shocked at first, but then a smile spreads across his face when he reveals that this must be the treasure gate. Here's a bit about the treasure gates. These are secret rooms hidden within dungeons with a very low chance of appearing, even in high-level dungeons. They typically contain special items and rare materials that can fetch millions of won, which is a local currency in this world. Jaehyun's mind races with excitement as he realizes that finding an A rank or higher equipment could instantly change his dull life. He silently prays to the gods for a stroke of luck. As he steps inside, the entire place feels surreal, almost like he's stumbled into some heavenly registration office. Before him, on a pedestal, shines a brilliantly bright item. Jaehyun had heard rumors about such places in dungeons, but he never expected to stumble upon one himself. Nevertheless, he's thrilled to see the item and eagerly reaches out to pick it up. As soon as his fingers touch it, a barrage of notifications surrounds him. The first notification confirms that he successfully restored the damaged system feature. The second announces the discovery of a new piece of equipment, and the third offers to view the item details. Grinning from ear to ear, Jaehyun can't help but feel his prayer might have been answered. As he holds the item in his hands, the system panel reveals this time to be Odin's Lost Eye, a mythical ranked artifact. This eye belonged to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero can learn rune writing and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It's the only mythical ranked item in existence, and once it's his forever. The eye shines so brightly that Jaehyun can't even look directly at it. Glancing at the system panel, he reads about its active skill, which is known as absolute calculation, an X-ranked skill that analyzes and destroys the structure of magic. This absolute calculation skill consumes mana depending on the rank of the magic destroyed. With complete mastery of rune magic, he can use magic at full power without casting spells. Another benefit is the ability to copy opponents' skills using a blank card. This eye is clearly a powerhouse with a range of incredible abilities that could transform Jaehyun's abilities as a raider. However, Jaehyun decides to sell the item because it could fetch him hundreds of millions of won as soon as it hits the market. He's relieved that he won't have to work hard or become anyone's meat shield anymore. But he considers trying it on since he's never used a mystical item before. But the system immediately warns him that once equipped, he can never part with it. The item will be stuck forever with him. He knows he can't use it effectively even if he equips it for himself, because he's already past the prime age of 20 for this kind of gear, so he decides against wearing it. After this fortunate encounter, he decides to head back to the party. Shortly after, we see the old man reassures the guild members that his friend will return, and right on cue, Jaehyun arrives. The boy immediately apologizes to the party leader for being late and promises it won't happen again. Once they're ready to proceed, the old man gives Jaehyun a gentle pat on the chest, telling him to perk up. But Jaehyun assures him, saying, "I'm already good to go," and cheerfully mentions that he'll be treating them to drinks tonight. This surprises the old man, who is left scratching his head, completely unsure of what happened to Jaehyun all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is relieved that they don't suspect him for anything. You see, inside the dungeon, where no laws apply, mentioning he found an item could be a death sentence, and even his own friends will not hesitate to snatch the item. So he's doing his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to crack. Before the party leader can give any orders, it collapses with a crash. Jaehyun instinctively jumps in the opposite direction but ends up crashing to the ground, possibly scratching his butt in the process. The purple mist immediately engulfs the area, and the party members start coughing violently, blood leaking from their mouths. Jaehyun reacts immediately, covering his mouth and deciding to flee before he inhales any of the poisonous fog. He calls out to his friend, urging them to get out because the fog is deadly. As he begins to move, a shocking sight freezes Jaehyun in place. His friend is suddenly pierced by a sword wielded by someone unseen. In his dying moments, the friend tells Jaehyun to run. The horrifying scene petrifies our hero briefly, but he snaps out of it and dashes away as fast as possible. While running, he replays the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas in his mind. It becomes clear to him that this was an elaborate murder attempt. Once he has escaped the danger, he takes a breather while his face is sweating, and he has no fucking clue why this murder attempt is being happened. Suddenly, our hero notices someone behind him. As the figure comes into view, a fiery arrow shoots forward, not targeting Jae-hyun, but crashing into the area in front of him, causing a massive explosion. The guy in the hoodie looks familiar, and Jae-hyun immediately recognizes him as Jung-woo-min. As Jung gathers energy at the tip of his finger, he reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised to meet him today, and here he is. Jae-hyun immediately asks if this was all he was doing, if he was the one who released the poison fog and attacked the Meteor Guild. Jung smirks in response and shamelessly admits he was behind it all. The boy finds himself shocked, but he quickly calms himself down, trying to understand the situation before acting on impulses. So, he asks Jung-woo-min why he did it, to which Jung just shrugs and says his clients told him to do so. Then Jung-woo-min spills that a lot of folks have it out for the Meteor Guild because they've always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. Jae-hyun clenches his teeth as he reveals to us about the dungeon assassination contracts. In these kinds of hit jobs, killers exploit the dungeon's close quarters to murder their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild's been mixed up in these shady deals as well, which is why they ended up dead. Jae-hyun feels the sting of his injury from the grazed shoulder by the arrow. He's not sure he can go toe-to-toe with Jung-woo-min because he is an A-rank magician who's in the top 2% of geniuses in the whole country. On the other hand, our hero is just a mid to low-rank player. Even though he knows he's not their main target, Jae-hyun's worried they might try to take him out to tie up loose ends. Of course, like any righteous protagonist, Jae-hyun feels the urge to avenge his comrades, especially Myung-ho. But right now, he's not about to make any reckless moves. He assures Jung-woo-min that he won't spill a word about what happened to the Meteor Guild. Instead of listening, the guy in glasses launches another volley of fire chains. Jae-hyun immediately takes sidesteps to dodge the attack, but his face still gets grazed by the fiery blast. He's certain that even a split-second delay would have meant his end. The crazed magician continues hurling fiery chains aimed directly at Jae-hyun, who keeps running relentlessly, desperate to escape. He's baffled by why he's being targeted, considering he's just a lowly D-rank player. With each passing moment, his face bruises from the onslaught, while the relentless attacker shows no sign of stopping. Suddenly, that voice inside Jae-hyun's head berates him once again, calling him a useless fool and questioning why he even exists. It seems like this man who always appears in his head to insult him is definitely his father. And after seeing his father in his head, something clicks in Jae-hyun's mind, and he boldly asks if his father is behind this assassination attempt. The man with glasses pauses upon hearing Jae-hyun's question, but soon bursts into faint chuckles that escalate into maniacal laughter. He confirms Jae-hyun's suspicion. Jae-hyun is struck silent by this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalls the heart-wrenching day when he cried bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronts Jung-woo-min, asking if his father ordered the assassination of his mother 5 years ago during winter. The guy with glasses grimly affirms, acknowledging that he can never understand why a father would want his own son and wife dead. Jung-woo-min shoots another arrow at Jae-hyun, teasing him about his situation. He conjures up a bunch of fiery arrows, ready to blast our hero into oblivion, and before throwing down his arrows, he wishes his final goodbye. Jae-hyun stays quiet for a moment, then suddenly activates Odin's eye. Jung's confident smile takes no time and turns into pure shock as he watches Jae-hyun developing magical powers inside him. The magical powers just keep growing stronger without any sign of stopping, leaving the fool with glasses even more terrified. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jung decides it's time to take Jae-hyun down. He throws a fiery arrow at Jae-hyun, expecting him to flinch or run, but Jae-hyun stands his ground. As the fire arrow gets dangerously close, it simply disintegrates into nothingness, leaving Jung-woo-min's jaw practically hitting the floor. It looks like the eye has finally been activated, confirmed by the system itself. A sassy smirk spreads across Jae-hyun's face after feeling that surge of power inside his body. The system window pops up once again, mentioning the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Jung is losing his composure, baffled at how his magic was nullified so easily. My guy wastes no time and uses the blank card to copy Jung-woo-min's skill, known as Blitz Chain, and makes it abundantly clear that he is going to inflict a painful death over this bastard. In the next moment, he conjures up fiery arrows, while Jung-woo-min struggles to comprehend how his skill, which took him years to master, is being used by this lowly D-ranked raider. Even though he's visibly shaking in his boots, Jung-woo-min warns Jae-hyun that taking him out won't be a walk in the park. The boy unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows, confidently telling Jung-woo-min they'll settle things soon. In retaliation, Glasses Guy fires off his own arrow barrage. Their powers clash, but it looks like Jae-hyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jae-hyun keeps up the relentless assault, driving the cocky guy to flee in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Young Wooman tries to strike back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jae-hyun swiftly activates his absolute calculation ability, disintegrating the incoming attack while sending his own arrow straight at his opponent. Desperate, Young Wooman throws up a barrier to shield himself, but Jae-hyun isn't done yet. He uses his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Jung Wooman defenseless. The arrow strikes him directly, unable to dodge in time. As the dust settles, Jae-hyun walks up to the fallen Jung Wooman, who's begging for mercy like a dramatic soap opera scene. Tears are streaming down his face, but Jae-hyun ain't going to cut any slack. He just lets loose with a fiery arrow that finishes off the cocky guy in one good blow. After the intense battle, Jae-hyun is totally wiped out. He flops down on the ground, thinking about how he finally snagged a mythic item, only to end up facing death in such a crappy way. Death was always this scary thing he dealt with as a raider, but now that he's staring it in the face, it's a whole different feeling. He starts feeling that coldness creeping in. Then out of the blue, a system window pops up, talking about a new download. It offers him a way out. If he activates the system, then he can jump back to some past time. Knowing he's about to kick the bucket anyway, Jae-hyun just says, "Yeah, sure, let's do this." With that command, the new system, known as Nornir, activates, and suddenly we find ourselves facing divine-looking ladies conversing in a foreign language that goes way over our heads. The blonde lady extends her hand, possibly grabbing our hero's hand in the process. Just as this happens, the friendly blue system windows turn deadly red, and a notification pops up stating that our hero has become a major enemy of the High Aesir. He's also gained 2 passive skills, with half of the Aesir's gods now keeping an eye on him at all times. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in his bed, looking utterly terrified as if he's seen a ghost. He scans the room, everything feeling surreal. He stares at his hand, where a red fiery blob starts to form, and the system announces that the user has successfully returned to the chosen time period. The memories of past suddenly flashes into his eyes, where he sees his dead mother and the time when he fought Young Wooman. He also sees his mother and rushes to hug her tightly, unwilling to let go, hoping desperately that this isn't just a dream. And in fact, this is not a dream. He was actually hugging his mom. After a while, once he is alone in his room, his chest pains sharply, jolting him back to reality. The system confirms the date as November 15th, 2020, which is the time he's been regressed back to, and his body has successfully been healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wonders if he's still dreaming. Looking around his familiar surroundings, he realizes he's indeed in his old home. A system notification pops up, presenting a quest titled, "A Break is the Mother of Success." His main task is simply to rest until fully recovered, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once he's restored. The boy exhales deeply, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflects on how he died fighting that guy, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years back into the past thanks to this new system. 11 years is the same time when he was in his 3rd year of middle school. He checks his calendar and realizes that he has actually not been enrolled in the Mills Academy. He also finds a note from himself, which is clearly telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs his pen and immediately scratches that out. He's not going to waste this chance on the martial arts class, because this time, becoming a mage is definitely the way to go. In the next scene, we find him having dinner with his mother, struggling to hold back tears that threaten to spill from his eyes. His mother looks concerned, noticing his recent strange behavior. When she came home earlier, he had hugged her tightly and he cried deeply. She gently asks if something is bothering him. With a forced smile, he reassures her, saying it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his dead mother are far from mere nightmares. Finally gathering his courage, he tells her there's something he wants to discuss. She encourages him to speak freely. It's clear to her that he may not want to enroll in Mills Academy. She understands the dangers and fierce competition involved in such a path. She's prepared to let him choose a regular school if he's hesitant, not wanting to impose her wishes on him. But contrary to her expectations, our boy reveals that he's considering changing his major to enroll in the magic class instead. His mother chuckles at the sudden change and quickly approves of his decision, though she's visibly startled by the abrupt switch from his earlier determination to join the martial arts major. Despite her initial surprise, she trusts her son's judgment and believes he must have a good reason for the change. With a reassuring pat on his cheek, she encourages him to pursue what makes him happy, whether it's martial arts or magic, and assures him not to worry about financial matters. She promises to support him wholeheartedly in his choice. Moved by her understanding and support, the boy starts to cry again. And amidst his emotions, memories of his father, Min Seong-oh, who is an A-rank raider, flash through his mind, reigniting his desire to become stronger to take revenge against his father. Jae-hyun is getting into serious training, starting with push-ups, and he's also earned a blank card from completing his first quest. His physique is getting toned and fit, something I envy a bit myself. As long as I'm here writing recaps for you guys, I don't think I can get back on the track for a six-pack abs grind. Jae-hyun still isn't entirely clear on what the Nornir system entails, but he's not complaining as long as it keeps functioning. His past life knowledge will let him monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide will surely be useful. However, he doesn't have many skills besides his martial arts abilities. Absolute Calculation and Blitz Chain he copied from Young Wooming. He leans back on his chair, summons his system, and checks his current stats. He's pretty sure his level has reverted to the current time and his stats have been reset. He also somehow retains all the passive skills from his previous life, with 2 new skills. The first one known as One Who is Observed by the Gods and Supreme God's Eye, both maxed out. As we know, he also has Absolute Calculation and Blitz Chain skills, but he's curious about his passive skills. He then checks the One Who is Observed by the Gods passive skill, which should assist him in rapid growth through divine blessings. This skill also helped him maintain his other passive skills during the regression, which explains why he retained all his skills without reset. Additionally, it boosts all his stats by an extra point every time he levels up. Thanks to this ability, most of the Aesir's demigods are keeping an eye on him. He then decides to explore his other skills. The Supreme God's Eye passive skill is also an exceptional skill that allows him to see through false illusions and uncover the truth. There's also an active skill called Blitz Chain, where he attacks enemies with electrified chains, sometimes causing paralysis. The mana consumption increases with the number of chains emitted. Initially, I thought they were fiery chains, and I'm pretty sure you'd agree with that too. He takes a look at his other stats. Despite all of them being at abysmal levels, he's really focused on beefing up his magic stat, which is super crucial. And he knows endurance is key too. In those marathon battles, you've got to keep going without burning out. After thinking it through, he decides to use his fresh blank card to copy a healing skill, since he's already got an offensive skill. You see, even in this year of 2020, where mages get no love, those with healing skills are still hot stuff. They're treated like royalty everywhere they go, earning respect beyond just scope of rating. So he figures as a mage with healing powers, he'll still get his due respect. But here's the catch. Finding an awakener with healing skills to copy will be like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Before he was desperate and used his blank card to fight with Young Woman. But this time around, he's not blowing it like that again, because he has no clue how many cards the system will grant him. His phone suddenly rings, and as he checks it, his eyes widen at seeing Kim Yoo-jung's name on the caller ID. Kim Yoo-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he's determined to change this time around. He smirks as he reads her text message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet Saintess Yu Seongen at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Yu Seongen is known for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stands up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly informs his mom that he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again and lets Kim Yoo-jung know that he's on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, Saintess Yu Seongen sits quietly, surrounded by a busy schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, noting she's been pushing herself lately. She reassures him she's fine, but a bit tired, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appears visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Seongjun's. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event location. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she brought him along just because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates she did indeed bring him for that reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction. While she's giving him a hard time, our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he manages to copy Yu Seongen's sacrifice ability now, it could be a total game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connections in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed at her huge following, which isn't surprising. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus. She is a top-grade healer known across the nation and worldwide. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts others' safety first. Finally, she steps onto the stage and the crowd goes wild. Our hero waits eagerly for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets slip that in just 2 months, the Saintess is going to get seriously sick during a dungeon raid in Itaewon. And it's all thanks to her own healing magic. Sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could heal her if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung's getting all hyped up, which Jaehyun finds kinda annoying. On stage, the Saintess starts her spiel about how the world's in a mess because of Yggdrasil's tree and monsters munching on people's lives. Despite all that, she throws in some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened who can help to save humanity, and urges one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concludes, the fans are ecstatic, and Jaehyun acknowledges her words too, stating that since it's no easy task fighting monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He's a living example of this for us, because he also wanted to sell Odin's Eye to avoid raiding for cash. As they moved forward, she couldn't stop talking about the Saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he has already called her mom earlier to pick her up due to her poor sense of direction. She suggests he just catch a ride with her mom, but he brushes it off, saying he has other things to handle. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career path to focus completely on magic and hints he'll need her to teach him later. With that, he takes off without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads towards the car, but the manager notices him approaching and tells him they're not accepting any fan visits right now. But the boy boldly states he's here to meet director Yoo Seong-eun. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed by another raider fanatic to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man cockily tells the boy to walk off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not here for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Seong-eun is suffering from an untreatable disease and boldly claims he's the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the director is shocked to hear this and gets absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures towards the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolls down her window and directly addresses our hero, asking if he can stand by his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her he can indeed cure her disease. Although she is hesitant to let our hero get close, the lady decides to give him a chance, knowing if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange a quieter place where they can discuss this privately. Once they settle somewhere quieter, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her disease. The boy apologizes but bluntly states he can't reveal that much to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose that, he won't treat her diseases. The lady chuckles at his boldness and moves on to her next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jaehyun is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he even intends to copy something which truly belongs only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They're essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills have impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they won't take long to hear him out. She asks if he can actually pull off what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also learn that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she needs a higher or equal ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she can't use her own skill on herself, because her sacrifice skill requires a sacrifice to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she glows with her magic, Jaehyun feels ecstatic and immediately copies her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to register the new skill, Sacrifice, into the blank card. Confidently, the boy says yes. Once he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decides to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a wave of healing to heal multiple allies and removes debuffs. Secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light. Lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then, the lady asks what he would want from her guild. While she outwardly states this, but inwardly she feels confident that dealing with this middle schooler will be a breeze, especially since she's the representative of the Lotus Guild. The boy gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckles, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms this, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections, and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and skills, the lady readily agrees to sponsor him, but she places a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's quite amazed to see that, even though she's not in a strong position to negotiate, she remains bold in her stance. The lady reveals that her disease is a personal problem and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He's asking for the support of the entire guild, which doesn't have any reason to favor him. Our hero tells her to lay out her conditions. If they make sense to him, he'll decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind races with all kinds of possibilities she might be plotting, but she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild. The boy immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. Firstly, he uncovered the classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's disease, which only a few knew about, showcasing exceptional information-gathering abilities. Secondly, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill, something she's never seen before, and she's curious to see if there's anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. The boy feels awkward hearing this, knowing he can't tell her he only knew about her disease because he regressed in time, and he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans in uncomfortably close to him and states the third reason for recruiting him into the guild, which is that despite being a middle schooler, our boy didn't even flinch when facing off against the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes his guts he just showcased. In his past, the Lotus Guild collapsed soon after her death. Now that she's here, he's pretty sure joining the guild would level him up quickly. But he wonders how they can contract since he's a minor, and contracting with underage people is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the right of priority negotiation. It turns out our hero does know about it. The right of priority negotiation is a guild's privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, that guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. Jaehyun never thought he'd be using a perk like this, especially after getting rejected by even the crummiest guilds back in the day. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits up from his seat, saying he'll heal her right away. Though her offer is a no-brainer, he decides to focus on the treatment first before finally accepting her terms. While he stands right over her head, the manager doesn't seem thrilled about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he's still cautious, fearing our hero might use something cursed or shady, especially since even top doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes inside her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with utmost respect for ever doubting him. Our hero just shrugged it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a kid's words. But the manager kept on apologizing, feeling bad for his rude behavior earlier. Jaehyun tells the lady that everything's done, and she can move around freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the whole room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes her symptoms are completely gone. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle and asks if he'll face any penalties for healing her, but we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. My guy assures her with a smile that she can repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then brings out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to make sure it works out in his favor. The boy then tells them there's something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager escorts him to a low-rank dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can guess, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild makes sure they've got all the essentials ready for him, and even loans him some spare gear meant for guild members. But the manager warns him going alone into the dungeon could be risky, asking why he insists on soloing it. Jaehyun just says he wants to grind. As a safety net, the manager hands him a stone, saying it's a warp stone. If he breaks it, he'll teleport outside the dungeon gate. It's a little thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he is sure that it's just an E-rank dungeon, not something to worry about. The manager urges him to warp out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in assurance. Deep inside, though, he suddenly finds his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates he's now in Helheim's Field of the Dead. The scene transitions to the director Yu Seong in office. There we see the lady deep in thought regarding our hero. She's concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled they are. However, she can tell this kid isn't your average Joe. He didn't just pick this gate on a whim, so she grins and decides to see where he's going with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the director, a lady enters. The director asks about the matter she requested updates on, and the other lady hands her the files, explaining it's our hero's profile. As the director flips through the pages, she's shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical capabilities. A heavy silence falls over the room as the lady who brought the reports also has no clue how someone can be so talented, but she assures the directory that the reports are accurate unless there are not any mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we see that our guy's aptitude for magic is at 97%. Shortly after, the director calls his manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately once our hero is out of the dungeon. She's eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his ass on the ground hard upon landing. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a graveyard and struggles to stand up, coughing harshly. Before he can make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Wasting no time, it aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he ends up with a nasty cut across his face. Another monster appears, ready to strike our hero down. He's unsure if it's laced with paralysis poison, which annoys him greatly. He quickly heals himself using his fancy sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by black souls hovering above in the air. They immediately start attacking and shooting at him. But this time, Jaehyun grabs an arrow with his bare hands and breaks it by clenching his fist, thoroughly annoyed by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she received from the director, and she is also feeling totally annoyed at our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed by his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to tag along with her. He never used to ditch her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left hanging, but this time, he left her high and dry down there alone. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he's always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't wrap her head around his sudden change because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly, she starts texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jaehyun's face pales as he freaks out at the sight of ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they're far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learn that this dungeon, Helheimer, is the realm of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheimer, the world of fog and ice; Muspelheimer, the world of flames; Jotunheimer, the world of giants; Alfheimer, the world of elves; Svartalfheimer, the world of dark elves; Vanaheimer, the world of the Vanir gods; and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimer, where Helheimer exists alongside it. This place is a total nightmare for newbies, but our hero's pumped to test his skills. He decides to whip out Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam! It transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster jumps him right away, but our hero's quick to smack it down with his wand, sending the monster flung backward. He gears up with Blitzfire and blasts the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 XP for knocking out the Death Wraith. He keeps up the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to rock the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger grin to his face as the XP rolls in. Next up, he leaps at another undead who is using arrows and smacks it hard on the noggin. Boom! His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face goes pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he wasn't exactly fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness has caused him to lose a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The Holy Judgment of Light comes crashing down on the monsters, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are turned into ashes, he racks up some valuable experience points along the way, and decides to take a breather in the settling haze. He heals himself to restore his powers, and he is relieved to have made it out alive. He's learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his skills. Even though Divine Judgment saved him this time, he might not be so lucky next time. In any case, he decides to leave the place, but he soon realizes he has no clue how to get outside. He sighs and decides to use the warp stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps over him from behind. When he looks back, there's nothing there. Suddenly, he senses something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself getting choked. He raises his busted wand and jabs it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he's hurting himself, but he is making damn sure not to let out a single scream to draw any unwanted company. Little does he know, there's this hideous monstrosity lurking right behind him. Right on cue, the system chimes in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has shown up, and the gap in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to bolt out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster pounces from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP also takes a nosedive. The system immediately tells him to use a healing item immediately, but looks like he does not have any time for that because the monster is already standing before him and immediately launches another attack. Just as he braces for the worst, the monster in front of him freezes solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman appears divine, almost like a goddess. She commands the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. The lady continues, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just an average kid with moderate mana and abilities. She questions why Loki chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Aesir gods. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the loss of blood. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance to make things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he's still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't grow stronger quickly, she threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the Nightshade monster easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then, a system pops up with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His main goal in this mission is to take down Nightshade within 2 months, and it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he nails this mission, then the Goddess Hel will personally give him her gift, but failure means death as the penalty. As those creepy hands start dragging him into the darkness, he loses sight of everything. And as the scene shifts, we see this blonde goddess we saw during his time regression, and she still appears to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly he awakens in the real world. As he stands up, he realizes that his injuries have been healed completely. Checking his window stats, he sees the same quest still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real, and the lady he encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheimer, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing, and he's heard something familiar already right after getting this new Nornir system. With a pile of unanswered questions looming over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary stuff is, he knows one thing for sure: he's gotta level up fast. If what that goddess said holds water, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by that goddess. But hey, he chuckles to himself, at least he's got some daring tasks ahead. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacks any basic spells to handle small fry. Pulling out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow and is ready to make the contract. The next day rolls around, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him so much special treatment, because his mage aptitude is at 97% after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero brightens at the sight of the lady director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that catches his eye. They exchange greetings warmly. She dives into the perks the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost if they break. On top of that, he'll earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in the raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-notch A-grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals a condition. The lady director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it's only been a month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckles at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she teasingly reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see it in action. She presses him to display his talent first, if he's comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicks her fingers, and blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. You see, a mana cube is a test that B rank and above mages use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages can endure it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him off. She reassures him that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation and they'll still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods to her manager to prepare, who expresses concern about her decision since even current mage raiders struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero isn't your average guy, so it's worth a shot. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. Once the mana cube is activated, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step in, and finally, he gathers the courage to enter. As soon as he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young kid. The lady reassures her that he can handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels like he's drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about getting sick from prolonged exposure to thick mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube is finding the singular door connected to the outer world among countless whirlpools. He gathers his resolve, searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly he senses something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power, as if containing the entire essence of the great ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remains anxious while the lady continues to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager asks how long it typically takes. The lady mentions the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly states it'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record. The lady agrees, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipate what's happening inside, our hero senses the immense power of the crystal and grins, thinking that breaking it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swims towards the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it into pieces in a swift motion. As cracks begin to spread around him, a system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our hero's hand enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but shattered it, suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitions back to Lady Kim Yoo-jung, who is visibly upset that Jae-hyun is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kim Yoo-jung, confirming that he's indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar flashy Rolls-Royce grabs both ladies' attention. They're stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae-hyun immediately notices the ladies and waves happily. While his mother is anxious, concerned if her son is involved in something shady, Lady Kim is livid to see him lounging around. Once they're settled in the room, the girl jumps straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She keeps pushing for more details about his decision, but he flips the script and asks why she's dropped by. He then asks if her parents are off at work, to which she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing for the night with our hero's mom's blessing. We then learn that her folks work in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which keeps them moving. And whenever she's left alone, she tends to hang out with him, since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic now that he's in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she'll get in return. Reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she doesn't have anything specific in mind at the moment. After thinking for a bit, she decides that he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees but adds a condition. Her wish must be made within a year. or it expires. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy privately bets that she'll likely forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what kind of wish she might have in mind, but the girl, now visibly annoyed, tells him to shut his yapping. The lady gets so mad that while she was holding to that pillow, I thought that she is squeezing her boobs hard. Did you get the same kind of illusion, or it is just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their banter, their mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her, caught up in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl jokingly tells him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens float above in the air, and a man clad in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. Finally, we meet our hero's father, Min Seong-oh, who receives praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invites Min Seong-oh to join their guild, but our hero's father declines, preferring to stay solo. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild. But the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father starts summoning these weird chain things, and he also yaps about humans being greedy like he's giving a lecture. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this spooky encounter with this killer dad, who, let's face it, looks younger than our hero himself, we're back to the director, who's giving a lecture to Jae-hyun for his first magic class. The lady decides to dive right into sparring and challenges him to take a swing at her. The boy hesitates but realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully takes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he throws a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stands there grinning, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything gets obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, our hero sees his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handles it like it's nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grins confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. Seems he underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now certain she's got the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she breaks down his moves, noting the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't charge in like that to attack. The director then asks him if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says martial arts is all about up-close fighting with swords and stuff, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes are about weakening enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face-to-face. Then she tells him to get ready because she's going to attack him to show him what mage combat is really like. She assures him she can heal him if things get messy. He's a bit nervous but ready. The lady gathers energy at her fingertip and shoots out this intense laser beam of energy. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and unleashes lightning arrows straight at her. There's a huge explosion when the chains hit their mark, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has an A-rank skill but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then, she counters with her own arrow aimed right at his face. He freaks out and ends up taking the arrow straight. Even though he's battered head to toe, he stays standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, throwing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately uses his absolute calculator skill, and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady is once again amazed and asks him if there are any more surprises he's hiding. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts crackling with intense energy. She takes a direct hit, but manages to deflect it with her hand, though her hand trembles from the impact. She's absolutely baffled at how he managed to cast this attack so fast. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he's casting magic without chanting, as casting for a mage typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks is just as potent, making her doubt he's casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero's almost wiped out and can't muster enough mana to keep attacking, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolls up to him with this smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with loads of potential. But she points out he's still green, catches him off guard, and knocks him to the ground just like that. He's clueless about how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she gives him props for his melee combat game and how he can cast magic without a hitch. She's impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, thinking he could totally create a one-of-a-kind fighting style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially making herself his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky duck to get this kind of VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It seems she's been munching on ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, to which she replies she could eat it all day, urging him to focus on his studies. As she continues teaching him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his efficiency in using magic has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start to annoy him. The system feels like it's pushing him to grow constantly. It seems even Lady Kim finds it pretty strange how quickly he's picking things up. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months. But the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising since she herself can memorize forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated and demands our hero to call her teacher. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's learning everything so fast, despite her being in the magic field much longer than him. She's worried he's going to surpass her sooner than later at this rate. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he surely has natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he is learning faster. But let's face it, he's putting in every effort to learn magic as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get screwed over by Goddess Hell. The lady then reminds him that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was really surprised. And she now starts yelling at him for his decision he made back then, asking why he thought of abandoning the magic field even though it was suited for him. While Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun are having their study session, Jae-hyun sees the vision of a man's face that is linked to the events that happened in his past life. Yoo-jung pulls him out of his daydreaming by asking him if he's training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirms that a different teacher is helping him train his practical. He wonders what the vision he just saw was and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also recalls that Hell gave him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade, so he pushes the thoughts out of his mind because it's not the time to get distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on becomes a big help to raiders across the world and can help him overcome this wall in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sung-jae, the manager, supervises some of the raiders who are training and corrects some of the mistakes they're making. When he spots the guild master, Seongan, he makes a comment to her about how the trainees aren't bad for newbies and how the average rank has almost gone up from last year. But he's surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seongan apologizes, and the manager teases her by saying she's thinking about Jae-hyun, and she affirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that he recalls that several other raiders have tried to learn the thing that she wants to teach Jae-hyun and have all failed. However, Seongan reminds the manager that he also saw Jae-hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to say that Jae-hyun was a veteran because he didn't make a single unnecessary movement. At this point, Guildmaster Seongan is certain that if another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will be Jae-hyun. Presently, she's still the only magician in the country who has become an S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in battle is a bit low. However, if Jae-hyun were to suddenly appear like a comet right now, it would shake up the whole magic world. Sometimes later, MC works on a mana enhancement pill. Like its name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who takes it, and it's an item that all magicians covet. While he's working, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws away the spoon in anger. At this point, he's already used up 3 sets of the ingredients, and it seems like he'll blow up all his money if this continues. In the present of November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill just yet, because the pill won't be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed how he hopes that the pill will be of great help to numerous raiders around the world. It seems to our boy that just keeping at it like this won't work, but he gets another idea of what might have a higher chance of working, and that is finding Lee Jae-sang, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jae-sung is presently a senior who's currently a first year at Mills Academy, he has to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that seems to be possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately becomes worried that something bad happened and wonders if she should call the police as she looks at the disaster all over the house. Wielding a frying pan as a weapon, she looks around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out, there were a few people who established themselves the quickest. One of them was a man called Lee Jae-shin, also known as Quick Blade. When the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-shin appeared as if to take over his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Lee Jae-sang, the person our boy is out to meet right now, is the youngest son of Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun reaches the transportation building, the attendant asks him where he would like to go, and he requests to take a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to the monster outbreak, and it's a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and you had to worry about your life from the moment you stepped in. Shortly after, our boy gets close to the Mills Academy in Daegu and has to walk a bit more to get to the main entrance. When he gets in, he wonders where he could find Jae-sung. Although Jae-sung was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jae-sung, who dislikes fighting, making use of Milas's combat facilities is very low, so Jae-hyun decides to look around the classrooms first. As he walks forward, he notices a crowd and walks up to see what they're looking at. When he forces his way through, he's hit by Jae-sung, who's thrown back by an attack from whoever is whooping his behind. Our boy helps Jae-sung up, and the kid apologizes for hitting him. Jae-hyun, however, doesn't reply to his apology, but only locks eyes on Jae-sung's opponent, who asks him who the heck he is, and if he has any business with Jae-sung, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can talk, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks him if he's the brother of the stutterer. After all, they don't look one bit alike. But Jae-hyun doesn't bother giving any response to this shithead. However, the bully clarifies that they're having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to end up in a bad situation. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps away his hand. Finally, Jae-hyun tells the kid it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk. But Jae-sung just stares at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully steps forward and grabs Jae-hyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to nicely and asks him if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone is grabbing his collar, and he doesn't know why people keep doing that so often lately. He remembers his lessons with Yu-jung about having a clear image in his head, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and then executing it. As he recalls Seongun, the image our boy chooses is a beam of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy releases a blast of the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest and throws him backward, even knocking out spit from his mouth. As the big guy screams in pain, Jae-sung watches in shock as he realizes this stranger just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the heck just happened, and they wonder how this guy was able to cast and how he was able to fire a holy arrow that broke the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students begin to chat that it's possible that the big guy is just weaker than he seems, the big guy becomes annoyed. If this goes on, his reputation is going to be destroyed, so he pledges not to let this bastard go without leaving a dent. As he holds on to his broken arm, he generates a sword. When Jae-sung notices it, he calls out to Jae-hyun to be careful, but the angry bully swings the sword to injure Jae-hyun. As the sword closes in on Jae-hyun's face, he remembers how Master Seongun had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body, so attacks violently bounce off. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's huge sword bounces off like rubber until it swings out of his reach. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face, but he's unable to react quickly enough because our boy soon grabs his face and asks him if he's done with his tricks. As the bully attempts to call him a crazy bastard, Jae-hyun doesn't let the words fully come out of his mouth before he blasts a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurs as the bully crashes into the ground, and Jae-sung watches in awe as he wonders who this stranger is. When Jae-hyun eventually locks gazes with him, the kid shrieks in fear, but Jae-hyun only walks past him towards the unconscious bully, who's still enveloped in smoke. Jae-hyun crouches near him, and he's surprised by how good he got the guy. Soon after, our boy brings out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he pours it on the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely heals up, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. Once that's done, he turns to Jae-sung, who's still pretty shaken up, and proposes that they get going to the nurse's office. As they head to the nurse's office, Jae-hyun stops when they reach somewhere where no one can hear them talk. Confused, Jae-sung stares at him, and he suspects that Jae-hyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he musters up the courage to ask Jae-hyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jae-hyun replies that his father didn't and asks how he would know who his father is, but it's clear that Jae-sung isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sung asks him why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jae-hyun mentions that he would like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sung becomes shocked and states that he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jae-hyun tells him he's good at alchemy, and when he brings out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sung if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the kid wonders how on earth he found out, because there's no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jae-hyun knows what's on his mind, and truthfully, He's not wrong because the black market is a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else happens through the Ether system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system that Jaehyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once more, Jaehyun asks Jaesong if he made the potion, and Jaesong utterly denies it. But our boy immediately tells him he's not very good at lying. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him he completely understands why he would like to hide it, but he explains that he doesn't have much time. Jaesong recalls how he had listed the potions on the black market and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions on the black market. He hadn't thought that things would become like this because he had only done this to try to earn some money. He knows that he's going to die if his father finds out, so to stop that, he bows to Jaehyun and pleads that he keep it a secret from other people. Eventually, Jaehyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but he only needs an excellent alchemist that can help him make the elixir that he wants. After Jaesong thinks about it for a while, he asks Jaehyun who on earth he is, so our boy explains that he's a prospective student of Mila's academy and calls him senior. Eventually they both sit, and Jaesong, who's still tense, requests that he tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Shocked, Jaesong gets up and asks him if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jaehyun tells him it is. Immediately the kid's engines begin running, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect. As he begins to think of the things that could be needed for the mana pill, Jaehyun is surprised to notice that the kid's aura has changed, and he's stopped stuttering. Apart from that, Jaesong was able to guess most of the ingredients just from hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented, and Jaehyun decides that he has to win him over. Eventually, Jaesong stops talking and concludes that it would be better to ask another alchemist since it's such a great elixir. But Jaehyun refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs. Although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the one who possesses overwhelming, incomparable talent is Lee Jaesong. Finally, he asks Jaesong if he'll do this favor for him, and the kid agrees. Regardless, Jaesong clarifies that he doesn't know if he'll succeed or not, so our boy tells him it's alright even if he fails. Confused, Jaesong asks him if it's alright since he'll be the one taking the loss. So Jaehyun assures him that he's investing because he thinks that he has the ability, and he admits some investments can result in failure. As Jaehyun tells him he looks forward to working with him, tears fill up the kid's eyes because this is the first time that someone has ever believed in him like this. When Jaehyun notices this, he's glad he's been able to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jaesong is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wonders if he's even had anyone believe in him this much in his life. Because he's a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and lost his mother early, he was eventually left alone and was unable to gain the approval of his father. So to him, it's odd that someone would trust him enough to tell him that it's alright to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, reaches deep into his heart and makes him begin to cry. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's main quest is to deal with Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and getting Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a penalty of death looming over his head if he fails. Presently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to perform it. Sometime later, Jaehyun goes to the training center to spar with Seongun, and he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he moves forward to close the gap between them, he's targeted by some blasts, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and blasts her with it, but she's already covered up in a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield, and she's surprised our boy has grown this strong already. After the smoke clears, both of them lock eyes with one another, as if at a cowboy standoff, until Jaehyun starts to burn bright with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activates his blitz chain skill. But Seongun looks quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to attack, the manager steps in and tells them to wrap it up because their time is up and they've both worked hard today as well. The manager is surprised that the training hall made with arc metal, which takes a significant amount of strength to create even a little of, has been destroyed by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they're resting, Seongun tells our boy that he's grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he can cast more spells now, and his strength is now ridiculously high. Suddenly, she asks him if he's studying the theory separately, so he affirms that he's learning it from a friend. Excited, Seongun declares that it's better than she expected, because she was worried since she couldn't help him with the theory too. She comments that it seems like Jaehyun has an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agrees she is. but he considers how the real problem is Yoo-jung's weird-ass personality. Before they leave, Shongun reminds Jae-hyun that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he affirms that he wants to test out the effectiveness of the training thus far. Because of that, Seongun believes that the E-rank dungeon that he entered should be a breeze with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only issue is that it's not an E-rank dungeon he entered, but a C-rank one where he encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough and he can only focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he's worked hard to create. Soon after, Jae-hyun ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the skills of the alchemist. If Jae-hyun had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to give him an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and reminds Jae-sang that he's truly talented, but Jae-sang says it's because he could believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy takes his leave, and he believes he's ready to defeat Nightshade the next day. Meanwhile, Hell speaks with her dragon Garmer and informs him that it seems that they'll be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the gate of the dungeon. He's given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called Mana Plundering. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he'll be transported to Helheim's Land of the Dead because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the Land of the Dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he'll be able to meet Hell again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows at him, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns back, he notices several monsters coming out of the ground, and he recalls how Shongjun had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called swordsmen by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks. But until now, no one has managed it. As Jae-hyun turns back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method is not as powerful as being a long-distance magician, and is lacking compared to a close-distance warrior. As he pummels one monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position because it specializes in neither, but Seongjun seems to believe that it's going to be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Sungjae is guarding the entrance of the dungeon, he senses that someone else is there, and he recalls that he didn't get a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately wields his sword as a red car rushes towards him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as senior mentions that it was rather hard to find him. When Sungjae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju, he stows away his sword, and he asks her what she's doing here, and about her guild. She explains that she's on the job right now too, and that she figured she'd see him again while taking care of some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Manhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sungjae wonders what nonsense she's spouting, especially since Yeonju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's nice to see her after so long, but he considers that she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Yeonju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it isn't something an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she keeps speaking and mentions that managing dungeons is usually not a part of his responsibilities, and asks if he got demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor that Guildmaster Shongun is sick is true. Manager Sungjae's face becomes grim, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks her where she heard something like that, she comments that there are plenty of listening ears, and that their curator guild has a lot of them. Intrigued, manager Sungjae wonders if she's saying that they have spies in their guild, so he thanks her for letting him know, and informs her he'll deal with that. When he grows impatient, he asks her if that's all because he probably has to head back and start the cleanup now, so she also asks him if he knows a kid named Min Jae-hyun. The question alarms manager Sungjae, and Yeonju mentions that this kid has been visiting Manhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yu Songun quite often, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Confused, manager Sungjae informs her that he doesn't think that is something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yeonju sighs and walks away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything because she knows how inflexible he is. But the reason she came all this way is because she should at least pretend to do something deserving of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy piles up a lot of monster corpses and sits on them, Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns in an eerie bright red, and the monster soon lunges forward, causing our boy to jump into the air as he aims his holy arrows at the monster. While midair, he fires the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured and removes its hand from its face, unveiling its bright red, eerie eyes. It releases several blasts of energy towards our boy, who spots them and quickly calculates the place to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the attack, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it releases another onslaught of destructive energy, which our boy still dog does. Shortly after, our boy asks it if it's now flustered because things aren't going its way. Jaehyun activates his lightning chain, and he directs the chains at Nightshade, who manages to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack is still not enough to subdue it, so he rains down several holy arrows and goes right for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and causes blood to ooze out of the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refuses to go down easy and continues to thrash around until it breaks itself free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warns Jaehyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, and so has its dexterity. This isn't good news to Jaehyun, and as if that's not enough, he's told that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the penalty of sudden death if the stigma is not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal is defeating Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is since he's never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jaehyun suspects that Hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he's already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still on him, our boy runs towards the berserk monster, but he's shocked when Nightshade begins to run away from him. Jaehyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and creates a hole in it before it can get too far away. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile develops on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win as long as it prolongs the fight, so Jaehyun decides to use a wide area skill that it can't dodge. As he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and it breaks our boy's concentration and casting. The system informs him that he has failed to resist and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his abilities. While he's still shocked at what's going on, Nightshade strikes him. After he's struck, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared, but Jaehyun is coughing out blood at this point. However, he manages to find his footing and isn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jaehyun expects the monsters to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it's unable to use such spells that limit his movements continuously. Jaehyun isn't certain, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Light's Judgment, which will cause him to use up his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he recalls that the monster got hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his Wind Boost skill to first get rid of the rest of the monster's sight. After using a blast of wind to block the monster's sight, the smoke soon clears, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just like he had planned. He teases the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it and calls it gullible as he activates his Flash Bomb skill. The Flash Bomb is soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covers the entire field and releases several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved that he finally got the freaking bastard. As the monster is burned up by the explosion, it screeches in pain. Out of nowhere, our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced earlier behind him. He activates his Sacrifice skill, and the system declares that Sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer goes down to a few seconds until only just 10 seconds are left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he pats himself on the back for having done it. As the timer reaches 3 seconds, the system declares that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has obtained the title of one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hell, who had been watching the whole thing, exclaims that it seems there was a reason behind Jaehyun being chosen. She stretches forth her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He's also told that he's gained 3 levels and has obtained the title of the one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hell is calling on him to come to her temple. Moments later, he's transported in front of a huge entrance that leads into Hell's temple. At the entrance, he sees a huge monster burst out of the darkness towards him. Our boy leaps backward due to fear, but Hell calls out to the monster, named Garmer, and asks it to show their guest in. Jaehyun follows Garmer into the temple, and he calls out to Hell. Hell tells him that she didn't expect him to have succeeded, and she congratulates him for overcoming the trial she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this. But Hell only smiles as she watches him, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaehyun asks why he was the one specifically chosen to be the adversary, so she adds that it's because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he's destined to be the adversary to the great Aesir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaehyun says he doesn't understand, Hell informs him there's no need to understand, because they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jaehyun becomes angered by her pointless answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him, as if to enclose her lips upon his, she reminds him that this does not only concern the gods who are against the Aesir. While speaking, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading to its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she shouldn't let him go because he still has more questions to ask. But Hell only tells him to grow strong because she looks forward to the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is transported away, Hell turns to someone who is standing nearby and asks how long he plans to continue watching, since she doesn't remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jaehyun falls to the ground in the real world, and he's annoyed that he was unable to get any real answers. As he sulks, the system informs him that he has received Hell's gift, which is a passive skill called Hell's Blessing that makes all abnormal inflictions on him invalidated. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hell asks her to forgive his discourtesy because he just couldn't resist when he heard that Hell was meeting with the boy. He asks Hell how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits that the growth of the adversary was to a greater extent than she expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and stood before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her end. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing a good job. Eventually, Hell asks him what he wants because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance till the end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down and admits that it seems he can't deceive her after all. Hell further states that the adversary's left eye is without a doubt the one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's certain that Mimir and Loki are concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he would wish to tell her, but it's still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't sit still, and when Mimir asks her what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are innumerable hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, around 7 days before Mills Academy admission, Jaehyun comes to the store to get some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look so good and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she leads him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it's nothing, what's on his mind is how he went through so much without getting answers, and even ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he was able to get the passive skill, Hell's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy has other EX-rank skills too, one that's called One Watched by the Gods, which helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another one is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. The X rank is a rank that Jaehyun had never heard about with the Aesir system, and the X rank is short for extraordinary, and it seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the Aesir system. As he considers that the reason the gods against the Aesir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god, Odin, he becomes overwhelmed once more. He's soon brought out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which is just an expendable item. As she brings out a long list on her phone of things they still have to buy, Jaehyun becomes worried. Hours before, this lady, named Park Hana, had approached our boy and told him she's from the Manhwa Guild. Apparently, Seonggwen wishes to give him a gift, seeing his admission to Mila's is right around the corner, and he had thought they would be coming here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at best. But this is on a totally different scale. After offloading several bags in Jaehyun's hands, she proposes they go take a look at armor now, but Jaehyun stops her and says they don't have to buy armor since he has something that he can use. He shows her a shadow armor equipment that he received from Nightshade that gives him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it's B-rank protective gear, he's certain that there's nothing they can buy that's better than this, especially since it also provides stealth. When Hana notices his armor has stealth skills, she asks him if he also needs an artifact that grants the stealth skill, since that's an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this. But Jaehyun says he doesn't. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he's lucky to find one in a dungeon, especially since there aren't that many people who learn stealth. Hana agrees because the only raider who possesses the skill in the country is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jaehyun asks her what she means. So she informs him that manager Park Sungjae is her brother. That information shocks Jaehyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it because Hana and Sungjae act nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes begin to shine bright, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He begins to feel queasy, and he suddenly sees a light trail that he had seen from the treasure gate. When he dashes back to follow the light, Hana calls out to him, but he tells her he's only going away for a moment. While he's following the light, his Absolute Eye of God skill is activated and pierces through the false illusion and shows the truth. The system informs him that the Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened, and he's obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to check unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watches in surprise, the Nornir system activates the detection skill. In another place, a close combat match occurs and is soon concluded after a guy named An Hoyeon beats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Hoyeon is, but clarify that the difference in his talent and that of his opponent is too obvious, which is the reason why they say he's a future S-rank raider. When Hoyeon leaves the fighting ground, his father commends him for having done a good job. However, his father warns him not to get excited because this was an obvious win. With no excitement in his eyes, Hoyeon states that he knows, so his father proposes he goes to prepare for the next planned activity and asks him to go take a shower. While he's in the shower, Hoyeon thinks about how he despises this tiresome life where his own opinion and desires don't matter. The raider that he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when it turned out this way. In the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Mistletoe, with a growth-type rating, which is a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Balder. It grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception once equipped. The Mana Perception skill is rated A, and it raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jaehyun is excited, but he wonders if this is one of the Nornir system's tricks. And as he keeps following the light, he walks past Hoyeon. While Hoyeon stands by, his father picks several pieces of equipment for him. When Hoyeon asks if they need to buy this much, his father insists that they will all be of use to him since he's someone who will become an S-rank raider, and he doesn't need to be too stingy about such things. Hoyeon further protests that spending this much will affect his mom's hospital fee for this month, but his father silences him. His dad insists that it is for him to worry about, and his job is to just focus on training, so Hoyeon agrees with his dad as usual. While his dad continues buying, the boy wonders what the heck he's doing there. While he follows his dad through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing in this store. Meanwhile, Hoyeon pays them no attention as some of them try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is truly the raider life he envisioned. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey stuck in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and patted him on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long in front of his father's wish to make use of it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he's merely a tool that continuously does as his father says. He wonders if he can last for 3 years at Mills Academy when he's this pathetic. While they're walking around, a message comes through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred in the vicinity of the department store, and monsters have appeared. They're told the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they're asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signal to the people to follow them and try to calm them down. As Hoyeon's father goes towards the evacuation, he asks Hoyeon why he's just standing behind and not following. His father reminds him that he's a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mill's enrollment event. He warns Hoyeon that he won't gain anything from getting involved, but Hoyeon still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to quickly take care of the monsters, but while they're on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who don't have the strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he dashes in the opposite direction as his father orders him to come back. To Hoyeon, this is his chance to prove that he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he has to make sure to know if his current self is anything like what he longed to show his mother when he was younger. While running, he has to pause when he runs into a group of gruesome-looking goblins who look both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he just stands, and sweat starts to trickle down his face, and his body doesn't move at all like he had envisioned. The only movement from him is the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as one goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous and had dreamt of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is scared of them. But before the monster can reach him, Jae-hyun stomps it into the ground. Hoyeon watches in surprise, and he trips on his backside while this strange new person asks him if he's on Hoyeon. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the store with 50,000 won from his own money when Hana called out to him in a panic. She asks him what is wrong and why he suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner, but she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jae-hyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people, but he doesn't explain it to her, and he says it's nothing. While he's talking, the announcement comes through the speakers about the dungeon break that occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana can respond, our boy runs off again and breaks through the department store window to jump outside. Leaping downwards, he sees the group of goblins right under him. When he lands on the ground, he rains down several holy arrows on the monsters, taking down several of them instantly. As the others watch him in confusion, Jae-hyun realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without any casualties, but he tears through their little goblin flesh with his lightning chain, and more onslaughts of holy arrows. As he jumps across the city, he finds Hoyeon ambushed by several goblins, and he leaps on the stupid goblin that's about to clap the boy. Confused, Jae-hyun asks the boy if he's on Hoyeon. Our boy hadn't expected that he would meet the unfortunate genius at a place like this. An Hoyeon, who's still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't reply and informs him that he'll be needing his help. While Jae-hyun is still talking, Hoyeon notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch and tells him he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the upper body of the zombie-like knife through butter. Hoyeon's eyes widen, but Jae-hyun tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks him if he's just going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to get a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Hoyeon heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him disappeared. This is who a raider is, and what he has to do right now is save people. They walk a bit further and run into another group of goblins. Jae-hyun asks Hoyeon if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area, so he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jae-hyun asks him if he can do that, and Hoyeon nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Hoyeon realizes he can't hesitate any longer and has to do whatever he can. He activates his active skill, known as Taunting Roar, and sticks his sword in the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that causes all the monsters in a 50-meter radius to watch him. The Taunting Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jae-hyun realizes that Taunting Roar is a skill higher level than Taunt, and he's surprised that this boy can use it continuously. Jae-hyun recalls his past life and that before he regressed, Hoyeon only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention of whether it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Hoyeon had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jae-hyun believes that a weak temperament can be fixed. As Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, he's certain that Hoyeon is a valuable card that he can make good use of. During the fight, he proposes to Hoyeon that they end this in a jiffy, and the boy excitedly agrees. As Jae-hyun's chains tear through goblin flesh, Hoyeon slices them up. Soon after, the ground is littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what on earth happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were taken care of by the two of them. Glancing at Jae-hyun, Hoyeon says they were, and Raider Kyung-hoon recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous An Hoyeon. Kyung-hoon has heard a lot of people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other guy standing next to Hoyan seems to be of a similar age, but he still can't believe that they took care of these many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hoon confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to the higher-ups. However, Jae-hyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to say the agency took care of things since no one would believe that they were the ones who killed all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hoon states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains that it would only be if there were anyone who saw what went down. Kyung-hoon explains that since they're a governmental organization, it's not something he can take care of any way he wants, but he assures him that he'll keep everything on a down low if he doesn't want to attract any attention. He adds that the boys will receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jae-hyun states that it's fine and proposes that he give all the reward to Hoyan and keep the fact that he was here a secret. Since he's been sponsored by Manhwa, he's not lacking money either way, and it's better not to attract too much attention with the Mills enrollment coming up. Also, he considers this as a way of having An Hoyan in his debt, which would be much more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hoon asks them if that's all, but as Jae-hyun is about to leave, Hoyan asks him what he means by what he said since he's the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains to him that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he doesn't plan to attract the interest of his father this close to the Mills enrollment. He didn't pay attention to it before he regressed, since his combat aptitude was so low, but he plans to pay attention to it now. His father still doesn't know that he shifted his focus to magic, and he doesn't know what problems might occur if he learns of his actions. Right now, he decides he needs to lie low, because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needs to grow strong where that man can't see him, and wait for the very last moment before ripping his throat out. Meanwhile, Hoyan wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this by himself, so it's not right for him to take this person's credit like this. But with this money, he might be able to relieve his mother's disease, even if just a little bit. He wanted to be a raider that wouldn't have to stand in shame before others, but if, because of that, he missed a chance and his mother were to pass away, he doesn't know if he would be able to hold on. Jae-hyun watches him, and he figures that Hoyan's trouble with accepting this doesn't seem to be his pride, and he wonders if there's another reason. To help him choose, Jae-hyun asks him to think carefully because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life, so Hoyan agrees that he's right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitates like this, and his mother dies. Eventually, he assures Jae-hyun that he'll pay back this debt someday. As Jae-hyun proceeds to take his leave, Hoyan asks him for his name and contact number. Jae-hyun notices he's speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminds him he doesn't have to since they're the same age, but he informs him that they're both prospective cadets at the Mills Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung are seen in the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spot Hoyan, whom they refer to as the Genius Warrior, and they speculate that he's a totally different species from them. They notice a beautiful lady behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo Ina. Our boy notices that Ina is already gathering attention, as is expected of someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Seo Ina over to his side as well, he would have more cards to use. But the only problem is that she's different from the others, so there's no need to force things right now, especially since he already knows other resourceful people. Suddenly, Yoo-jung interrupts Jae-hyun's thinking by saying it's disgusting to keep staring at Seo Ina like that, no matter how pretty she is, but Jae-hyun asks her what nonsense she's spouting. Soon after, a man steps on the podium and tells the new cadets of Mills Academy that it's nice to meet them. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Ja-in, and our boy recognizes the face of the chairman from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind because he had done something wrong to Kim Yoo-jung. He turns to her and tells her to be resolute because no one knows what might happen at Mills, but she wonders why he's suddenly saying that and assures him that she's going to do really well. After enrolling, Kim Yoo-jung was a genius who made it to the top 3 of the magician's ranking, and Jae-hyun assures himself that he won't let her die this time. Chairman Gu Ja-in announces that they'll now begin the Mills Academy's entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that there is a special event prepared, a game where the seniors and the freshmen steal each other's name tags in a demiplane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will now begin, a magic circle appears under their feet, which startles the students. As Yoo-jung jumps away because she's startled, our boy grabs her hands because it's dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Seung-jae recalls that today is Jae-hyun's entrance ceremony, and Seong-eun wonders if it's time already because she wanted to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realizes he won't be able to see the message anymore and asks manager Seung-jae if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He affirms that it will happen in the demiplane for 3 days. Seong-eun considers that it's a shame that she won't be able to contact Jae-hyun for another 3 days. but Sungjai informs her he figured this would happen, so he sent a message in her stead. Excited, the guildmaster asks him if Jaehyun replied. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and the others are transported to the demi-plane, and he asks Yoo-jung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she's alright. When he looks behind him, he sees Seo Ina, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born as a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was someone who changed people's perception of magicians and became an S-rank raider, following in Seongun's footsteps. In the Manhwa Guild, manager Sungjai informs Seongun that Jaehyun has replied that they don't worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gather to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seok-gi, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Hoyeon is so promising that he's getting attention even abroad. Seok-gi mentions that Seo Ina, Kim Young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their career paths haven't been updated yet. However, the chairman tells Seok-gi not to bother because there's no point in hearing about those who changed their paths at this point since their institution isn't so easygoing, and such whimsical people can't last long here. The cadets who enroll in Mills Academy are quite talented on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believes the average talents just become a stepping stone for the geniuses in the end, and they don't need to give an opportunity to such cadets. Sometimes, an awakened who meets an enemy they cannot defeat or comes to face death can gain another chance known as a reawakening. Chairman Jain believes he has to train one A-rank raider even if it costs him throwing away 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role is to pick out the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt takes place in a man-made demi-plane created with magic. Within this space, it is possible to carry out things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, around 5% of cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult and lets them realize just how limited their abilities are. In the demi-plane, Chairman Jain's face appears on a screen, and he proceeds to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demi-plane, they can only use skills that are C rank or below, and every time they steal someone's name tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all facilities within Mills, it's good to have more of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills, but the chairman didn't say anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explains that all skills used will be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jaehyun considers these rules as nonsense because not only does the chairman not say a thing about unique skills, but he doesn't mention any limits on stats. What the chairman wants is obviously to filter out the useless ones and pick out the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoo-jung and proposes they get going because they need to find a shelter since they have to stay here for 3 days. In this demi-plane, there are several things that can be used for survival, such as traps that reduce people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you wanted to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important out of all those. While they walk, Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seo Ina along since she's also a magic cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jaehyun that Yoo-jung would say something rational at a time like this, because it really would be better for them to team up with Seo Ina. However, she isn't a variable that he can control. Although everything he knows about her is from the news, he recalls having heard something that occurred on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her senses in anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jaehyun informs Yoo-jung that it's not something they can easily decide on because there's no way to say for certain that Ina won't betray them. Moreover, he notes that the girl is wary of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoo-jung mentions that from the way she sees it, Ina is just like Jaehyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, she walks up to Ina and asks her if she would like to come with them since they're both magicians too. Ina doesn't speak for a while, so Yoo-jung mentions that the event is unfair to freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. Ina seems to reason with her, but she mentions that it seems like they'll have to leave the decision of moving together for later, and Yoo-jung soon realizes that they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shin Ju-shang, mentions that it seems like they'll have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, Kwon Soyul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jaehyun, she's shocked because she can't feel anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoojung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jaehyun that they escape from there first, but our boy insists that they have to catch them now, because if they don't, they won't be able to escape from them. From what Jaehyun remembers, Kwon Soil has a particular ability that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might round up other seniors and attack them together. Jushang tells Soil that once they get a lot of points this time, he's going to eat a ton of good food. But Soil warns him not to be careless because there's something strange about Jaehyun. However, Jushang summons his sword and states that Jaehyun is just a freshman, and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells Soil to watch him take care of them all in an instant, so he dashes forward. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, and when Jushang swings his sword at him, he only bends backwards to dodge. The fact that our boy is able to dodge his attack surprises Jushang, and Soil calls Jushang a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said something is off about the boy. Our boy realizes that it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Jushang tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman who's skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jaehyun that he's just a magic freshman and goes in for another attack, but Jaehyun dodges it again. Annoyed, the senior continues to land several sword strikes, but none of them touch him. Eventually, Jushang starts to sweat, and he wonders why he can't seem to land an attack on the boy. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and commends his skills. As our boy inches closer to the sweating senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks him how on earth he was able to survive with such a physique all this time. Finally, Jaehyun crushes the sword in his hand, much to the surprise of Seo Ina. Our boy tells Jushang that he'll let him go if he leaves his name tag behind right now and starts a 3-second countdown. Since his sword has been broken before his eyes, Yunsang begins to shiver. He can't believe that an ordinary magic freshman is able to overpower him with such an aura. When Junsang doesn't respond, Jaehyun tells him not to say he didn't give him a chance because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift movement, Jaehyun lands a startling punch at Junsang's jaw and knocks him backward towards Soil. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announces that Shin Junsang has been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jae-hyun has obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors, named Jong Yesu, is shocked that it's not An Hoyun but an unknown person named Min Jae-hyun. She asks another instructor named Park Hajun if there's a problem somewhere. But Hajun, who is equally surprised, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Hajun asks another instructor named Kim Ji-yeon if there's any problem on her end either, but there isn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk develops on Chairman Jaehyun's face, and he seems drawn to Min Jae-hyun. Inside the demiplane, Soil demands to know what on earth Jae-hyun is, but our boy informs Yoojung to get ready so they can take care of the other senior too, and he asks her to accept the party invite he'll send soon. As Yoojung equips herself, she wonders if Jae-hyun was always this strong. Ina equips herself also, and Soil curses at the stupid Junsang, who has made things much more complicated. Even without the monstrous boy who took out Yunsang, 3-on-1 is too dangerous. She decides that she has to get rid of at least one of them and get away from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashes toward Yoojung, who becomes startled. Jaehyun considers that Junsang didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a rush attack, then make an opening to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoojung were just an ordinary person. To Soil's surprise, Yoojung activates her binding to attack Soil, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reach her, Yoojung creates a barrier around herself. Jaehyun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too hard for Yoojung to take on a senior all by herself. And as he proceeds to help, Ina activates something called the Holy Light of Alfheim. Ina uses the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows that this is Ina's unique skill, and it's called the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina rains several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Soil falls to the ground, she realizes that all 3 students were monsters and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Kwon Soil has been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yoojung obtains 50,000 points, while Ina also gets 50,000. After taking down the senior, Ina turns to the others and asks them if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yoojung tells her she didn't because she was able to win because of her. Eventually, Ina asks her if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes that he may need to update the information he has on Seo Ina. It's clear that she's reserved, distrusting, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the 3 of them that they've formed a party and placed Jaehyun as the leader of the party. Sometime later, close to a shelter at the Nightmare Forest, some footprints are evident, and some students figure out that people have passed that way before, and it seems like they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who were able to eliminate Kwon So-yul and Shin Jun-sung, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye around this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay holed up in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yoo-jung appears nearby, and one of the seniors named Kim Sung-hoon is punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. One other senior notices Yoo-jung running away and signals the rest, so they run after her. However, Yoo-jung is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she's relieved that things are going smoothly. She soon turns to them and tells them that they're like dogs going after a bone, so she asks if they aren't embarrassed to be moving in such a big group, and the angry seniors ask her to stop right there. However, Yoo-jung keeps running away as she considers their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jae-hyun had told them that although shelters may be a safe place, they can't stay there the whole time because they need to find food and they need to obtain points. The girls are surprised, but our boy plainly tells them that they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yoo-jung keeps running until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can reduce one's abilities. She's glad that she's found it and has succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she becomes worried that her endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Using the wind boost skill, she blasts herself far away from them and leaves things in Jae-hyun's hands. When the seniors enter the area, they're informed that they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jae-hyun had visited Jae-sang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sang informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best way since it's common in the nightmare forest, but it's only useful as a cure and can't prevent the effect. If you're already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of good use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are. As they watch Yoo-jung run away, the system informs them that they have entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signals to their leader Ji-hyuk that this is pretty dangerous, so he suggests that they retreat, but Ji-hyuk angrily sets his sights on Yoo-jung, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really saying they should give up when they've gotten this far, but the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make a mistake now, so they suggest they stop chasing. However, Ji-hyuk insists that Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, referring to Yoo-jung, so they shouldn't be saying such bullcrap right now. The cautious one among them reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their opponent is a freshman because it would be of no use if they also end up paralyzed. Because the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures the others that the brat will be paralyzed too. He orders one of them, named Park Sung-hyuk, to stay here and steer clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them follow him to get the girl. He believes that all of their petty tricks will be useless, even though he knows that they're probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack them. He believes that they're looking down on him too much. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare to try to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they catch up to brat Yoo-jung, and Ji-hyuk tells her that a shitty brat like her really made them work for it. He asks her where she's going to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them they're all done for. Yoo-jung asks which of them cursed at her and asks the person to raise his hand. And as the men dash towards her with their weapons, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's acting arrogant to the end. When the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yoo-jung protests to Jae-hyun that he had said they were going to look for something important, but there's nothing where they're looking but trees. He asks her to wait a while because they're in the right place while he drains some ash tree sap. Yi-jun points out that they must have noticed that this event is more advantageous to warriors, and Ina agrees that being able to use C-rank skills and below is a big restriction to magicians who rely heavily on skills. For warriors, who have great physiques already, the restriction in the demiplane is useless. Yoo-jung laments that it's still alright for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills are sealed, and the best she can do is buff spells and basic skills. When she asks what she should do, Jae-hyun explains that they need to make a plan by using those basic skills as efficiently as possible, so he asks her if she knows how to use the skill called Change. Yoo-jung proudly tells him she can and reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory. Ina mentions that Change is a spell that swaps one's location with that of a designated party member, so she asks him what plan he's going to make with it. When he's done retrieving the ash tree sap, he tells the ladies that they can do something pretty fun with Change using the sap. In the present, Jae-hyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. On the field where Yoo-jung is, Ji-hyuk calls Yoo-jung a crazy B-word because she really burst one of the spores, but Yoo-jung activates her Change skill and passes the baton to someone else. As she disappears, she informs them that it's no longer her turn anymore, and Jae-hyun appears where she disappeared and pushes his leg into Ji-hyuk's face, stating that it's his turn now. Our boy breaks the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, then later lands on the ground. Ji-hyuk lands on the ground still paralyzed and begins to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asks Jae-hyun if he thinks that everything will go according to plan, and he calls him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. He informs Jae-hyun that he figured he would do something like this, so he left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promises him that they're done for once the spores dissipate. Before he can finish his statement, Jae-hyun informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Confused, Ji-hyuk says he's saying bull, but a scream soon erupts from the spot they left Sung-hyuk in, and the system announces to them that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Sung-hyuk lays on the ground with Ina's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina. Ji-hyuk lays on the ground confused, and Jae-hyun reminds him that he told him that his friend won't be coming. Extremely angry, Ji-hyuk blurts out that they're still in the same situation for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once he's paralyzed. While he's still talking, our boy takes a step forward and asks him what he means by them being in the same situation. That sight shocks the heck out of Si-hyuk, and he wonders how this boy is moving right now. He protests that this is impossible, and Jae-hyun agrees with him that it is. However, Jae-hyun asks him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's Blessing completely negates any abnormal inflictions on him. Now sweat begins to drip from Si-hyuk's face, and he warns Jae-hyun to stay away from him. But the others soon watch the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announces that player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated, and players Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina have obtained 100,000 points. When that's taken care of, our boy smiles at the 3 people left, and as they plead that he stop, he takes out all 3 of them, and the team obtains 100,000 points 3 times again. Instructor Yisu can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking soon updates with Min Jae-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina at second, An Ho-yeon on second, 2 people named Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Yu-won on 5th, and someone named Jang Ho-san on 7th. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost vomits, but when Ina comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both head out, Ina comments that Jae-hyun seems to know a lot about magic, and he's never read that one could use the change skill like this in the books. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jae-hyun became a magician, and that's why she's the one who taught him theory. Surprised, Ina asks her if she means that Jae-hyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung affirms that and tells her that Jae-hyun was pretty devoted to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that intrigues Yoo-jung is that Jae-hyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he will get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they run into him, and our boy asks them how the paralysis is because it seems neither of them has had any trouble. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's expected, even though she only just ran like hell and cast 1 spell. She turns to Ina and asks if she's also fine, and Ina replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jae-hyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She adds that he usually looks stupid, but he looks a bit different today. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs her cheeks and asks her who she's calling stupid, and asks if she has the right to be saying something like that. Ina simply watches them messing around, and she wonders why Yoo-jung called Jae-hyun stupid, and notices she thinks he looks pretty handsome. While they're both still messing around, Ina is caught off guard by her thinking and realizes this isn't the time to be thinking about something like that. And as a tear rolls down her cheek, she recalls that she has to be careful. Later, they return to their shelter, and Jae-hyun proceeds to make some sort of concoction. Ina approaches him and asks what he's making, so he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned to make it from an older brother of his just in case he needs it, and he recalls Jae-song crying over him murdering his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to do it. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun how he can know someone that can teach him such things when he doesn't even have friends, and he taunts her by asking if she has many friends aside from him. The comment stings, and Yoo-jung laments that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ina tells Jae-hyun that he's really amazing, and it's like he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled that it's like he's lived a decade more. Confused, Jae-hyun doesn't say anything, and he wonders how she got such great intuition since she was able to get the timing right. Eventually, Yoo-jung butts in and says it's time to stop chatting because they need to eat if they plan to get anything done tomorrow. She tells our boy to wait and see because she'll go and make something, but he tells her not to bother since they can eat some of the fruits they foraged. Annoyed, Yoo-jung asks why he said that and asks if he doesn't trust her. So our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookie she made during home economics in middle school if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yoo-jung recalls that they seem to be purple, so Ina asks her if she put in some blueberry jam. However, Jaehyun clarifies that that's not the case, but Yoojung can't cook, and he recalls how they had to call the teacher because he passed out after eating the cookie. To clarify things, he states that he can't cook either, so Ina mentions that she knows a little about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she can cook, so she says she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she ties up her hair to start cooking, our boy recalls that there was never much information on Seo Ina's family life. Since she just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there's some circumstance around her parents. After a short while, Ina finishes her cooking and serves it to the others. When Yoojung tastes it, she hugs Ina and declares that the food tastes delicious. Jaehyun also keeps munching and agrees that the food is delicious, and he's surprised they can eat something this good at a place like this. The compliments from them warm Ina's heart, and a smile forms on her face because it's been a while since she felt like this. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seok-gi mentions that the much-anticipated cadet, An Hoyeon, is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are magicians, which is truly incredible, and Instructor Yisu still wonders if there's a possibility that it's a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Ja-in, on the other hand, seems to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't seem to wrap his head around this new situation. A party with only 3 magicians is leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Excited, the chairman asks Instructor Kim Ji-yeon to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watches Jae-hyun kick into Si-hyuk's face when he appears. He's enthralled by the fact that the boy could have such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he has the ability to overwhelm warriors. Just calling him a magician or even a freshman is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Hajun calls out to the chairman and explains that he's brought the profile of Jae-hyun that he requested, but he's not sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks him what he means by that, and when Hajun begins to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows the profile that displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he's a warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal grin, and he finally says that this is very good. He states that he wants to personally see how talented this Jae-hyun is, and Instructor Seok-gi asks him if he's saying that he wants to interfere personally. The chairman zooms in on Hoyeon and proposes that they make an interesting scenario, so Instructor Seok-gi mentions that he'll prepare everything. Inside the demiplane, Jae-hyun's group keeps taking out other people and keeps earning points. At one point, Yoojung is surprised that they've earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jae-hyun replies that this is good because it's certain that they're in 1st place. However, Yoojung asks him if they really have to leave their shelter, so Jae-hyun replies that it can't be helped because the seniors are too afraid to come there anymore. Ina agrees with Jae-hyun that they need to move if they want to gain more points. Eventually, Yoojung agrees with both of them and asks what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt is. Ina informs her that it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep going, our boy senses something, so he signals the ladies to get ready because someone's coming. While they're standing, someone blasts past them, and Jae-hyun notices that this power seems to be way more than the level they're restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable and that the restriction on the player is broken. Jae-hyun tells the new fellow that he didn't think they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the fellow who has been loosed from his restriction is Hoyeon. When he asks Hoyeon what he's doing, he doesn't reply and keeps looking at the ground, so Jae-hyun wonders if he's unable to hear his voice. Ina warns Jae-hyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy's in his right mind, and it's like he's being controlled by something. So, our boy suddenly recalls that this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar happened back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gu Jian's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was arrested, Jian created a horrible event to turn the world's attention away from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gu Jian escaped. For Jaehyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoojung lost her life. In the present, Hoyeon activates his sword, and Jaehyun realizes that he needs to get Hoyeon to return to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a sub-quest to save the cadet under mind control is given. His job is to break the spell off the cadet under the mind control spell and save him. The difficulty is C-ranked, and the reward is 1 blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jaehyun is surprised by the sub-quest but is more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of getting a blank card that he can use to copy another person's abilities excites him, and Yoo-jung tells him she'll help him. But he tells her he's fine and asks the ladies to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can get some points while they're at it. Yoo-jung stands there confused, and she reminds him that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't defeat him all by himself. But our boy only smiles at her and asks her if she thinks he can't. For a while, Ina hesitates, but she finally agrees to leave, and Yoo-jung is shocked by the fact that she's agreeing with Jae-hyun. Frustrated, Yoo-jung decides to play along and suggests they go gain points like he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She rushes into the woods and drags Ina, who is still looking at Jae-hyun, and she asks him to beat Hoyeon up or steal his name tag and then come find them. After the ladies leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take too long. A few hours ago, after Hoyeon just took out one of the seniors, he wonders if his last kill made a total of 600,000 points. He's glad that he managed to survive for 2 days and knows he just has to hold on for one more day. Since he's in 4th place, he wonders how 1st place is still out of his reach even after he had worked pretty hard, and realizes this is what is expected of Meal's Academy. The fact that Jae-hyun ranked 1st as a magician in a situation where his skills are restricted, and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well, impresses him. However, he decides that he can't lose either, and he still has to work hard because there's still time. While he's thinking, Chairman Ja-in appears to him on the screen and informs him that he would like him to personally help him with something. The chairman uses his indoctrination skill on him and tells him he has a small favor to ask him. After Hoyeon's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues him a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overtakes him, he wonders what he's doing where he is. Soon after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately realizes that he has to take out Jae-hyun. In the present, Hoyeon employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascendance. He dashes towards Jae-hyun once more and tries to cut him down, but our boy is able to dodge his attack. Jae-hyun doesn't think Hoyeon was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continues to dodge each of his attacks. It seems to him that Hoyeon has become unrecognizably skilled. As Hoyeon tries to smash his shield into him again, Jae-hyun jumps backward and avoids the impact. He knows that he'll lose if this fight is determined by both of their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our boy blasts himself backward with a gush of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Hoyeon blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jae-hyun enough time to circle to his back before he brings down the shield. Our boy tries to use some lightning magic on him, but before he can hit him, Hoyeon turns back and moves backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprises Jae-hyun because Hoyeon was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jae-hyun realizes that his opponent has an innate battle sense, and this isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem is that Jae-in is watching them. Even if he can't see the chairman, he reasons that he's probably got an evil grin on while watching what he does against the talented warrior An Hoyeon. This time, Jae-hyun smiles, and he considers that it would be such a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises to make the show an expensive one. When Jae-hyun begins his display, Instructor Yisu wonders if she's seeing things correctly. It's unbelievable that our boy, who is a magician, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior, but now he's overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent is the said genius warrior, An Hoyeon. On the field, Jae-hyun seems to be using his lightning chain skill, and Yisu considers all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this boy is doing that since a magician can't win against a warrior, and that is something that has always been carved into her mind as she walked down this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in watches with keen interest when Jae-hyun injures Hoyeon, and he begins to plead. In the demi-plane, Hoyeon crouches by his sword, and Jae-hyun tells him that he wasn't planning to go this far, but he promises him that he's tough and he'll recover quickly. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a look upwards at the instructors since he knows they're watching. Then he activates his flash bomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and stops the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the meal's control room, Instructor Seok-gi turns to Ji-yeon and demands to know what happened to their screen. But the chairman realizes that something is wrong, so he grabs the remote out of her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back up. Instructor Ji-yeon mentions that it seems that Jae-hyun used a spell to block their sight, but Ja-in recognizes that he used flash bomb, and he wonders out loud if this is how Jae-hyun wants to do things. He immediately summons Instructor Seok-gi, and he asks him to bring Jae-hyun to his office after the event ends. Worried, Seok-gi asks the chairman if it's all right for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense chairman places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jae-hyun, who was already in a situation of victory, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seok-gi replies that it would be because Jae-hyun knows how to raise his worth. In the demiplane, Hoyeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb blocks everything. Eventually he walks up to Hoyeon and places a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allows Jaehyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyeon's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jaehyun. Still smiling, our boy asks him if he's feeling better, and Hoyeon attempts to get up and says he's feeling better, but he soon collapses to the ground because of the violent pain that runs through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain and reminds him that he attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyeon doesn't seem to remember attacking him. He asks why on earth he would do that, so Jaehyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyeon asks him what he means by mind control, but when he thinks about it, he recalls seeing a face that he can't remember clearly, and hearing a voice he can't remember either. However, it doesn't make sense to Hoyeon because spells like that, to even control someone for even a short period of time, are usually over A rank, but they had told them that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jaehyun informs him that he doesn't know because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Hoyeon remains silent for a while and considers that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demiplane. Eventually he asks Jaehyun if he knows who could have intervened if that is the case, or why they would do something like this, but Jaehyun tells him he doesn't. However, he adds that if whoever did this could do something like this, they're probably someone most wouldn't dare go against. Jaehyun doesn't want to spell it out to him, but he knows that as they go through more experiences at Miles, Hoyeon will also figure out for himself what kind of person Gu Ja-in is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jaehyun has cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he's received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyeon attempts to get up. He realizes his body is a mess, but Jaehyun doesn't have a single injury, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Hoyeon says he has nothing to say for himself and apologizes for what happened. But Jaehyun jokingly tells him not to be gross, and says he'll be leaving now since Hoyeon can move around. Before he leaves, Jaehyun wishes them both success in the remaining time, and as he turns around, Hoyeon stops him and offers him his name tag. Confused, Jaehyun asks him what he's doing and reminds him that he'll be eliminated if he doesn't have his name tag. Regardless, Hoyeon states that it doesn't matter and informs him that he's been able to earn quite a bit of points, even though it's not as much as Jaehyun has been able to earn. However, because he lost, he believes that the name tag belongs to Jaehyun. After he tosses the name tag to Jaehyun, he tells him that he lost this time, but it'll be different next time, and he promises to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyeon disappears, the demiplane system announces that he's been eliminated, and it awards 10,000 points to Jaehyun's team. For a moment, our boy just stands there staring at the name tag that he recognizes is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth a lot more than that because Hoyeon was born with the combat talent that he coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledges him. He's experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on another level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was weak as hell and stepping forward. Sometime after that, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points that everyone has earned. Jaehyun earns the highest number of points on record, which is a startling 1.53 million points, and he's soon transported back to the real world. When the students appear back in the real world, our boy considers that 1.53 million points aren't so bad, but Yoo-jung immediately busts his ass for not being much happier since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Ina to get some support, but Ina laments about how they would have been able to get 1.6 million points if they had just stayed one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are really insane. She tries to cheer them up by saying that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be kind of similar to real currency value. It's safe to say that they've just earned about 15.3 million won, which is approximately $12,000, and Yoo-jung almost drops her jaw. When Ina hears that, she's shocked that it was such a huge amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's first, but they have 1.48 million points at second, and they should also get bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yoo-jung grab Jaehyun, and he tries to shake her off and explains that the bonus point is about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money makes Yoo-jung light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts to twirl Ina around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they dance, Ina is shocked that they got 2.48 million points and won 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jaehyun tries to stop them from dancing because it's embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with contempt. However, the girls continue to sing until instructor Seoki enters the room to greet everyone. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the 3 top winners he has something to speak to the 3 of them about. To get some privacy, he asks that they go somewhere else, so Jaehyun asks him if it's related to the amount of points they got during the hunt, and when he nods, Jaehyun follows him hastily. The ladies don't follow him, so they ask to know where they're going first. However, Jaehyun already knows, and he tells them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seoki affirms his prediction, informing them that they've been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our boy takes his seat and crosses his legs. He asks where the chairman is, and makes a comment that the one who called them here isn't even present, which makes Seoki angry, but he has no choice but to control himself. The ladies, who are following behind, wonder why Jaehyun is suddenly acting like that, and they stand speechless until Seoki tells them to also take their seats. When they sit down, the chairman enters and apologizes to them for being late. The 2 ladies stand up, and Yoo-jung loudly introduces herself, and Ina follows suit, while Jaehyun just sits there. The chairman cheerfully tells them that he knows who they are, and Yoo-jung revels in that. Jaehyun tells the chairman that he's late and he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the ladies, and even Seoki becomes tense as he wonders if this kid has lost his mind. A moment of silence continues in the office for a short time until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to talk to them, but Jaehyun immediately tells him that they're actually the ones who have no excuse since he called them out right after coming out of the demi-plane for 3 days without giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tenses again, but this time he just laughs. Jaehyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures that it's because he's interested in the people in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulates them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jaehyun, who took first place. When he says that, Jaehyun says it's all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to do it all by himself. That comment makes the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no wish to show off his abilities. He finally agrees with Jaehyun but comments that he's also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they beat the freshman hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he claps and comments that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thank him for the compliment. But Jaehyun asks him where he's driving at, which makes Yoo-jung worried again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explains that the Mills Academy would like to offer them a few special privileges. First, a suite room from the dormitory buildings within the academy will be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually need to be reserved in advance. Third, if they ever are unable to get a satisfactory score in the school tests, they will get a chance to retake the test. After listing out the offer, the chairman asks them what they think and explains that they will be signing a partnership contract with Mila's Academy should they agree to their offer. But Jaehyun states that he rejects the offer before the chairman finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound nice, but those are all things they can earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Mila's is very much a meritocracy after all, so he doesn't think they should get them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he grabs the offer out of the chairman's hands and starts reading through the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mila's, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks pretty grim until Jaehyun finally tells the chairman that this isn't to reward them, but to strike them down. When he asks the chairman if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a while and says there's nothing he can do about it if that's what Jaehyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced into signing a contract. He tells them that he leaves the decision up to the 3 of them, and the ladies look at each other to read how the other person is reacting to the whole thing. After a short pause, Yoo-jung apologizes and states that she would like to decline the offer, and so does Ina. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulge out in anger. Eventually, he says that it's a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it, so he locks his gaze onto Jaehyun using his indoctrination skill and asks him if he still does not plan to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that something strange has infiltrated his mind. Jaehyun had been expecting this, but he's soon told by the system that he's completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that is happening, our boy hands Hell his blank card and uses its power because he had only annoyed the chairman in the first place to get him to use his power. For a moment, the chairman just sits there puzzled as to why he didn't get a reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him they'll be leaving now, and the Nornir system informs him that he's acquired the skill called Indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination. Jaehyun gets up and proposes to the ladies that they leave, especially since they're all tired from spending 4 days in the demi-plane. After Jaehyun leaves the office, Yoo-jung asks the men to have a nice day, and Ina, who is still confused, tells them they'll be leaving first. When the students finally leave, Jaehyun asks instructor Seok-gi to leave. When he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman can resist his unique skill, and he finds this really interesting. Outside, Jaehyun asks the ladies if they're really fine with refusing Jaehyun's offer. Yoo-jung confesses that she was a bit tempted at first, but she later decided Jaehyun was right with whatever he said, because it was obvious that Jaehyun was going to sweet-talk them into agreeing and take advantage of them since they're so young. Ina agrees that she didn't also like the contract, and she thinks rejecting it was the best choice. Apart from that, she feels that it's better to earn things with their own hands than to start off with privileges. Jaehyun listens to Ina intently, and he considers her reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks them if they also noticed that something was really strange about Chairman Jaehyun, because his expression was totally sickening when they rejected his offer. Ina mentions that she thought so too, and she also mentions that the chairman and instructor Seok-gi never said a word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jaehyun listens to them talk, and he notes that Ina has really good instincts. Eventually, she asks Jaehyun if he knows anything about Chairman Jaehyun by any chance, so he asks her why she'd think that. Ina replies that he's always pretty calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she bugs Jaehyun to tell them if he knows something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he tells them that he's also not certain, so it's hard to tell them anything. But he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, Ina walks up to him and asks if they can't trust him too. And while Jaehyun pauses, Yoo-jung steps behind Ina with an eerie look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jaehyun either. She points out Jaehyun's fierce look and narrates how he once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home, and Jaehyun asks her why she's suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him a jerk, reminding him of how hard a time she had back when it happened. Eventually, our boy manages to get Yoo-jung off him, and he suggests they go into rest since the sun has set. When it's time for them to separate, Ina doesn't look like she wants to leave, so she asks them if they'll be parting ways here. For a moment, an awkward silence occurs, and Yoo-jung just looks at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugs them both and asks why it feels like a teen romance over here, so she asks them to make room for her too. Jaehyun, however, drags her away and points her to the girls' dormitory, then asks her to go get some rest. She eventually agrees to go rest, and Ina follows behind, but she reminds Jaehyun to rest well before she leaves. Our boy soon heads to the boys' dormitory. When he gets to the door, he realizes it's been a while since he's been here. He recalls the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually goes to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years are those without talent, so he hopes to find a new place as soon as class is over the next day, because experiencing hell once was plenty enough. The next day, Jaehyun goes for a run and eventually stops after he feels he's done enough for a warm-up. He turns around towards the dormitory so he can start getting ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshmen that are magician cadets gather in a room, and their assigned instructor for the basic mana acclamation, Kim Ji-yeon, comes to introduce herself. While she talks, Jaehyun frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he doesn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon, even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy. The instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seok-gi that were greedy for the crumbs Jaehyun was willing to throw them. Ji-yeon mentions that she's sure that most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors open behind her, she explains that the reason is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors that seem to be exposing a mana cube, and they hope they're not saying they have to go in there. While they lament that this is too difficult for a first class, Jaehyun considers that this mana cube feels similar to the mana cube he saw before, but it has way less mana. Instructor Ji-yeon explains to them that what they're looking at right now is called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that can normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explains that it is close to impossible to break out of a mana cube, and that is why they prepared this. The odd thing is that our boy had broken out of a mana cube at his guild. The mana room is divided into many sub-rooms. The first room's mana is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana becomes thicker as you go further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet can usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet can reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they will find out what level their mana sensitivity is at. Jiyeon asks the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informs them that they can raise their hand if they have trouble during the test, so they can follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her in. After everyone enters, Instructor Jiyeon notes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble at level 1. She decides that they move to level 2, and when they enter, some of the cadets begin to pant, and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Jiyeon asks the rest that are still standing to follow her to level 3, and when they enter, almost half of the class raises their hands, but Jaehyun, Yoojung, and Ina do not seem to be affected at this point. Instructor Jiyeon asks that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. When those uncomfortable leave, she proposes they move to level 5, and then many more people ask to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other people are taken out due to exhaustion. Yoojung asks Jaehyun if he feels like it's starting to get hard to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina watches Jaehyun and notices that he seems like he's still doing fine, so she decides to try harder. Jiyeon looks around, and she notices there are only 4 cadets remaining. Jaehyun, Yoojung, Ina, and one other guy named Lee Soo-hyuk. They are all cadets that scored high during the freshman hunt. Chairman Ja-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jaehyun and report back to him, but she doesn't plan to simply follow such orders. She soon tells the cadets they'll be moving on to level 7, and the other students wonder who the heck those guys are that are moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reach level 7. When they enter the 7th level, Instructor Jiyeon proposes that they move on to the 8th level and asks any of the cadets if they're having trouble, and no one speaks, even though Yoojung seems to be struggling at this point. The other students are in awe as they watch them move to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jaehyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuates at every moment like it does within a dungeon. Jiyeon knows that geniuses should have trouble starting at this point, and true to her expectations, Soo-hyuk and Yoojung raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Ina begins to sweat, but when neither she nor Jaehyun raise their hands, Instructor Jiyeon has no choice but to move to level 9. When they enter level 9, Ina almost vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jaehyun. When Jiyeon turns around, she's unable to help because she recalled that the chairman had told her that she should never offer any cadet help before they ask, no matter what kind of situation they face. He had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity to a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jaehyun asks Ina if she's alright, and she tells him she is while trembling. At this point, she can't clearly see Jaehyun's face, and she really doesn't want to lose. Everyone Ina knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she won't be able to do anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. She's been told that the weak have no future, and she really desires to be acknowledged at this point, but she finds herself collapsing as Jaehyun tries to hold her up, and she tells him she's lost again. As the assistants take her out, Jaehyun wonders what she meant by losing. When they enter level 10, Instructor Jiyeon asks Jaehyun if he's alright, and she knows even she will begin to have some trouble from here on. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smile on his face, and he states that he's also having some trouble and would like to go out now. When she hears that, Jiyeon asks him to come out with her. As she heads out, she wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of that. When they finally get out, Jiyeon asks the other cadets to clap for Jaehyun because he succeeded in reaching level 10, which means he's on a par with a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up with him, Soo-hyuk glances at Jaehyun with a frown, and Ina doesn't look so happy with herself. Shortly after, our boy asks Ina if she's alright. She tells him she is and apologizes for making them worry, so Jaehyun tells her it's good since nothing serious happened to her. Yoojung asks Jaehyun if he's also alright since he looked pretty unaffected a while ago, and he tells her he is. Then he asks her to take the towel from around her neck because she looks like a construction site worker. The statement riles Yoojung up as expected, and she regrets having been worried about him. While she's ranting, Jaehyun asks her if she's also not in any pain, and she says that the doctors also said she's fine, and she gloats about how fit she is. For a moment, Jaehyun watches Ina. He had thought she was just a bit competitive, but something seems to be different. It seems to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get very hurt this time, but with that kind of personality, it will be hard to control her later. Of course, he doesn't mean to make Ina dance to his tune, but like it's happening with Seongun, Hoyeon, and Jaesung, he has a feeling that Ina's future will change also. He also figures that's also true for Yoojung, and while he glances over at her, she asks him what he's looking at and if she's that pretty. But Jaehyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her, because she could only be saying such nonsense if she's hurt somewhere. As Ina tries to subdue Yoojung from taking revenge, our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have in the future. In this quickly changing environment, he decides that he needs to prepare if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's thinking, Yoojung manages to break free from Ina's grip, and she wraps the towel around Jaehyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to scatter her hair. When he's done, Yoojung begins to curse and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks him if he knows how much time she spent setting her hair this morning and asks him if he has a death wish. However, Jaehyun tells her he's sorry, but he comments that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoys her and she asks him if he's calling her ugly, and it is at that moment that Jaehyun realizes he messed up. He immediately turns around to make a run for it while Yoojung chases after him, while Ina watches them in amusement. Ina considers how the two of them are really close, and when the two friends run past Soohyuk, the guy notices Jaehyun and wonders how the bastard reached level 10. While he's looking, a friend of his named Kim Minsu comes by to say hi and asks him what he's thinking about so deeply. Soohyuk asks Minsu to tell him everything he knows about the guy that's getting his hair pulled out by the lady, and even though Minsu wonders why Soohyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jaehyun is the first guy to get first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soohyuk tells him that he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that came from all of a sudden. But Minsu just shrugs because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soohyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. To him, there's something weird about this Jaehyun guy, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Minsu thinks about how he's not used to this new Soohyuk because he used to know him when he was younger. Eventually, he tells Soohyuk that Jaehyun has already proved himself twice, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious since it's most likely impossible to cheat in meals. However, Soohyuk informs him that there's no way there's someone stronger than him unless they're cheating. That statement stuns Minsu, and he considers that Soohyuk won't win against Ina or Yoojung either, but he doesn't say it out loud. Eventually, he advises Soohyuk that they don't need to become unreasonable, because he won't win against Jaehyun even if he dies and gets resurrected, but the guy doesn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jaehyun has a video call with his delightful teacher, Seongun, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt. Seongun agrees that she did, because it's more interesting to hear it from him directly. Excited, he informs her that he got first place, and that makes Seongun proud. She notices that his apartment seems to be too good for a freshman to have, and suspects that he got a lot of points. Finally, she congratulates him for taking the best first step in Meals Academy, known for being hard to survive. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried that she would scold him if he got second place. That makes her giggle, and she asks him if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she's going to scout them or something, so she tells him that they're considering it and they're planning to reward him for the information he shares. Jaehyun explains that telling her isn't hard, but to think he'll get a reward for something like this, he asks her if she's not being too generous, but she insists that she's doing this because she knows he won't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually, he mentions Ina, Yoojung, and Hoyeon, saying those three are the ones that can be recruited by Yeonhwa. When he hesitates to mention someone else's name, Seongun asks him to speak, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from the upperclassmen. Seongun promises to give him a big welcome. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks of Lee Jae-sang, whom Jaehyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-sin. During the call, she had mentioned to Jaehyun that Jae-sang is not as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Yeonhwa might have some problems with Lee Jae-sin's Zephyr Guild by taking Jae-sang in. With such a risk, Seongun asks Jaehyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he says he does because Jae-sang will become the world's best alchemist in the near future. After they end the call, manager Sung-jae informs her that Guildmaster Ms. Baek Ji-hyun has arrived. Seongun asks him to escort her in, so Ms. Ji-hyun steps in with Yeonju behind her. When they step in, Seongun comments that they arrived exactly on time, so Ji-hyun responds that time is also a very valuable property to a merchant. Ms. Ji-hyun stretches her hand to Guildmaster Seongun and states that it's been a while, but Seongun politely tells her that she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so familiarly and asks her to take a seat. When Ji-hyun has her seat, Seongun, still smiling, asks her what the master of the Curator Guild wants with her. Ji-hyun is amused by Seongun's straight-to-the-point nature and comments that becoming close will really be difficult, but she admits that she also likes it. Eventually, Ji-hyun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising quite well, so she asks how much she can purchase Jaehyun for. Seongun tells her that it's unfortunate that Yeonhwa Guild doesn't think of its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Ji-hyun look somewhere else. However, Jihyun asks her if the child would agree with that, so Seongun tells her there are some things that can't be bought with money, but remarks that she most likely wouldn't know. Eventually, Jihyun replies that she didn't think Seongun would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seongun informs her that her thoughtfulness is quite unpleasant, but Jihyun thinks that's a shame and decides to leave since it's getting late, and Seongun doesn't seem to want to talk to her either. As she gets up to take her leave, Seongun retorts that she's glad that she noticed that she doesn't want to talk to her, and Jihyun jokingly responds that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at the Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the results of the endurance test. An Hoyeon ends up first with 101 points, while Jaehyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy hiss, but he had expected that he won't be able to compare to a combat genius like Hoyeon. However, he doesn't consider second place a bad result. To him, there's no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he hasn't reached his goal. When Jaehyun turns to the ladies, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yoojung eventually asks him what the hell he is, and she asks how a magic raider can get second place and contend with An Hoyeon in an endurance test. When she demands to know how that's even possible, our boy informs her that it's not strange since he started out as a warrior, but that explanation still doesn't satisfy Yoojung. When she tries to protest again, Jaehyun tells her there's no need to focus on only magic so much, and she needs to also focus on her health. That remark makes Yoojung grim again, and she threatens to one day show him he's not as important as he thinks he is, but Ina soon holds her back so she doesn't start another fight. Meanwhile, Instructor Seokgi watches them nearby and he realizes that Jaehyun is a dangerous guy, just like the chairman said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a magician should possess, and that makes Seokgi wonder what on earth he is up to. Soon after, the students hear the bell that signals that their next class is about to start, so Seokgi tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jaehyun recalls this test from the time before he regressed, and he knows it was the test that examined numerous cadets on their talent and made them hit their limit. Seokgi explains that they'll be gathered in a room with top-tier cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jaehyun listens intently, and he realizes that Seokgi is not planning to do this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their pattern of attack, but they will only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time because it's an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Seokgi hands the cadets some objects that look like earphones, and when Yoojung asks, Jaehyun explains to her that they're receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jaehyun's correctness, Seokgi adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and using the projector, creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like there are real monsters present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting hurt. What Seokgi doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain such that they can still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim is not to shock the cadets but to create a certain level of caution to increase their possibility of survival in dungeons. Seokgi explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will be evaluated only up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jaehyun and Soohyuk. Jaehyun considers that it's pretty balanced. While he's thinking, Soohyuk calls out to him and asks him if he's Min Jaehyun. Our boy replies that he is, so Soohyuk tells him that he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he can't just understand. He wonders how a magician can get first place and reveals he believes there's a special reason for that, so he asks Jaehyun to teach it to him. After pausing for a while, Jaehyun asks him if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing, so Soohyuk informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jaehyun smirks and asks him why he didn't just say that his goal from the start was that he wanted to fight with him. Soohyuk, who is also smiling, informs him that it's nice to see that they understand each other. The 2 other ladies on the team become worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like that since they're on the same team. The shorter lady wonders if they'll be alright, so she tries to separate them. But Instructor Seokgi soon calls their team onto the field. When they step into the field, the system begins a 5-second countdown and informs them they'll be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soohyuk decides he needs to step back first to create some distance. Before he can move, Jaehyun dashes forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soo-hyuk asks what the hell he's doing and wonders what Jae-hyun thinks a magician can do at the front line. While Jae-hyun makes his way to the front, he wonders why there are still such taunts aimed at him, but he decides that it'll be best to show a bit of his ability here. After creating some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just one strike, and the others watch him in utmost surprise. Even Seok-gi is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear, but Jae-hyun proceeds to feed his knee to another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he lands on the ground, he initiates an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary magician can't make use of because it's a skill that allows a magician to physically inflict damage. It's useless to magicians since they don't fight close combat. But our boy is a different breed. Soo-hyuk watches in confusion, and he tags Jae-hyun as a psycho. The other ladies still can't believe their eyes, and the system announces that they've completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points have been awarded, with Jae-hyun getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they're faced with a monster called a Dronzer. The sight of the monster intrigues Jae-hyun, and he informs the monster that it's been a while since they met. After a series of fighting and broken grounds, the system announces that they've completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Soo-hyuk considers this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun considers that his performance is not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter ever since he started using the combat technique that Ms. Seongan taught him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk approaches him and asks him what kind of dirty trick he just used, but Jae-hyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soo-hyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy all by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating, but Jae-hyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk stands his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he moves closer and offers to let Soo-hyuk confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jae-hyun a bastard, but before anything can develop, instructor Seok-gi asks the two of them if there's a problem. The instructor's interference stops the building tension, and Soo-hyuk wishes there weren't any instructors here. Our boy eventually turns to walk away, and Soo-hyuk tells him not to think he's won, so our boy tells him he doesn't think he lost either. Before Jae-hyun can leave, Soo-hyuk proposes that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jae-hyun refuses because he has already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jae-hyun had refused to fight Soo-hyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalls having told him that he'll win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decides to go train so he doesn't let Jae-hyun down. Sometime later, Seok-gi and some of the assistant instructors move around. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he's seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other guy says he personally monitored it and that the cadets this year are pretty good. When they start to talk about a magic cadet named Jae-hyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Seok-gi considers that the boy is not merely talented because those practiced movements he showed while fighting at the front line when he's a mere magician are unique. When they enter the chairman's office, Ja-in commends them for their good work, and he proposes that they talk about the results of this year's endurance test. Seok-gi explains that there were a total of 3 cadets who got full points, and those cadets are An Hoyeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. Even among those 3, Jae-hyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor Seok-gi for the information and commends him for working hard. On his screen, Chairman Ja-in goes over footage of Jae-hyun, and a grin develops on his face. He tells Seok-gi that he hopes he'll continue to keep him informed on Jae-hyun's actions and grades, and to tell him immediately if he starts acting strange, to which Seok-gi agrees. The chairman tells them all to keep up the good work, and he asks that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jae-hyun returns to the AR evasion test and completes level 27 of the test. The 27th level seems to be his limit, and this is a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort, so it means he's equal to that much of a force. It turns out that the next event for the freshmen is the Dungeon Practicum, and Jae-hyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the Dungeon Practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were mixed up in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one who survived on his team. Even as he had to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the store to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently in this life. He was unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic life in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he doesn't plan to live the same life all over again. Living a life of regret once was enough. One day before the dungeon practicum begins, the students go to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoojung and Ina approach Jaehyun, and Yoojung asks him what they should do tomorrow since it's their first dungeon practicum. Ina admits that she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jaehyun informs them that everyone feels the same when they enter a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoojung, and she playfully asks if this is not his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a walk or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he's met monsters a few times, and there's one in front of him right now. That causes Yoojung to lose it one more time, and she starts to curse and pound her fists on him. Ina watches them nearby, and their goofiness makes her smile. Eventually, Jaehyun offers the girls something if they're so worried, and Yoojung asks what it is. Our boy tells them that he bought the potion along with his own, and he tells them to use it when they need it. Eventually, Yoojung agrees to forgive him this time because of his good gesture, and Ina promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he survived the dungeon practicum the last time due to luck, but he'll ensure that he does it this time with skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jaehyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before going into a dungeon, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. If mana rebounds when casting a spell, it could injure the user's body. A magician who uses high-level spells a great deal is prone to mana rebound, and Jaehyun recognizes that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Apart from that, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the dungeon practicum today, and he doesn't know if he'll die or if his teammates will. On top of that, if he keeps his mana pooled up in his lower abdomen like he has just done, he can use it to strengthen his spell or body quickly when he needs to. He suddenly recalls the time before he regressed, when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desires. While he's deep in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he has to go through several junctions that left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he takes may kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The difficulty of the mission is unknown, and the rewards are unknown too, but they seem to depend on whether he takes route A or B. The worst part is that he has just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jaehyun guesses that something came up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him grow stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and he wonders what on earth they're planning. Shortly after, the freshmen gather at the Mills Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yijeon comes to attend to them and informs them that they'll be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and will have to act together. When the students begin to murmur, Jaehyun guesses that the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can clear the dungeon easily, but if you're unlucky, you'd be part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continues, Yijeon silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yijeon tells them all to try their best. While she's speaking, Jaehyun reasons that this is Chairman Jia-Yin's trap. Like the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low-level, but if things go like they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He recalls the D-rank boss monster, Kobold Lord, and even though it isn't a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow along with Jia-Yin's plans, except that the small gap Jia-Yin will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to end him. Shortly after, Yijeon declares that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jaehyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina he's glad he knows someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad there's someone on his team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone who is skilled. While he considers coming up with a strategy, he's shocked by the sight of his 2 other teammates. The lady introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the guy introduces himself as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're also on Team 3, but Jaehyun recalls how these 2 people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up getting killed by the boss monster after they asked him to run away while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices in front of him. When the new 2 warriors step forward, our boy realizes this is what the Nornir system wanted from the start. So he shakes them and introduces himself as Jaehyun, and introduces Ina also because she's clearly shy. It amuses Sungwoo that Ina is shy, but he's certain that they'll all get along as they spend time with one another. And Jina agrees that they'll all get along well. Our boy realizes that these two warriors are the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina. Once they've gotten introductions out of the way, Jaehyun proposes they make plans first. The other two agree, and one of them suggests making Jaehyun the team leader. With the quest the Norner system showed to him still in his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to get weak no matter what pops up in the dungeon, because if the warriors in the vanguard start to falter in particular, the whole party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jaehyun's tactical intelligence, and Sungwoo says this is expected of the person that got first place in the freshman hunt. Sungwoo realizes the details of the strategy are no joke and says he's memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Jeon steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over. From now on, they will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to come forward. Jaehyun steps forward, and when he looks to his side, he notices Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yoojung is part of. He's glad that Hoyeon is the team leader because that means Yoojung won't get hurt. When the team leaders step forward, Jeon instructs the team leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them and wishes them good luck. Shortly after, Hoyeon leads his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members notices that the place is pretty damp and has a musty smell, which enlightens her about how dungeons are in real life. Yoojung asks the rest if kobolds will probably come out since it's an underground dungeon, and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard underground dungeons have a lot of ore. Excited, Yoojung hopes that there are diamonds around somewhere. But while she's talking about it, she suddenly pauses when she senses something, and Hoyeon immediately announces that something is coming, so he asks them to go to their positions. Yoojung quickly goes into action, but the other cadets don't look so confident when they notice that they're surrounded by kobolds. As if it's not enough that they're monsters, the kobolds are equipped with digging equipment. Hoyeon informs his team that the kobolds are weak monsters, but it'll be difficult to deal with them if they swarm them, so he charges at them and proposes they finish this quickly. Yoojung uses an explosion from her holy force and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a release of a huge explosion that blinds the monsters, giving Hoyeon the chance to cut them down. While the other two teammates fight with the monsters, Yoojung activates a move called the Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Blast. She releases several blasts of air towards the chest of the kobolds and knocks them to the ground. After they take down the monster, Hoyeon asks if everyone is fine, and the ladies reply that they are. When they turn to the other male, Seho, they notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yoojung wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yoojung looks up, she realizes that the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze. Shocked, Hoyeon asks why there's a kobold lord here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Gina confesses to Jaehyun that she knew he was strong, but he's really amazing. She asks him how many monsters he's dealt with so far in their walk through the dungeon, but Jaehyun insists it's nothing because things just happened. However, Gina insists that it's nothing because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continue like this. When Jaehyun looks to his side, he notices that Ina is distracted, so he grabs her hand and asks her if other people still make her uneasy. She admits that they do, so Jaehyun realizes she's really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had seen Ina speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team runs into a room filled with ores. Our boy realizes that this is different from what he remembers, and this clearly must be Jaehyun's doing. It occurs to Jaehyun that his existence has caused Ja-in to change his plans from what he did in the past. Suddenly, Jaehyun senses a monster coming, and he supposes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use their plan C by defending first, and then counterattacking. When Jaehyun tells them to be careful because this monster is different from what they've encountered before, Sungwoo becomes worried that a stronger monster is coming, especially because they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly something breaks in through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what a boss monster is doing here, and as Ina is about to run backward, she recalls what Jaehyun said about the whole party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter. She quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors, and Sungwoo struggles to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jaehyun activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo calls out to Jaehyun. Our boy rushes towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he blasts the Kobold Lord. Ina is shocked by the amount of power that Jaehyun's attack packed, and she hopes that such a great attack would deal a great deal of damage. But the monster easily gets up as if nothing happened. The sight makes Jaehyun laugh, and as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our boy confesses that he didn't expect anomalies. As its body heals, the Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jaehyun starts to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities isn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Norner system identifies the existence behind the Kobold Lord as something called Odin's Raven, so it gives him a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest requires him to kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on him and the gods against the Aesir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission is an S-rank difficulty with a reward of a blank card and class increase, with a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Jiyeon goes through footage of Jaehyun's previous fights, and she wonders how the boy can give such a performance as a magician. She's an A-rank magician herself, but such battle skills that Jaehyun shows are unthinkable to her. She considers that the chances of Jaehyun's Team 3 taking first place in this dungeon's practicum are high, and when one of the doors opens, she's surprised to see Cadet Seiho being helped up by Hoyeon, while Yoojung tells her that there's a big problem. Still shocked, Jiyeon asks her what happened, and they inform her that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. She's surprised that they could run into a Kobold Lord because there's no way it could have gotten in, and Jiyeon begins to wonder what on earth is going on inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors come to help Seiho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and they ask him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yoojung asks Instructor Jiyeon if Team 3 has not come out yet, and she's told they have not. Hoyeon doesn't believe it because he's sure that Jaehyun and Ina are too skilled to be unable to escape the Kobold Lord easily. After hesitating for a while, Jiyeon places a call through to Chairman Ja-in, who sounds surprised to hear from Instructor Jiyeon, even though he has a smirk on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requests rescue personnel, and the chairman acts surprised to hear that something like that happened. He tells her not to worry too much because he'll send a support team, so he asks her to wait on site. After he hangs up the call, Instructor Jiyeon experiences a strong feeling of uneasiness, but can't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo grow tired. The system informs Jaehyun that the existence behind the Kobold Lord is Odin's Raven, with 2 ravens named Hugin, which translates as thought, and Moonin, which translates as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jaehyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. Apparently, the mana he feels is close to B-rank, and it's a regenerative Kobold Lord. Even though our boy has grown strong, this is a difficult opponent for him, and he wonders whether he should run. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is someone's test for him because he's going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jaehyun tells them all to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sungwoo asks him what he's talking about and asks how he will deal with the monsters, but before the words can come out of his mouth, he's ambushed by 2 kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jaehyun quickly blasts them away with some holy arrows, so he asks Jungwoo to shut up and get out of there. As the Kobold Lord swings his huge weapon again to smash Jaehyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he can't fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to pound our boy into the ground, Ina calls out his name in fear, but as he turns around to face the monsters, a shield appears between him and the monster to weather the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jaehyun looks to his side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't convince her out of this. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. Then he asks Ina to stay with him while the others go back to the entrance of the dungeon and tell Instructor Jiyeon about the situation. When Sungwoo tries to protest, Jaehyun begs him to leave, so Gina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the 2 of them head out, Jaehyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jaehyun tells Ina he'll cover her from the back, so she summons her radiant holy sword and sends the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jaehyun takes that as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet with the Kobold Lord that's coming for him. When he gets closer, Jaehyun notices that the Kobold Lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He recalls that there's a limit to the amount of mana a body can contain, and there's something controlling the monster from the shadows, and the thing is pouring in way more mana than it can handle. That thing must be Odin's Raven, and he decides to expose the ravens. Our boy equips his Mistletoe weapon. Due to having Mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called Mana Perception becomes equipped. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his Mana Perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jaehyun is glad that he's found it, and as the monster comes in again to strike him, Jaehyun activates his lightning chains and assures it that he's going to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Misteltein, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Misteltein is, so he informs her that it's in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool, but Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they're watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him how they lost Balder in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was the mistletoe branch, Misteltein. After considering it for a while, Odin tells Hugin to find out whether the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the forces against the Aesir, so he returns to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Ja-in keeps massaging the odd ring that he was massaging when Ji-yeon called him. Soon, Seaki steps in, and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and that pleases Ja-in. He chuckles again, and he's glad that he borrowed strength ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Jaehyun will fall into his hands no matter how arrogant he acts. Ja-in tells him that all of this is for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our boy targets the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which do not seem to deal any damage to it, and swings its weapon to take Jaehyun's head clean off. Our boy quickly leans backwards and jumps out of the way to avoid getting decapitated. With Ina by his side, he asks her if she can cover for him because he needs to be clear of the monster's attacks. So she tells him she'll try, but she doesn't look so good. Jaehyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she can experience mana rebound. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jaehyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seems to be having a change of mind. He turns back to his opponent and decides to end this. He only has one chance, and he sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Ina provides some support by creating a mana shield around Jaehyun. Our boy dashes towards the monster, and Ina, who's feeling more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to shake. The riled-up monster targets Jaehyun, who is running towards it. Jaehyun recalls that his friend from his past life once told him that there's nothing more miserable than dying because you couldn't trust your companions. So, as Jaehyun leaps towards the monster, he signals to Ina to act, and he promises himself to confirm what his friend said from here on out. Jaehyun jumps on one of the chains and uses it to travel forward, and Ina is shocked that he's able to use that as a movement skill. She wonders how skilled he is with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jaehyun dashes towards him on his chain. But instead of colliding into the monster, our boy jumps right above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to smash Jaehyun out of the air without turning back because it would take much longer to turn back. But it's clearly doing this under the control of the Raven. Ina becomes worried that Jaehyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to the spot where Odin's Raven is staying and bears down on the spot with all of the might of his sword. The strike is so strong that it breaks his sword, but it still works because the Kobold Lord reacts by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. When Jaehyun lands on the ground, the Kobold Lord crashes behind him, and our boy walks forward to see the face of the being behind all this trouble. When he steps forward, Jaehyun finds Hugin crumbled after being hit by his strike. He asks the Raven what the hell Odin's goal is and steps on its head when it doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Ja-in's ring. He steps on the Raven again and asks it what the connection is between Gu Ja-in and Odin, but the monster doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun realizes that the Raven doesn't have a will of its own, and it's meaningless to keep it any longer. He finally raises his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jaehyun, but Jaehyun warns her that it's not over yet because she needs to be careful about mana rebound. Before the words come out of his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jaehyun grabs his chest due to pain, and Ina does the same, but the Nornir system soon purges Jaehyun's mana due to the purity of his mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jaehyun is glad it worked, and he's told that he has succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovers, Jaehyun realizes that things could have ended up worse than they turned out. But when he turns to Ina, he doesn't see anything good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Ina, and he's told that she will die if she does not recover immediately. Sometime later, Ina wakes up in a pool of sweat and a headache. She notices Jaehyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been asleep, but he wakes up when he hears her calling his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks her how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She's confused about what had happened, because she remembers that she experienced mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jaehyun that she's fine and asks him how he's doing. He responds that he's fine and mentions that he fell asleep. When she looks to her side, she realizes the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks Jaehyun why he didn't leave. He tells her that he was waiting for her to wake up because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him. And after pausing for a while, Jaehyun tells her that they have to get their stories straight. Ina suddenly blushes, because the Korean phrase for getting our stories straight is directly translatable as, I want to touch my lips to yours. Outside the dungeon, Yoojung demands from Sungwoo and Jina why only 2 of them made it out, and instructor Jiyeon tries to hold her back from doing anything stupid. She tells Yoojung she understands that she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he's supposed to do to help Jaehyun and Ina come back. Suddenly the dungeon door opens, and while Yoojung is still raising dust, Jaehyun and Ina step out of the door, causing everyone to freeze. Jaehyun asks them if they're fighting because of the 2 of them, and even instructor Jiyeon freezes in shock because the inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly, tears flow down Yoojung's eyes, and she runs towards the 2 of them with her arms open wide. She cries while embracing them, and explains that the instructor and the inspection people all said that they'd be dead. She tells him she's so glad that they're alive, and it causes Ina to smile. But Jaehyun tells her he gets it, and asks her if she can let go of them now. Even Sungwoo and Jina are teary-eyed, and when Jaehyun notices this, he thanks both of them for trusting them. Jaehyun tells everyone that their 2 teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yoojung, who is still angry, asks them how they can just leave behind their teammates like that, so Jaehyun tells her he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like that. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as her, and he asks her not to get mad for him either. The statement stings Yoojung, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina, stating that she was mad for Ina's sake and not for him. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Ina had asked Jaehyun if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her he knows she's confused, but it's hard to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks him why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she's not curious as to why a kobold lord appeared here and endangered the students. He tells her it's because of Chairman Gu Jia-in, who's a piece of shit who thinks of students as tools. Jaehyun tells her that Jia-in is very different from the side of himself he shows to the public and the media, and he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that's why Jaehyun is against the chairman and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it. After pausing for a while, she reminds him of some things he said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had told them not to trust anyone, whether it's the chairman or an instructor, so she asks him how much he knows about Jae-in. She points out that he knew from the beginning that Jae-in is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen, so she asks him how he knows those things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina pleads with him to answer her, and Jaehyun still remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react like this. He knows her life may be at risk if she gets more involved, so he considers using his indoctrination skill on her, but he changes his mind because she has a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and that's not a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes but tells her he can't tell her more than what he already has, so she asks him why he can't. Jaehyun finally explains that it'll be too dangerous for her too if he tells her any more than this, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, instructor Ji-yeon bows her head and apologizes to Jaehyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she tells him she's glad he's okay. However, he tells her it's fine, especially because she didn't put them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jaehyun turns back to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially because no one knows if something like this will happen again. But he apologizes that he can't tell her and expresses his hope that she'll keep the promise she made. After Jaehyun leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he's cleared the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the route taken. He's told that he took Route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of that, he's given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Sometime later, Chairman Jae-in says that he has disappointed him. Seok-ji apologizes to the chairman, but the chairman insists that he will tolerate it once, but expresses that he hates having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Ja-in turns to the instructor and asks him if he understands what he means. While trembling, Seok-gi promises not to disappoint him again, and Ja-in tells him he better not. The chairman tells Seok-gi to make sure to tame Jae-hyun in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy has a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he recalls how Ina experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Hoyeon didn't reach even half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene for Ina because she'll do fine without his intervention. He decides that he has to be careful about how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. Eventually, he takes his seat on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to find out the relationship between Gu Ja-in and the Asir as soon as possible, since what occurred in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to grow stronger so he can respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices one broadcaster asking another man about some other kinds of dungeons that exist other than the ones they're used to. The specialist invited to the show explains that there are theme dungeons, and you have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a theme dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it, and our boy recalls these theme dungeons from his past life, and he gets an idea. The specialist further explains that raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders want in these kinds of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently, there's a hidden piece that raiders also call God's Arrangement, and this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear such dungeons despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jae-hyun smirks and realizes this is his opportunity to get what he needs the most. Meanwhile, Ina enjoys a cup of tea with Yoo-jung, and she apologizes to her for making her worried. Yoo-jung tells her it's fine because she's happy as long as the two of them are okay. She admits that Yoo-jung's personality is kind of shitty, and she was worried that Jae-hyun might have been mean to Ina, so she explains that Jae-hyun is always like that. Ina pauses for a while, and Yoo-jung becomes angry and asks if Jae-hyun was actually mean to her. Surprised, Ina clarifies that he wasn't, but it's just that Jae-hyun seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. She reasons that she would be happy if Jae-hyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentions that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she pauses again, Yoo-jung becomes worried about her, so she eventually gets up and proposes that they throw out the thought of Jae-hyun and go eat something yummy instead. As Yoo-jung stretches out her hands, she explains that there's a place she's been waiting to go to, and while Ina stutters, Yoo-jung grabs her hand and declares that they're going to make her feel better. At first, Ina is surprised that Yoo-jung is dragging her away, but a smile soon develops on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks out the legendary rank consumption item called Idun's Golden Apple. It's an apple grown and picked by Idun, who is in charge of the Aesir god's eternal youth and immortality. Consumption slows down aging immediately by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magic aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. Jae-hyun realizes that such features like anti-aging and better natural healing are super rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue is that he can't give this one out too. He decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get, and he recalls that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon in a theme park in Seoul. It's where he can obtain the shoes that increase speed called Thialfi's Thundersteps that Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increase one's dexterity stat, so a lot of martial arts raiders really wanted them. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a bite of the apple with much anticipation and everywhere lights up, but he eventually realizes the apple tastes like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informs him that Idun's Golden Apple is starting to take effect, and his stamina stat has permanently increased by 20. His mana stat has increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. Jae-hyun is glad that the apple's effects aren't average, and his movements start to feel lighter. He picks up his phone and soon places a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy heads to the theme park in Seoul, and he finds out that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it after regressing. When he steps towards the counter, the attendant asks him what kind of ticket he would like, but Jae-hyun drops a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informs the woman that a theme dungeon will open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Ji-yeon comes to Jae-hyun's hostel to see him, and she's told that he's not around. The attendant informs her that Jaehyun had said he had something to do today and asks if something is wrong, so Jiyoung clarifies that there isn't a problem. Jiyeon wonders how Jaehyun is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He's not only skilled but also very fast at recovering from trauma, so Jiyeon realizes he has real guts. Before she leaves, she asks the attendant to tell Jaehyun to come see her when he returns. Jiyeon steps out of the hostel and plugs in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Jiseok-sun by Nim. Jiseok soon answers and asks her how her investigation went, so she informs him that she found out that Ja-in was behind it. Jiseok asks her if Seok-gi was in charge of the dungeon trial and guesses he must be in a difficult position right now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them and call him if she notices anything. Jiyeon receives the orders and also informs him that she thinks student Min Jae-hyun, whom she talked to him about, knows something about what is going on. At the park officials announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jaehyun is surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realizes the Lotus Guild is really influential. He recalls the call he had with teacher Seongjin to inform her about the dungeon that's about to appear. When he expresses total certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He's amused by her condition, so she tells him that it's not that she doesn't believe in how capable he is, but no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the theme dungeon called Neverland in Ruins has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 missions are cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 is added, and his mission is to clear the 3 missions, which have a difficulty of A rank, with the reward of Thialfi's Thunder Steps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the failure penalty isn't stipulated. Jaehyun realizes things are just as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider showed up and began to talk about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she states that she was so smart that she could easily find some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old theme dungeon raider. She openly declares that her skill, Cognition Accelerant, is pretty awesome. To her, there's nothing she can't do if she just uses her brain a bit. She talks about how excited she is to hear it's a theme dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jaehyun recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it, but ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Thialfi's Thunder Steps went to some other random person. This time, Jaehyun figures it's going to be better for him to take the Thunder Steps this time. Soon after, the Nornir system asks him if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first mission out of the Big 3, and he agrees. He's soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him the ending of this story is being changed. Jaehyun is transported away, and not long after, Seo Ah-hyun appears close to the place he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he's told that he's playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big 3, called Thialfi's Grudge, is soon added. In the theme quest, Thialfi's Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's quick feet and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy is to become Thialfi and save his younger sister Roskva to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission is a B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission are Roskva's death and Thialfi's death, but the failure penalty for him is death. Thialfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally a human, but he began to despise the Aesir because he lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jaehyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir because this isn't the original story according to what is popularly known. And Jaehyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jaehyun hears someone call out to him using Thialfi's name, and the person asks him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's in a ship he stole in order to find Roskva, and when he looks to his front, he recognizes the person who woke him up as Frederick, the person who came up with the plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks him if he's okay, and as he's about to reply, the ship collides with another ship, causing the entire ship to wobble. Before they know what's going on, a group of pirates enters their ship, and it looks like they're in trouble. Jaehyun doesn't know what's happening, but it's clear he's going to have to postpone finding Roskva for a bit. Jaehyun immediately tells Frederick he'll leave this to him, and he jumps into the next ship, even while Frederick tries to stop him. When our boy jumps and lands on the other ship, the men are startled, but one of them starts to make fun of him for jumping into the enemy's territory when he should be hiding. They begin to call him names and threaten to kill him immediately, but our boy doesn't say anything. When he notices a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognizes that it's Seo, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he wonders what she's doing here. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that the lady tied up is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Seo Ah-hyun prides herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider-to-be. She considers herself an amazing person, but somehow she found herself locked up in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to go to the bathroom. Now that she's stuck, she calculates that there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and a 0.0003% chance that she'll get locked up in a theme dungeon. After lamenting about her luck, she decides not to think about it but to think about a way out of here. After tearing up because she doesn't want to die here, she hopes a raid team might have already arrived. As she hopes to run into one of them, she spots Jae-hyun standing in the middle of the park, so she tails him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't seem like a part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him. In the present, Jae-hyun wonders why he ended up meeting her again of all the people he could meet, especially after they even made an announcement for everyone to escape. While he's lamenting, the pirates prepare to poke him full of arrows, but our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fire, he wonders why he's always surrounded by abnormal people. He soon creates a punch packed with mana and knocks them all down with one strike. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Even though Seo is a bit of a bitch, he knows she'll be helpful for the raid. A new and bigger opponent appears and tries to slash Jae-hyun with his sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid his attack. Since he can't send Seo out, he decides that it'd be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and sends him rolling backward. He'll have to first take care of this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo after. The other pirates rush out to deal with him, so Jae-hyun tells them he doesn't have time right now, so he asks them to come at him all at once. After a short while, he takes out all the men and walks up to Seo, then tells her she can stop pretending to sleep. Jae-hyun asks her if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she only hisses and admits that she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks him if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jae-hyun affirms that he is, and he crouches down to speak with her. But he suddenly cracks the structure she's tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jae-hyun tells her he can tell what she's thinking about right now, so he advises her not to try any of her funny ideas. It's clear the threat worked because Seo nods eagerly and hiccups. Soon after, the system informs Jae-hyun that he's cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he's being sent to the field. He and Seo soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jae-hyun is a magic class raider that moves like a martial arts raider. She guesses he's roughly the same age as her and has a shit personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jae-hyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of skill she has. Seo stutters and eventually reveals that her skill allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes that Lai should trick Jae-hyun since there aren't many middle schoolers who have skills. Since he has a shitty personality, she plans to use him to her advantage. But while she's thinking, Jae-hyun tells her that's not all there is to her skill. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists that she's not lying and she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jae-hyun informs her that her skill is called Cognition Accelerant, and he explains that it makes it feel like time's slowed down and quickens the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and figuring out the opponent's mind. When he asks her if he's wrong, she's utterly perplexed and asks him how he was able to figure out her skill. Immediately, Jae-hyun gets up and tells her he can't take her around with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid and turns around. But she pleads with him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her alone there because she'll absolutely die if he leaves her behind. Jae-hyun asks her how he can trust her, and she offers to figure it out. When he hears that, our boy smiles and proposes she write a contract in that case. She's initially confused, but she soon understands what he's saying when they draft up a contract. The first term of the contract is that she can't act in any way that will harm Jae-hyun. The second is that she must obey all of his orders. The third is that Jae-hyun will guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland theme dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never talk about this contract. She grabs her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jae-hyun's subordination skill that comes with his indoctrination skill. He can hold supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use her since she's a real pain in the ass. Eventually, she agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Seo has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after clearing the question, as it is a subordination through contract. Jae-hyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind, but she retorts that there's no way it'd feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says that, he tells her she can break the contract since he never forced her into this, and he can just leave her here. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hell's temple, someone tells Hell that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the glares of the Aesir gods have gotten rather sharp. He shares that the Aesir gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Hell to be his eyes because he'll need to stall for time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seo follows Jaehyun around, and she soon asks him where they're going now. He informs her that they're going to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieks because she's afraid of rides. So Jaehyun asks her if she's scared. However, she asks him if he really thinks she'd be scared of that and asks what kind of middle schooler is afraid of something like that. Jaehyun responds that someone like her could be, but when she insists that she's not afraid, he agrees with her. When they get closer, our boy tells her to prepare to go in, but she pleads that she needs time to do some deep breathing. The system declares that they're starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they're soon transported there. They're to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be locked. Jaehyun asks Seo what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her she's a cameraman because of the camera given to her. So she asks him what his own role is. Our boy explains that he's some horror streamer, and it's been a while since they've had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appears by their side and greets them. Seo looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains he's serving Countess Flandier. The butler explains that the Count instructed him to come greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandier mission, they've been invited by Countess Flandier, the owner of the Flandier mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape, and the difficulty of the mission is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they're unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our boy looks slightly tense, but Seo is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jaehyun sees a vase with a tag that shows it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo notices a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog, so Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner and Sean, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13, so he mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood, seeing that she put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghastly expression that it makes MC uncomfortable and Seo teary. Eventually, the weird butler tells them to follow him. As they both follow behind, our boy knows he has to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but didn't do so for this second mission, which means he'll have to figure out all the secrets himself. He looks over at Seo, who is freaking out, and he asks her if she's good, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo interjects that she's only jittery because she's not gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they've gotten to the dining table, where he shows them the feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for them. Still with that creepy look in his eyes, he tells them to dig in and slowly disappears behind the door as if waiting for them to eat poison off the plates. When Alfred leaves, the two of them pause for a while. Eventually, Seo mentions that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jaehyun suggests that they explore since the butler isn't here yet. As he's about to move, Seo tells him to wait so they can get some information before they go. When he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognition accelerant skill. The skill makes her very aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informs Jaehyun that she's discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how fast she got information, so he asks her what it is. Seo states that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a kid that's about 12 years old, and when Jaehyun asks her why she thinks so, she explains that the nearby chair and the lobby are proof of that. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she's much smaller than the other people who sit in the other seats. Apart from that, all the shelves in the lobby were pretty low, and only the lower handles were used. Jaehyun considers that it truly makes sense, so he proposes that they go check somewhere else. Seo follows him around, and she expresses her wish to take the camera she got back with her because it's a really expensive one. When Jaehyun suddenly stops, Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tensely tells her that this is not the time for jokes because they're locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon appearance, raiders and news reporters arrive 2 hours after the appearance, and a particular reporter mentions that an employee of the park had revealed that there is a raider from the Lotus Guild inside and a middle school student, Seo Ah-hyun. She also expresses their concern to find out whether the two kids will be able to make it out okay. Nearby, a raider named Sun by Neem standing nearby curses when he realizes that their inability to get into the theme dungeon early enough will stop them from getting promoted soon. His pal, Kyung-hoon, the same raider who had shown up after Jaehyun and Hoyeon dealt with the goblins, mentions that there was no way they could know that a theme dungeon would break out in the theme park. Sun Bae-nim mentions that if the civilian council judgment of them falls, then Kyung-hoon may also be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident, and Sun Bae-nim recognizes that his own promotion will be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the positive words, and Sun Bae-nim reiterates that they're going to be blamed for all this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people who are in the dungeon are, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to find out that it's Jaehyun. He recalls that he heard that the boy enrolled in Mill's academy, and he wonders if Lotus already scouted him. When Sun Bae-nim notices his expression, he becomes worried and asks him if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes that this theme dungeon is going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo is petrified when she learns that they're locked in. She starts to tremble and asks Jaehyun what will happen if they're trapped in here and never make it out. But he asks her to calm down because this is a dungeon, and there must be a way out. She has no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation, so she decides to look around a bit more for an escape. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he can't open such a flimsy door with the high stats he has right now. More so, Seo has escaped this place before on her own before his regression, so it's assumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved, and while he's thinking, Seo tells him to come look at something. He asks her what's wrong, so she explains that something is wrong with the camera. He thinks she must be dramatic, but when he steps closer, he finds a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them here on the table they're supposed to eat at. And he realizes the Alfred who guided them here was a fake. Immediately, the system notifies them that they've reached 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realizes that the camera is showing them things they can't see, they realize this camera is a key to solving the mystery. Our boy realizes that if they assume that the Alfred they met is fake, then this screen is either showing them the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they have to solve the mystery of the mansion, they wouldn't show them the future, so Seo concludes that it must be the past. She believes the camera is showing them the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes all this food definitely isn't made for eating. Jaehyun realizes that it was weird that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means all of this is an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps, so our boy places a finger on the table and activates his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system tells him that there was a failure with activating the absolute calculation skill because the skill is not allowed here. When he realizes that won't work, he turns to Seo and asks her what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some device for opening a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that's different on the camera is Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believes the key to escaping must be here, so it gives Jaehyun an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately turns on his mana detection skill, and when he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirms his suspicions, since locking magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, you need to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informs Seo that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason Seo is scared of going close to it because of the gory picture of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jaehyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, she screams at him that she's not and proceeds to stick her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the seal of magic illusion, so they'll receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the two guests from a pearl in another room and becomes worried that the guests did not like the meal. He states that they can't be lacking on how they treat their guests, and he promises that he, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walks out to go do something about it while laughing like a maniac. Inside the hall, Jaehyun and Seo make their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera, which Jaehyun figures is the guest bedroom. When Jaehyun proposes that they go in to see if there's anything strange, Seo jerks backwards because of the blood in the room, but Jaehyun reminds her that they have to find a way to get out of there or stay in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agrees that she doesn't want to stay in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut her mouth and look around and call him if she sees anything. After stepping in, Jaehyun decides to look around for clues. Not long after, He looks backwards and sees a girl in shiny white clothes and bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he notices that parts of her face have been torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jae-hyun, but he's not aware. Soon after, Jae-hyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking down at him. He gasps but soon realizes it's Seo. She asks him if he's okay, but he asks her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He had seen this coming, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and he wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Seo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposes that they're in an underground jail and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jae-hyun goes to the iron gates, and he mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punches the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo's shock, the gate shatters like it's made of cardboard and even cracks the wall they were put into. When Seo exclaims, Jae-hyun tells her to be as quiet as she can be because it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She taunts him by saying he destroyed the wall quietly, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jae-hyun is shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wonders what the hell a puppy is doing here and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Seo tells him to put the puppy down right now, but Jae-hyun asks why since it's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guesses that it may have been trapped here too since it has a key in its mouth. Seo protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy begins to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they've received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's Diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission is B rank, and the reward is the undoing of the theme dungeon's skill locks. The fail condition is if they die before the time runs out, or if they fail to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jae-hyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flandier's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they make it to the 3rd floor. Jae-hyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they have to go, and the dog jumps down from his hands. Seo also laments because they don't have their camera anymore, but she stops talking when she notices that Jae-hyun has frozen on the spot. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong because he's making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns back and sees the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jae-hyun had seen before. With a closer look, her eyes seem to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jae-hyun tries to talk to the girl, but Seo grabs his shirt and proposes they leave because they don't have time to talk to a ghost. However, Jae-hyun brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, and he asks if she has regrets related to this mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks her if she's here to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Eventually, our boy asks her where on the 4th floor Flandier's room is, so she points in the direction behind them. Jae-hyun thanks her and promises to help her move on to the afterlife if he gets the chance, so he asks her to wait, as they all turn around, and the dog soon returns. Jae-hyun signals to Seo that it's time to go, but she looks slightly worried about the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbae Neem sits with manager Sung-jae, and he asks to confirm if he had said that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sung-jae affirms that this is true and says he can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild, but in return, Guildmaster Yu Seongan has requested that they don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbae Nim hesitates for a while and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths just for a Mills Academy student. Sung-jae says he can't tell him the reasons, so Sunbae Nim agrees to accept the offer since they won't lose anything by accepting. However, Sunbae Nim asks him what will happen if he fails the dungeon raid, but Sung-jae assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing. Inside the dungeon, Jae-hyun takes out the last living armor with one strike, and Seo, who is standing nearby, is shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jae-hyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing. They open the next door, so the system informs Jae-hyun that they're entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they notice it's super creepy, so Seo tries to go check the desk first. As she moves forward, Jae-hyun stops her and mentions that it's obvious that there would be something on the desk. He proposes they check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jae-hyun finds it. The system explains that he's found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he finds is from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentions her skin is looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts do not seem to be working. She wonders if she'll end up dying without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she talks about how she's excitedly waiting for her great parents, who had promised to buy her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes how she got a letter stating that her parents died from an attack by thieves. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over, and she became the owner of the mansion since she's the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. She explains that she's not happy at all because she's alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the 4th day is written, where Flandier explains that a girl was caught who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently the girl is about her age and looked somehow like her doll, so she took a liking to her. She says she's going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentions that the girl said she has no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to make a friend and hopes this continues every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentions that Alfred left the house without a word. Apparently Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over, but she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Apart from that, Sally seems to be hiding something from her, and it seems something must have happened. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently the kitchen lady, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, keep screaming, and it seems like their throats are going to tear. She wonders if she's dreaming, but it seems too real, and she's scared. The page is covered with blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandier writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking at her bedroom door, and she's certain that they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informs Jae-hyun that the restrictions on skill use are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had stolen the mansion. He realizes that the monster must have been a doppelganger monster, and when he turns to look at Seo, he realizes it's actually a doppelganger monster that has been following him around. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds that are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he's discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he's completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in finding out all the secrets of the mansion, and he's now to safely escape the mansion. Our boy turns to the monsters, with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster releases deadly extensions from its body and goes in for the first attack, so Jae-hyun scoops up the puppy and jumps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it's finally showing its real self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so fake. The monster laughs for a bit and tells him he's pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jae-hyun tells him it wasn't anything difficult because he's just smart. Apparently, Jae-hyun could see the monster for what it truly is because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our boy tells the doppelganger that it's also possible that he's not that smart, but the monster is just stupid. That statement annoys the doppelganger, and it asks him how he can dare to insult him. In a rage, the monster destroys the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jae-hyun to run out of the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain and fires it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it doesn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy begins to feel queasy because of all the quick movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster that's dangerous because of its ability to copy another being's skill and appearance. But when considering only its combat skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. After the monster regains its form, it tells Jae-hyun that it'll consume his body, and it demands that he give over his body. Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jae-hyun still doesn't move, even when the monster is inches away from him. When it comes closer, our boy surrounds it with another lightning chain, and asks how it feels to be played after being the one to play others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle, it mentions that envy led him to this because he also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns into the ground until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jae-hyun turns to the dog and tells it it's pretty good at barking, and it's talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed Seo into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but he soon notices the spirit of Flandier again. But this time, she looks just like she looked in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jae-hyun smile back at her. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye, and the system informs him that he has cleared the second mission. It also adds that he's cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission, and will be given extra rewards. Jae-hyun and Seo are soon transported to the real world, and our boy checks out his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shouting, which increases morale in allies to increase mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for the enemies. Jaehyun doesn't really like the commander's shouting skill because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the illusion skill because he can use it to turn tables in a battlefield. When he turns to Seo, she tells him he should have said something since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentions that she was super scared that something was going to happen to her. Jaehyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up instead of whining because they have to get to the next destination, which startles her because she was hoping they could take a break. Surprised, he asks her if she's tired since she hasn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell. So she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jaehyun agrees that he understands that, but he's sure it'll go away if she moves around. Using the subordination skill, he tells her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she begins to walk to the next mission, she screams aloud in frustration and tells Jaehyun that she will never forgive him. After walking for a while, Seo ends up short of breath, and she asks Jaehyun if this place is a parade. Our boy takes a potion and confirms that it is, but he also warns that they need to keep an eye out because they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes out through the speakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look in front of them, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin invites them all to his parade, and he approaches Jaehyun and Seo to welcome them. He congratulates them for successfully completing the 2 missions. So Jaehyun goes straight to the point by asking him what the last mission is going to be like. Bruin explains that the last mission is tag, and he points them to a gate that's not far away. Apparently, the both of them will have to run from the monsters that'll come out of it and reach the final destination. Jaehyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it, so Bruin compliments his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explains that the game of tag spawns monsters depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. Jaehyun realizes this is bad because if his skills are considered, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it's going to be hard to fight and protect Seo at the same time. When Bruin does an appraisal of their skills, he congratulates them because they're measured to be S rank. Bruin marvels because he hasn't had such high ranks before and mentions that he's impressed, but Jaehyun protests that this doesn't make any sense. However, Bruin only wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the quest called Last Festival, and he has to run away from Surtur, the fire monster, and get to the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thunder Steps. The requirements that typify failure include being killed by Surtur, but they're told there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently there's a hidden quest to both kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat, which has an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jaehyun is stunned that there are 3 of them, and he figures that something is wrong. While they're watching, another fire monster comes out of the gate that Bruin pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the whole world in flames before even the first giant, Ymir, was born. The sword of flames in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jaehyun quickly starts to run, and he drags Seo with him as Surtur begins to set everything close by on fire and rain brimstones over the whole place. Seo, who is now crying, asks how they're supposed to run away from that monster. But our boy tells her he's thinking about it and advises her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to die. Fire keeps raining down on the area they're in and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat tells Hel that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Hel jokingly accuses her of being cruel because she knows she has no intention to help them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them be because she wants to see how Jaehyun will survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur keeps raining fire on the ground, and Jaehyun keeps trying to escape. He realizes it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on and find the goal. Seo soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy rushes there and tells her to hold on for a bit longer. Our boy activates his skill called Haste, which increases his speed, and he dashes toward the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use Seo to get to the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur asks which fool summoned him, and he rains down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost 2 players miss by the skin of their teeth. Jaehyun curses, then tells Seo to keep her mind alert and listen to him. He tells her that they'll split up and keep running, so he tells her to run straight to the merry-go-round. Seo asks him if he's going to distract this thing, so he asks her if she wants him to use her as bait instead, then tells her to just run. As she makes her way toward the final destination, Jaehyun ends up face-to-face with Surtur and signals to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down at him, then blasts him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He jumps on the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asks Surtur how he's going to catch up when he's so slow. The monster begins to release fire from his mouth due to rage, so he smashes the building Jaehyun is standing on with one strike, but Jaehyun jumps out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seo almost reaches the destination, but before she can get there, Surtur sends down fire to destroy the destination. She's forced to stop, confused as to what the heck is going on, and Jaehyun wonders the same thing. Soon enough, the system announces that the goal has been destroyed, so the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, has been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur calls Jaehyun an ignorant fool and asks how he can dare consider himself to be a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he stands his ground. The next time Surtur sends a ball of fire at him, Jaehyun easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur commends his impressive skill because there have only been a few other people who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reaches for his sword and swings it toward Jaehyun to see if he can block this too. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block it. Nearby, Seo realizes they might really end up dying at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerant skill to find something she can do to help. While Jaehyun is defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo calls out to him and informs him that she has found a way to beat the giant. Jaehyun leaves the battlefield to go meet Seo, so Surtur asks him how he dares to run away from him. When our boy runs far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo, she explains they can use the water tank. Apparently there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they use water to get rid of its flames. Jaehyun reasons that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they can deal with the flames, and Seo further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes that this monster would die if they were to destroy his weak points. She explains that she'll use her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him so he can lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jaehyun goes out and runs toward the water tank, but he relies on Seo to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur is going to direct at him. At one point, our boy stops, so Surtur calls him a weak human and asks him if he's given up on running. Jaehyun turns back at him and tells him he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard that Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and he's just working as a gate guard right now, so he's not in the position to call him weak. That statement stings Surtur, and when he only exclaims, Jaehyun asks him if he's also scared of him, who is a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, calls our boy a bastard, and when Surtur strikes him with fire, a surge of water bursts out toward him. It turns out that Jaehyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank and not Jaehyun. The water is so great that it covers up the monster and temporarily puts out the fire around his body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his mana-packed sword and strikes it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaehyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant because he only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be this easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes, so the system informs Jaehyun that he has cleared the last mission of the Big Three, and he has cleared the hidden route and will get extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seo, who is standing nearby, is glad that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jaehyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his willingness to get stronger, but Hel mentions that Jaehyun is nothing more than just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Hel said because she's the one who's always curious about how Jaehyun is doing, and he also believes that it's too early to let the Aesir know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him become stronger so he can get strong enough to kill Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy is given the S-ranked Thialfi's Thunder Steps, who stepped up to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment will reinforce strength and dexterity and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which is also S-ranked. Jaehyun is shocked by how amazing the equipment is, but he soon notices an odd expression on Seo, so he wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she got an item called Roskva's Seal that increases one's strength and gives one a skill called Courage, which resists the state of fear and increases dexterity. While Seo laments about how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jaehyun considers how he doesn't have any interest in any of her rewards, but he's more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decides to hold off on duplicating it since he can summon her any time. Shortly after, Bruin shows up to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jaehyun the Great Adversary, just like Hel and the other gods call him. That surprises Jaehyun, but when he turns back to ask him why he called him that, Bruin disappears. Meanwhile, everyone waits eagerly for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors come out, people begin to rejoice, but Sunbainim forces his way through because they need to discuss some things with the survivor. However, He gets to the front to discover that Jaehyun has disappeared, much to everyone's surprise. Seo is left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turns their attention to her. When Kyung-hoon shows up, he suggests that Jaehyun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin class, but Sun Bai-nim protests that Agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him that Jaehyun is a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shungun is impressed when she learns that Jaehyun vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is glad to see there are no articles about his feat online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by using Thialfi's thunder steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission is Surtur's Undying Flames, which is single-use and can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jaehyun considers how this incident with Surtur makes him realize that he's still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to win against his opponents, or win without having someone by his side. He wants to be someone others fear to approach, and he wants to leave behind his weak past so he can protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in commits to a mission of reporting everything about Jaehyun to instructor Jong Yi-soo, and she assures him she won't disappoint him. When she leaves, Ja-in thinks about how excited he is about the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the dirty things in his way. On the ground, he litters pictures of several students whose faces he has crossed with an X. The next morning, Jaehyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day. Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks him if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's not. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such troubles, and she wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk walks up to them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face here. He tells Jaehyun he can't play any stupid tricks on him this time, but when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jaehyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-hyuk screams at them that he's Lee Soo-hyuk, but instructor Yi-soo tells him to keep his voice down, so he has no choice but to back off. When Yi-soo steps on the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and informs them she'll be teaching them the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best because she plans to teach them well, but Jaehyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Yi-soo asks them how much they know about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses necessary calculations to use mana to manifest something supernatural. The teacher agrees, and Soo-hyuk smirks at Jaehyun to gloat over the fact that he answered the question. Eventually, Yi-soo hands out books containing basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the foundations of magic applications of higher levels, which is their focus this semester. After she hands some of the students some books, they lament that the books are all blank, but Jaehyun knows differently. When Yi-soo calls him to ask if he can tell her what's written in the book, he tells her that it's written in rune, and it annoys Soo-hyuk that he was able to answer the question. It also unsettles Yi-soo that Jaehyun was able to answer because the book is a magic text that can only be read by solving the calculations. Normally, it takes new students a week to be able to see the text in it, but he solved it by looking at it once. She realizes he's more talented than the chairman described, so she further probes him by asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jaehyun doesn't know why he can read the book easily, and he doesn't know if it's the Nornir system playing a trick on him, or if it's the fate of the Aesir, but he tells her that the writing on the cover says, Odin's life and the basics of rune. In her apartment, Seo laments because Jaehyun, whom she refers to as a bastard, made her walk so much that her legs are now hurting. She also hates the fact that she had to answer the journalist's questions about the interior of the theme dungeon and explain what happened on her own. Before he left, our boy had made her unable to reveal anything about his skill using his subordination skill. Even recalling the experience makes Seo burn with rage, and she wonders when he's going to undo this subordination. Eventually, she recalls she can go find him, and it gives her an evil idea. Sometime later, our boy reads the book instructor Yi-soo gave him, and he finds it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The in-depth knowledge of the basics from the book allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic and can easily help him attain higher levels faster. When he notices Yoo-jung collapse from exhaustion, he praises the fact that she was able to succeed in reading the book cover. She laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jaehyun magic, but our boy jokes that the student surpasses the teacher. Meanwhile, Ina rejoices because she can finally read the first page now, so Jaehyun praises her hard work. His compliments make her blush, so she covers her face with the book. Jaehyun notices that Ina has been treating him differently, and he wonders if it's because he drew a boundary the day they came out of the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students and soon travels back to report the situation to Odin. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming competition for his potion shop and offers to give a box of best quality potions to the winner. Hoyeon, Ina, Yoojung, Jae-sang, and Jae-hyun are seated at the table, and they soon realize it's harder than they expected. Ina mentions that it may be because there are barely any potion shops, and Yoojung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that survival is the most important thing to a raider, so there's no way a potion business would fail. He reminds them of their experience when they tried the potions and declares that this is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considers how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Although, to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae-hyun realizes he has many opportunities in business and investments because of his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to get Jae-sang on his side since he knows he will be responsible for half of the potion businesses in the entire world in the future. Suddenly, Seo barges into the room where they're having their meeting, and she chides Jae-hyun for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but he soon recalls that the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, and this effect cannot be cancelled. Yoojung asks Jae-hyun why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jae-hyun only asks Seo to take a seat so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy forcefully makes her shut up using subordination because he thinks her idea is trashy. Others also suggest names, but Jae-hyun doesn't like them, and he believes even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yoojung gets angry because Jae-hyun isn't asking her for some ideas. He's not asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy recalls that the word elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone that's supposed to bring back the dead and heal injuries. Jae-sang loves the idea, and Jae-hyun also thanks Yoojung for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yisu's classes, Jae-hyun answers a question about rune being the language and foundation of magic. He answers it perfectly, and it further annoys Soo-hyuk. After the lesson ends, our boy informs Instructor Yisu about a question he has about something he read. When she sees the book he's holding, she becomes tense because it's a 4th-star rank magic text, which even most instructors struggle to read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jae-hyun is. Later on, our boy heads to the library, and he soon realizes he's stuck on this book, and he also couldn't get anything from Instructor Yisu either. However, he doesn't realize that the librarian, who's sitting nearby, is taking notes about him, and the fact that he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After leaving the library, Jae-hyun goes to see his teacher to help him understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is to make new magic, destruction is to rule out and remove magic, and amplification is to reinforce magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are high-level and hard for him to understand on his own. Up until now, he depended on Odin's eye to understand the texts, but now he needs to understand at a deeper level. When he's done explaining, Seongun tells him that she can't tell him for certain either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own so that he can step to the level of an A-rank raider. When she notices he's still confused, she decides to at least tell him a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and hands it to him, and Jae-hyun is pleased that this will help him grow stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and battles with the monsters with the sash that his teacher gave him tied around his wrist. He looks pretty exhausted, and he soon activates his magic arrow skill and blasts it at the monsters, but they easily slash the arrows with their swords. Shongun had told him to repeatedly use one magic skill while having this item she gave him equipped. The item is called Gleipnir, a rank B item. It's a string that sealed Fenrir and an imitation item that was modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied around a user. His teacher told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas again and again. When Jae-hyun asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she tells him that's up to him to find out. In the present time, Jae-hyun notices his entire body feels heavy and slow because of his decreased stats, and it's worse than he imagined. Some days later, Yoojung notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes, and she asks him if he's okay. When he tells her he thinks he's fine, she informs him that she can detect him from 100 meters away because of the smell from his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR test room for a week now. Ina looks worried about Jae-hyun, and Yoojung adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yoojung for her care, but reminds them that there's a quiz in 2 days, and he heard they're not done decoding the book and may have to take extra classes if they fail the quiz. Upon hearing that, the girls rush off to study. Eventually, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly clears test level 41. The Nornir system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has increased greatly, causing the magic arrow skill to increase to level 2. Because of this, Jaehyun understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means to level up a skill by increasing one's proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jaehyun realizes he's around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, just like Seongun had said. He remembers that they had initially approached each other to use each other, but now it really feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, instructor Seok-gi goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look very excited to see him, and Seok-gi realizes that he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that the guild experience event preparations are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are no faults with the thing. When Seok-gi confirms there are no issues, the chairman smirks in his evil manner, and it's clear that he has some terrible plans. Outside, Jaehyun moves into the woods, and he asks a mysterious person if they're going to come here or if he needs to come to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's crows jumps down toward our boy, but he moves out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy lands a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jaehyun tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time he tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices some other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it's clear that Chairman Jae-in is on the move for these creatures to have the boldness to come at him inside the academy grounds. Jaehyun surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them that they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them backward. However, he soon sees something that makes him cringe. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Min Seong-o, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jaehyun burns with deep rage and fires several lightning chains at his father, who dodges his attack easily. After evading his attacks, his father places his hand on his sword and sends a sword slash toward him. Jaehyun gets cut on his side because he can't escape the slash quickly enough, especially because he didn't even see his father draw his sword at all. The slash Song-o sent created such a deep gash in the ground that it would have cut Jaehyun in half if he didn't move out of the way. After a moment of silence, Seong-o tells our boy he was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time, but his personality seems to have gotten much more aggressive. However, Jaehyun tells him to stop calling him son, because he never thought of him as his father. Surprised, Seong-o mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jaehyun tells him to cut the bullshit and state why he's here. For a moment, Seong-o looks at Jaehyun and recognizes that he possesses the power of the prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jaehyun if the resistance against the Aesir got in touch with him, and when Jaehyun looks shocked, Seong-o gets his answer. He sends sword slashes to cut down Jaehyun, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the strength of the slashes breaks the barrier and burns up some of his clothing, so Jaehyun wonders if this is really the power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jaehyun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about the Aesir, and he wonders what he's been hiding. Eventually, he asks Seong-o if he intends to kill him, and he tells him he doesn't plan to. However, Seong-o considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a great obstacle not far in the future, to his plans and to the Aesir. He decides to use divine power to stunt the great adversary's growth, so he tells Jaehyun he'll take his limbs. Seong-o amplifies the power of his slash and directs a huge strike toward him. Jaehyun hopelessly stands there as the immense power moves toward him, until it's mysteriously stopped by the cat that was conversing with Hell. Seong-o asks the cat if the contract between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir was broken, or if he's just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him that he's not sure what he's talking about, and Jaehyun doesn't understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being, and tells Seong-o to go away because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she's stronger than Seong-o, and he doesn't know what the heck is going on. When Seong-o asks her if she really has to make matters worse, she cuts herself and lets out drops of blood on the ground, and the droplets soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Seong-o. Seong-o blocks the attacks, and the hands become larger and the strikes stronger. While still attacking, Seong-o tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between gods. However, the girl reminds Seong-o that he's also a mere human who's trying to kill Odin, so he's not much different. Eventually, Jaehyun's father decides to leave for now, but he warns her that he'll make sure she takes responsibility for the contract with Aesir if she gets in his way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do as he will, but reminds him she can behead him at any time if he also interrupts her. After leaving a love mark on his neck, she reminds him the contract is between just the Aesir and the resistant Aesir, but there's nothing in the contract forbidding the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Seong-o disappears, and our boy soon collapses on the ground, severely injured. The girl walks up to him and tells him it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hell's alter ego, Hella, and says she's his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal himself. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he's curious, and she'll answer anything she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Seong-o, so she tells him he's not his real father, and his real name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugin borrowed the power to manipulate memories from another crow, Moonin. Hugin has also been lurking around Jaehyun, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Seong-o is not his real father, so Hela decides to show him since that'll be easier. She points her finger at him, which triggers him to recall his backed-up memories. In a flashback, he goes back to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father didn't like the fact that he awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save him and defend him from his father. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something that he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who had always tried to give him sweets against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how much of a happy family they were, and tears begin to trickle down his face. As he looks at the picture of his real father, he begins to cry profusely, and he wonders how he forgot. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Seong-o did that to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the fated great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the great adversary annoys Jaehyun, and he asks her what these things mean and why they're all making his life so hard. After a short pause, Hela explains how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when everything began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Resistance Aesir alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but they lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live on the condition of creating a contract. The document notarizes that the resistant Aesir force has lost in Ragnarok, and from this point onward, they cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings of many worlds have suffered because of this contract and cried in despair endlessly until the 3 sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They prophesied that 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and that prophesied great enemy is Jaehyun. When Jaehyun confirms that the plan of the Aesir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it irritating to have to watch some inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who's standing nearby, mentions that Jaehyun is just a human who cannot amount to anything compared to them. However, because the resistant Aesir are determined and they can't afford to show weakness in such times, Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. When he hears that, Heimdall is glad he'll be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym to work out, and he remembers what Hela had told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken over some worlds, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jaehyun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, so Hela explains that it's because of the power of the prophecy, which is something even the gods cannot overpower. However, even though Jaehyun is being protected by that power, it's not eternal and will vanish once the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Aesir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok approaches, and she explains that he was already once killed by them. Jaehyun suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing him from the start. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide of the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial in order to raise him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called the God Murderer's Path, which requires him to receive the resistant Aesir throne's power in order to keep Odin's ambition at bay. He's already done Hel's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the resistant Aesir throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyeon does some special training until his muscles are sore. Thanks to the special training, he succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill, but it's still hard on his body. He remembers that Jaehyun is already at a much higher level than him, and he's far from being strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Regardless, he decides to train further, but he soon hears an announcement summoning him to the chairman's office. In his office, Jae-in speaks with a certain congressman about getting rid of all the lower-ranking students so they can focus their support on the high-ranking students. Jae-in proposes the man take care of the rest of what they need once they get rid of the students, but the man protests that he can't because things got too out of control at the mock exams, and the Raider Management Headquarters is going to be on the move soon. Jae-in feels the congressman isn't speaking at his level, and he considers whether he should get rid of him too. He soon informs the man that he's completed the preparation and that they're going to artificially open a gate at the guild experience they're holding in a few days. That gets the congressman interested, so he offers to send over the supporting funds from the nation to Mills, as they said last time. Shortly after, Hoyun, who still has the terrible experience he had in the demiplane in mind, is worried about why the chairman is summoning him. He supposes that the chairman was the one who invaded his mind at the demiplane, and was the one who caused the incident at the mock dungeon. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he decides not to act rashly because he can't handle this alone. Later on, while in class, our boy flashes back to his conversation with Hela. In the flashback, she informs him that Odin probably already knows that he has made contact with the resistant Aesir force, which means that Ragnarok can happen earlier than planned. Instructor Yisu soon ends her class and asks them to wake those sleeping, including Ina, because she has a message. She explains that the guild experience will be happening in 3 days and that the event will be a good opportunity for them to see how raider guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that there is a guild that was specially prepared by Chairman Jae-in for them. Jae-hyun hates the idea of going to the guild Jae-in provided and recalls that he went to a new E-rank guild and just sat on a moldy couch for a bit before leaving in his past life. But he can go anywhere now because of his accomplishments. He plans to go to the Neptune Guild because it's the #1 ranked guild in Korea before his regression. However, Instructor Yisu reads out a guild priority list, which offers a student they covet to experience their guild in exchange for a special point. Yisu announces that Jae-hyun, Ina, Yoo-jung, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and Lee Soo-hyuk was chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yoo-jung is ecstatic about the Lotus Guild, and our boy realizes this is why his teacher asked for the names of the skilled students. Yoo-jung begins to weep because she'll get to meet Guildmaster Yoo Seong-in and almost chokes Ina with a hug. But she has to stop when the 3 of them receive an emergency message from Hoyeon to show up at Jae-sang's workshop. When the cadets gather at Jae-sang's workshop, Hoyeon tells them about Chairman Jae-in's plan to kill off the lower-ranking students during the guild experience to make students reawaken. Jae-sang laments that the chairman's corruption is brought up every year, but now it's gotten worse as he plays with people's lives. Our boy realizes the guild experience event is much more dangerous than he anticipated. Hoyeon declares that they're the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who will be able to prevent it. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, believes they might just end up getting killed if they act rashly, even though it's noble to want to help the others. After silence lingers around the table, Yoo-jung asks them why they're hesitating at all when the lives of students are on the line, and Jae-song agrees with her. So does Ina. It actually makes Jae-hyun happy that they're all in support, and he believes their love for fighting and protecting others is what makes them raiders. Suddenly, the system adds another main quest called the Second Turning Point, where he has to prevent Jae-in's greedy plan and save the students with an A+ rank difficulty. The mission has a reward of a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system informs him that the resistant Aesir are watching to see what decision he makes. Eventually, Jae-hyun suggests to the others that they make a plan to mess up Chairman Jae-in for good. Sometime later, Instructor Yisu is surprised when Jae-hyun tells her he's already mastered a 4-star magic text, and she doesn't believe it's possible. She suddenly becomes afraid when she realizes this student is dangerous and something is off about him. She knows the chairman plans to use him as a chess piece, but she doesn't believe that Jae-hyun can be manipulated. Suddenly, our boy tells her that she looks pretty upset after passing a lot of knowledge to him as his teacher, so he asks if she's planning to snitch all of this to that bastard Jae-in again. When she demands to know how he knows about that, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and tells her he has a favor to ask. The brainwashing is effective, and our boy confirms that he's much stronger than her now, as he suspected. His plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside, so he asks Yisu to tell him about the kind of dirty things Jae-in is planning for the Guild Experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the Guild Experience, Yoo-jung is extremely excited that she gets to tour the Lotus Guild building. Soon after, Manager Sungjae comes to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he'll be their guide for the day. He shows them around until they come to a place where Guildmaster Seong-in is waiting to meet them. Shortly after, they all sit around a table to have tea and eat. Yoo-jung can barely raise her head due to how much she's in awe, and she eventually asks the Guildmaster to sign a paper because she's a big fan. Seong-in signs it and tells Yoo-jung that she gets motivation from people like her. When the Guildmaster tells Jae-hyun that it looks like he's already made so many friends, Hoyeon asks our boy if he's already acquainted with the guildmaster. She informs them that Jaehyun is her student, and Yoo-jung almost loses her mind. The guildmaster explains that she was able to hear a lot about them from Jaehyun, and she called them here because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jaehyun's corruption, but they haven't been able to do anything about it because of the absolute power he holds. Most of Jaehyun's skills are kept secret, and Seongan confesses that she doesn't know most of them. Meanwhile, some other students are being shown around in another guild, and one of them named Seong-chan considers his peers foolish for looking down on him or not being talented. He believes it's different now because the chairman picked him out personally to be here, because he finally saw that he had the potential to be a great raider one day. Suddenly, one girl stops Seong-chan and asks him if he also finds this place weird. When he asks what she means, she explains that a raider guild should have various facilities, but this place looks like it's been left here for a while, like some abandoned building. When he also looks around and notices the boxes and cobwebs, he becomes worried, and the man leading them informs them that they've reached their destination. When the man turns around, they notice his face burning off to expose the face of instructor Seoki. Seoki hadn't realized that his skill's effect would burn out so fast, and he realizes he has no choice but to start the plan early. He immediately activates a bright pink magic circle underneath the students and tells them goodbye. The students begin to panic and try to run, but they're unable to. Meanwhile, the kids use the mana map that Guildmaster Shungan gave them to track down the destination of some supernatural activity, but when they realize it looks more like an abandoned building instead of a guild building, they aren't sure they're at the right place. Behind them, Jaehyun communicates with manager Sunjae using his mind, and he confirms that he's following them. When Sungjae asks him how he's already been able to learn telepathy, our boy informs him that he read a few magic texts. Sungjae is proud of his progress because telepathy is not as easy as he makes it sound. At the Manhwa Guild, Guildmaster Seongan detects an ominous mana wave close by. She flashes back to how Jaehyun had told her that the guild that Ja-in wants to use for his plans is one called Cain. Seongan recognizes that as the guild that Jae-in made himself, and she finds it weird because Cain is a guild in the middle of Seoul, which is not far from Lotus. It doesn't sound like something that Ja-in would do to cause such a big incident so openly, so Jaehyun informs her that he got this information from someone working for him. In the present, she asks Hana if she has looked into the guild that Jaehyun set up, and Hana says she has. Hana explains that the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are guilds involved in tax evasion and other kinds of corrupt activities, and they don't record their activities. After hearing that, Seonggwen suspects that Jaehyun was right, but she still doesn't know what Jaehyun is planning. To be safe, she tells Hana to prepare her equipment in case something happens. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yoo-jung doesn't think this is the place because it looks abandoned, but our boy assures her this is the place the rotting mana is coming from. The mana Jaehyun is sensing feels off, and he suspects he may have to send the others out and face this with manager Sungjae. When they move in closer, they sense the remnants of some advanced magic that was just activated. While looking around, the pink energy appears again, and our boy tells the others to get out immediately. Before they know it, they're surrounded by the magic circle and are unable to move. They soon hear a voice that calls them fools and summons them to Svartalfheimer, the realm of the Dark Elves. As they're being transported, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the dungeon is dangerous compared to his level, and he's to leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Elves commands his subordinates to arise because it's time to feed on new prey. The kids are soon transported to Svartalfheimer, and Jaehyun recalls that it's said that the Dark Elves in Northern European mythology have powers comparable to the gods. However, the powers were weakened when this place became a dungeon. Hoyeon is surprised that Chairman Ja-in can use this kind of advanced teleportation magic, and he wonders who he really is. Jaehyun agrees because a mere human should not be able to interfere in the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means there must be another being involved. They all realize they're not in a good situation, but they're all surprised when manager Sungjae shows up. Sungjae informs them that Jaehyun had asked him to come here if something went wrong, and Yoo-jung is relieved that they're not going to die after all. However, Sungjae clarifies that the situation isn't really better just because he's here, because even A-rank raiders struggle to survive in the world of the Dark Elves. He plainly tells them that they'll all die if they let their guards down. Jaehyun agrees with Sungjae that there aren't any flawless methods for clearing this dungeon, at least in this timeline, but he recalls that he has seen enough clearing tutorials from the future, so he assures everyone that they'll make it out of there alive. Before that, he proposes they look for the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in meets with Hoyeon's father, Mr. An Seoku, who complains that he's violating his promise to make Hoyeon much stronger. Ja-in assures him that there's no need to worry because Hoyeon will come out first in the next event. However, Mr. An realizes that Ja-in is like a snake and asks him how Hoyeon was able to lose to a magic class student in the freshman hunt. Eventually, the chairman informs him about Jaehyun. a genius who was born with 97% magic aptitude. That figure shocks Mr. An, and he decides to take his leave. Apparently, An Seogu used to be a military officer, and his deep connections with the central government are of value to Ja-in. However, this is not enough reason for Jae-in to intervene in the new event, because he doesn't want to play games he knows he'll lose. In the world of the Dark Elves, Ina decides to use one of her skills called Flash to illuminate the place since it's too dark. But Jaehyun asks her to wait and uses a level 3 Flash skill that has stronger rays of light. Yoojung is surprised, so our boy explains that he leveled up Flash from D rank. Ina wonders how this was possible because leveling up a skill is only possible once you're an A rank raider, and Hoyeon is shocked that Jaehyun is already this skilled. While they move forward, manager Sungjae considers our boy's ability to level up skills, and he wonders how he's never seen such a thing, even though he's trained countless new raiders. He secretly wonders how much stronger Jaehyun can get. As they continue to move deep into the dungeon, Jaehyun suggests that they rest for a bit, and Sungjae agrees since they've been walking for a while. Because dark elves are used to the dark and can turn off Flash easily, our boy turns off the light so they can get used to the darkness. The kids soon take some mana potions that Jae-sung had prepared for them in advance to replenish their mana. When Hoyeon mentions that the survivors must be somewhere beyond the fork, Jaehyun uses his mana perception to check around the dungeon. He detects that the middle road leads to the room where the boss is, but he suddenly detects an incoming object and grabs the arrow mid-air before it pierces through Ina's chest. Our boy activates his absolute calculation skill, and everyone gets into fighting mode when they notice that they're surrounded by dark elves. Everyone watches in shock as Jaehyun crushes the arrow in his hands. Yoojung quickly activates a mana field around her friends, and Ina activates a skill called Slow to try to slow down the elves. She soon summons her Radiant Divine Sword and begins to attack the elves. Meanwhile, Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and creates a distraction that allows the others to attack further. When he gives the signal, manager Sungjae jumps towards one of the dark elves with his dagger and battles with it head-on. Our boy decides to join in on the fun, so he activates his lightning chain, which is now at level 5, and he strikes several of the elves with his chains. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheimer, the dark elves' weapons and armor are all made from magic, which means he can destroy all of it with absolute calculation. He signals Yoojung and Ina to only use fire-type magic, so they decide to follow even though they don't understand. As one of the elves throws his spear at him, Jaehyun tells Hoyeon to use provocation skills to simplify the enemy's movements as he burns the spear with his fire. Hoyeon soon uses his provoke skills to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jaehyun asks Sungjae to kill the dark elves whose movements have been dulled. Sungjae follows through, but he wonders if Jaehyun knows something about the dark elves. Using his level 5 stealth skill to completely erase his presence, Sungjae tears up dark elf flesh. Meanwhile, our boy uses his fire strike skill and lands a strike that destroys one of the dark elves. Yoojung also activates her Flame of Eternity to create a fireball that covers a large part of the area and forces the elves to move. As the dark elves advance forward for an assault, Ina activates her fire arrow and takes them down. As one of the elves wonders how these humans know their weaknesses, Hoyeon's sword goes through his back and comes out of his chest. The elf is infuriated that a mere human dares to attack him, but while he turns back to face Hoyeon, Jaehyun's lightning chain comes to finish him off. Shortly after, the entire fight ends, and Jaehyun proposes they keep moving since they don't have much time. He informs them that he feels some of the survivors' mana, and he worries that they might die if they're late. In the academy, Chairman Ja-in berates instructor Seok-gi for messing this up greatly again. Seok-gi apologizes and tries to explain that he didn't expect an outsider to walk into the guild building, but the chairman doesn't take that as an excuse. Seok-gi tries to assure him that there's no need to worry because it's common for civilians to die in sudden gate appearances, and they can just cover this up, but the chairman thinks that's a load of crap. Seok-gi suddenly starts to bleed from his mouth, and the chairman tells him that the transfer spell does not work on civilians without mana, which would mean some rats who can use mana went in. Jae-in tells him to hope this goes smoothly because things won't go well for him if any of the students make it out alive. As the chairman exacts more pressure, Seok-gi begins to bleed from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shongan urgently leaves the guild and heads to the Cane Guild to investigate the ominous mana. She suspects the spell must at least be an S-rank spell, which means the kids and Sungjae are in danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm that no one has died. While she hurries out, she tells Hana to call the association for support right away if she doesn't come back before the next morning. As Seongan rides on her bike, she promises to never forgive Ja-in if he touches a hair on any of her people. Meanwhile, Shangchan seems to have been severely injured, so his friends help him move so they can get out. Eventually, they trip over a stone, and she begins to cry because they have to find a way to get out of there. She begins to blame herself for all that happened, and wishes she weren't useless. She's surprised when someone suddenly places his hands on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jaehyun. He tells her she's done a good job and asks her to leave the rest to them. Soon after, the girl passes out, and they give her and Seongchan some potions to resuscitate them. Seongchan soon wakes up, and he's told that he's in Svartalfheimer, the land of the Dark Elves. When Jaehyun asks them what happened, they explain that they fell down here after reaching the Cain Guild. Then they were ambushed by Dark Elves who took their friends away. However, the girl and Seongchan managed to avoid being seen by the elves, but they eventually collapsed due to the mana overdose. From the way the girl is speaking, Jaehyun suspects that she probably thinks of herself as a coward and wishes she had died fighting alongside her classmate. However, Jaehyun believes it's arrogance on her part to wish she fought with an opponent she cannot handle, since that's only stuff that happens in movies. The experience of how he also had to run from his teammates in his past life flashes through his mind, so he tells Seongchan and the lady that they're not responsible for the others being captured. When Jaehyun asks them to tell him where they were taken to, the girl explains that they were taken to the king controlling the Dark Elves. Jaehyun also asks them who brought them here, so Seongchan informs him that it was instructor Seokgi. After a while, Jaehyun asks the others to wait while he goes ahead, but Yoojung protests and asks him what he's going to do. Our boy informs them that he feels dark mana from the direction they took the others to, which means it's probably the way to the boss, and he needs to hurry because the energies from the other guys are getting fainter. Yoojung protests that he's crazy and would get himself killed, and Ina agrees that they need to work together, but Hoyeon agrees with Jaehyun for some reason. Our boy explains that they won't be able to fight against Dark Elves one-on-one and win, and they need to stay back to protect the injured. Yoojung tries to protest but eventually keeps quiet because she doesn't have any other ideas. Sungjae also reluctantly agrees but asks Jaehyun to come back immediately if he encounters something dangerous. Hoyeon leaves the others in Sungjae's care, but Hoyeon assures him that he'll protect the others with all he has. As Jaehyun makes his way into the dungeon, Seongchan's friend wonders if he will be okay, so Sungjae assures her that he will because he's strong. Meanwhile, Yoojung wipes tears from her eyes, and she assures Ina that Jaehyun will be fine when she notices she's also distressed. Suddenly, Sungjae notices something, and he tells the others to keep quiet because the enemy is approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy blasts past his head and injures him deeply, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly the Dark Elves approach them, and one of the stronger Dark Elves points out that these humans have been disturbing them like flies. Meanwhile, our boy keeps going forward, and he realizes he has to take care of this quickly because something might happen while he's away. He soon opens a huge door and runs into the king, who has been waiting for him and has prepared something special. As Jaehyun is about to speak, his earring begins to burn, and he realizes the manager's presence is growing fainter. Before he can act, the door closes behind him, and the king tells him he can't leave this place unless he survives fighting with his soldiers. Jaehyun comes to a crossroads because he has to save the others. But when he remembers Hoyeon's promise to him, he decides to trust the others while he deals with this. The Dark Elf King begins to mock him and asks him what he's going to do, so Jaehyun creates a wall of fire around himself and assures him that they're all going to die here. In the outer part of the dungeon, Sungjae still lies on the ground with the sword that injured him by his side. Hoyeon rushes to his side, and he realizes that the manager is in terrible condition and may have been poisoned, which means these beasts are aware of the weakness of an assassin-type raider. The leader among the elves summons his sword back to himself, and he decides to deal with the minions, as he puts it, since the most annoying one is out of the way. Hoyeon confirms his suspicions that they were waiting for Jaehyun to leave to attack, and Ina mentions that the guildmaster must have noticed that manager Sungjae is down. She recalls that Seonggun had given Jaehyun an Ivaldi earring that would signal her once any of them were in danger, and she had promised to come if there's an emergency. In the Dark Elf Palace, Jaehyun burns with rage and literal fire as he tears through Dark Elf flesh. He covers himself with fire and approaches some of the elves, but he notices stains of blood on their mouths, so he tells them they're going to have to throw up what they just ate. Our boy recalls the look of determination on Hoyeon's face, which is the face of an insane person who's come to terms with his decisions. He's seen such a facial expression on his best friend from his past life, and on the friends that got killed in the mock dungeon, so he doesn't believe he should trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Yoojung creates a mana field, and Ina summons several divine radiant swords to give the Dark Elves hell. The leader of the Dark Elf group tells them that it's pitiful to see them struggle in a pointless manner, so he assures them they'll all become a part of the king's feast, and sends off his soldiers to attack. Ina realizes the elf is fast, but Hoyeon blocks the guy's attack using his shield. Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and retaliates with a slash that forces him to retreat. The move makes the leader of the group admit the humans aren't too useless after all. Hoyeon realizes that this group is stronger than the previous Dark Elves they came across, and when the leader approaches him, Hoyeon asks him what he is. The leader of the group introduces himself as Kel, the captain of the royal guard, and one who is of royal blood. They're shocked to hear that he's a royal dark elf, which means he must be stronger than A rank. Meanwhile, Hoyeon recalls the first day he met Jae-hyun and how he stood in front of him to protect him, which made him remember all the good things he's forgotten about a raider. To him, Jae-hyun's boldness is the dream he wants to realize, and he decides he cannot die in a place like this, and that he needs to catch up to Jae-hyun no matter what. Hoyeon suddenly throws away his shield, much to everyone's shock, and steps toward the monster. He believes this is what he should have done from the start, because a raider has more than one heart, so he reaches into his higher, middle, and lower chi centers to open them. Kel is shocked by the sudden outburst of mana coming from Hoyeon, and even beholding it slightly injures him. The man covers Kel up, and he asks Hoyeon how he's able to do such things. However, Hoyeon doesn't answer him but activates his unity of body and sword skill, which causes him to start bleeding from the mouth. Ina pleads with him to stop, and the system declares that this skill's level is far too high for the user, and the flow of blood within the body has been reversed. He's warned to cancel the skill immediately, or die within 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel takes advantage of the situation and orders his soldiers to capture Hoyeon alive, even if they have to cut off his limbs. Regardless, Hoyeon doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to face the soldiers. He had succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill called Unity of Body and Sword from his training, but it's still too much for his body. It's a skill used by those who have reached the peak of swordsmanship, where the sword and the body become one. As the soldiers rush towards him, Hoyeon deflects them easily and goes to face Kel. As both of them clash swords, Hoyeon realizes he's not yet a match for Kel because he has only awakened this new realm of strength in an unstable manner. He realizes that all he can do is stall for time, so he continues fighting with Kel. While they're fighting, Kel tells him that his struggling is rather comical, and he points out that he notices what kind of state he's in. However, Hoyeon refuses to back down because he has to keep his promise. He tells Kel he would never know why he's doing this and goes in for a frontal strike, but the dark elf jumps out of the way and attempts to attack him from the side. Kel is unable to land the strike because Hoyeon's heightened senses allow him to pick up the counterattack quickly enough to jump out of the way. Kel calls him a little rat, but Hoyeon leaps right back towards him and almost overpowers the dark elf. Suddenly, while they're fighting, Hoyeon's body begins to break down, and the system tells him to undo the skill immediately because all muscular fibers are being disconnected and all blood paths are being twisted. While he's in pain, Kel comes in to finish him off, but Hoyeon still manages to block his attack. He begins to cough and pant when his body can't take it anymore. Regardless, he continues with the skill and decides to put up one last fight. From where he is, he releases a huge mana blast that tears through the ground. The attack injures a dark elf, but Hoyeon is disappointed when he realizes it's another elf that Kel had used to shield himself. The elf calls out to his captain as he dies in his arms, but Kel tells him not to worry because he was useful. As Hoyeon collapses and profusely coughs out blood, he mutters to Kel that he's a coward. The words barely come out of his mouth before Kel rushes towards him and drives his sword through him. Meanwhile, tears flow from Yoo-jung's eyes as she watches the horror and calls out to Hoyeon. Inside the palace, Jae-hyun kicks Dark Elf behinds using chains of fire. He's still unable to set the captured students free, and when he recalls that he had asked Hoyeon to give him just 10 minutes to kill the king and save the others, he becomes worried. Just then, one of the Dark Elves comes at him with a spear to kill him, but our boy waits for him to get close and covers his face with fire. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King laughs as he watches the entire thing. He calls Jae-hyun a fool and asks him if he thinks he can win against the number of soldiers going against him. Jae-hyun asks him why he can't, and the king tells him he's very arrogant despite being a useless human. Jae-hyun recalls that he heard people call him useless way too much while growing up, and he's sick and tired of it. Suddenly, the Dark Elves begin to struggle to breathe, and our boy starts to burn bright as several of the elves collapse. The surprised king asks the soldiers why they're immobile and not attacking, but he doesn't know our boy is activating his Chains of Inferno skill. As the soldiers try to attack, Jae-hyun takes out several of them using his chains, and he thanks the king for giving him the chance to try out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves burn because of the fire of the Inferno, and the infuriated king calls Jae-hyun a bastard. He threatens Jae-hyun that he won't let him live after what he has just done, but Jae-hyun simply approaches him and asks him if he's serious right now. The king is certain that it's impossible for a mere human to be this powerful, and he realizes he cannot win against him. He threatens Jae-hyun that he will regret this, and informs him that the other 7 kings will definitely destroy him even if he succeeds in killing him here. While the king is still talking, Jae-hyun uses his Step of Light skill to run towards him in the blink of an eye, and he lands a punch on his face. Along with the punch, he releases a fiery explosion in his face that knocks the king away. Finally, he tells him it's none of his business what the other kings do and proposes that they come find him if they're pissed. Meanwhile, Kel drives his sword through Hoyeon's chest. Ina watches in despair because she wasn't able to do anything while her friend was injured because she's weak. She's losing someone once again, and this time, there are only the leftovers. Kel walks up to her and grabs her by the throat, planning to gobble her up. Yujung calls out to her, but she only cries in Kel's hold and tells herself she can't lose. Suddenly, a bright mana overshadows the place, and it turns out to be Guildmaster Seongun, who asks Kel if he hurt them. She asks him to think hard before answering because he will die if it's true. Her aura fills up the entire place, and Hoyan, who's bleeding to death, is glad that he was able to hold on till help arrived. Once more, Seongun asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the overwhelming weight of her aura begins to make him sweat. Kel realizes that he can't ever win against this lady from the strength of her mana, so he plans to take the kids hostage to have a chance against her. He boldly declares to her that the gnarly sight is his masterpiece, so Seongun asks if that's so. She suddenly activates her sacrifice skill to heal them all at the same time, consuming her own life power. Kel is surprised that she can use healing magic this fast, and he wonders what the hell is going on. Eventually, Seongun tells Kel that she doesn't like it when people put a hand on her people, so she blasts him away with a torrent of energy. The blast knocks him backward and starts to consume his flesh until he begins to fade away. Yujung watches in awe when she realizes that Seongun didn't attack Kel with any skill, but only shot out concentrated mana. Seongun rushes to Sungjae's side to heal him, and she's able to stabilize him. The only issue is Hoyan, whom she realizes is in pretty serious condition, and when she tries to heal him, her system informs her that his injuries are severe and would take a considerable amount of time to heal. She realizes he's overworked himself by using power past his critical point, which has messed up his meridians and nerves. If she had been late by just a little bit, he wouldn't be able to use mana again. Shortly after, she manages to heal him, but her system informs her that her life power, which permanently decreases her life power by 2%. Using the skill takes a lot out of her, and she realizes that she would have been long dead if it weren't for Jaehyun. When Yujung asks after Hoyan, Seongun explains that he'll be fine but may not wake up for a few days. The news relieves the students, so Seongun asks them where Jaehyun is. They reluctantly inform her that he went to the boss room on his own, but instead of panicking like they expected, she assures them that he'll be fine. Yujung protests that Jaehyun went in alone, but Seongun assures that Jaehyun won't die that easily. Since dark elves use magic to attack, she knows that they're no match for Jaehyun. Meanwhile, our boy tells the king of the dark elves that the other kings can come find him if they're pissed, but that can only happen if he makes it out of here alive. The king, who is now bleeding from his face, curses when he realizes he's now losing to a mere human, so he decides to make a run for it to tell his brothers about it. As he makes a run for it, he's shocked that Jaehyun outruns him and ends up in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy ties him up and smashes his face into the ground. Infuriated, the Dark Elf King tells him he won't die here alone, but he'll take him to Helheimer with him. The king activates a secret technique only passed down to the king of the Dark Elves called Frozen Earth, expecting Jaehyun to shake in fear. However, Jaehyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king wonders why he's smiling. Our boy activates his blank card and thanks the king for using it now, because he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. He soon registers the Frozen Earth skill onto a blank card and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the Frozen Earth that the king triggered. The king watches incredulously as the Frozen Earth attack crumbles, so Jaehyun drags his head up and reminds him of the saying to know himself and to know his enemies. After he burns up the king's head with fire, the Nornir system registers that he has defeated Canaan, the Dark Elf King. Because of that, he earns the title of the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. Jaehyun obtains an ingredient item called King of Dark Elves Essence and an equipment item called King of Dark Elves Pauldron. After successfully clearing the second quest, he also gets a blank card and a sealed magic text, as well as a skill called Embodiment of Magical Artifact. He soon rushes to help the captured students, and he's glad to find out that one of them is still breathing. However, his stomach turns when he realizes that some of them are dead, so he uses his sacrifice skill to heal the guy that's still breathing. While healing him, Seongun comes to join her power with his, and she tells him that being a healer is a cruel job. Apparently, a healer is happiest when healing is not needed, and the second happiest person when saving a person who's on the brink of death. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, Seokgi boils with anger when he realizes that his plans have been foiled. He swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they make it out of the dungeon because they will all die painfully. Suddenly, Jaehyun appears by his car window and smashes the glass to grab his neck. With a maniacal look on his face, Jaehyun calls him a son of a bee because of what he did. An hour ago, those who are trapped in the world of the Dark Elves come out at the entrance of the Cain Guild. Seongchan thanks Seongun for her help, so Seongun says they can come to her guild later on if they're so grateful. The offer amazes Yujung, and she wishes she could join right away. Jaehyun thinks Yujung is cringy and tells her to read the atmosphere better, so she kicks him in his calves and reminds him that he's not allowed to talk for the rest of the day because he got them worried. Jaehyun winces from the pain and wonders why it hurts so much even though her strength stat is low. Soon after, Hana arrives in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to hurry over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Seongun apologizes for that and tells her she'll explain the details of what happened later. In the meantime, she asks Hana to take the injured and the kids to the guild first. Seongun doesn't follow them because she and Jaehyun have something to do. Hana asks manager Sungjae to come with her, and Jaehyun notices that Sungjae's arm tore, which surprises him. As he's about to say something, Sungjae communicates with him via telepathy not to say anything to his sister because it's going to be worse if Hana finds out about it. There seems to be a love-hate relationship between these siblings, and Hana almost ditches Sungjae when he doesn't come into the car, which forces him to run in. After they drive off, Jaehyun and Seongun ambush Seokgi, who has been watching from nearby. He's shocked that they made it out, and he doesn't understand what Seongun is doing here. Infuriated, he activates a magical equipment that Chairman Jae-in gave him because of the urgency of the situation. Using the equipment, he teleports behind her and attempts to stab her, but she easily slides out of the way. She mentions to him that his teleportation item isn't that great because it only moves him a couple dozen meters. She asks him why he was trying to kill the students and who was behind it, but Seokgi refuses to and states that the mages are inferior anyway. He activates something that Seongun recognizes as a mana suppression device, so she tells him it's a shame. Meanwhile, Jae-in listens in on the conversation, and he decides that he no longer has any use for Seokgi. On the streets, Seongun prepares a blast of mana despite Seokgi's mana suppression device, and she asks him if he had really thought that he could defeat her with something like that. Jaehyun realizes that he couldn't detect the magic seal in the Cane Guild beforehand, because Seokgi had also used a mana suppression device there. Seongun tells the instructor that she doesn't care if he doesn't tell her who's behind this because she already knows it's Jae-in. She also adds that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy if she pours in enough mana to overwhelm it, and she assures him he's going to die here. Suddenly, she changes the atmosphere and summons streaks of lightning above him that soon course through his body. Jaehyun recognizes the magic spell she used as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose force depends largely on the user's power, and he realizes the level at which she's using it is in a different dimension. Sometime later, Ina returns to her lodge, and she recalls how Jaehyun had protected her by catching the spear that was supposed to kill her. She realizes he was able to inversely calculate the spell in a short period of time, which means she's still got a long way to go, but she makes sure to find time to thank him later. Meanwhile, reporters storm the Mills Academy to hear what they have to say about this matter, and they desire to have a word with Chairman Jae-in. Instructor Yisu goes to inform Jae-in that the Academy's reputation has fallen, and there are assumptions that he was the one who created the Ghost Guild to try and abandon the students. Jae-in boils with anger as he wonders why this happened. Expressionless, Yisu informs him there are journalists outside and calls from everywhere, so she asks him what she should do about them. Annoyed, the chairman orders her to lock down the academy and tell everyone they're not taking any interviews right now. When she leaves to handle that, Jae-in realizes there must be a traitor inside Mills for such information about his plans to have leaked. It's clear that Seokgi is probably dead, so he decides to take an eye for an eye. The chairman places a call to someone and offers to pay anything he wants for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jaehyun intentionally collides with Hoyeon while they're in the hallway, and he comments that he's looking fit. Hoyeon is glad to see him and says he's only well because of him and the guildmaster. After a short pause, Jaehyun asks him why he almost killed himself, and when Hoyeon struggles to answer, Jaehyun warmly assures him that he just needs to keep moving forward with that kind of mindset. He encourages him to do as he pleases and think of the reasons later. However, before he leaves, our boy reminds him to look out for himself because the other guys worry about him. For some reason, the thought of doing what he wants to do energizes Hoyeon. Later that day, our boy checks out his stats and checks his A-rank title as the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. The title increases his mana and his attack power when facing a dark-type monster and will trigger the anger of all Dark Elves and make the user a target when this title is equipped. He excitedly equips the title and decides to leave the essence of the Dark Elf King ingredient to Jaesong, since he loves handling new ingredients. Our boy also gained an active skill called Realization of Magical Artifact, a skill that creates necessary armor in battle using mana. This skill surprises Jaehyun, so he quickly equips it because he's amazed. Jaehyun realizes that the value of this new skill doesn't really lie in its rank, but in its utility. On the black market, a piece of C-rank armor goes for tens of millions of won, so that means he can make armor of that value each time. Suddenly, the knife given to him, named Misteltein, begins to react until the system notifies our boy that all the effects of Misteltein have been unlocked because he has fulfilled all the conditions. Because of this, he obtains a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, and all the equipment he creates from now on will have their rank increased by 1. This is ridiculously great news to Jaehyun, and he now understands that the full effects of Mistletoe weren't working because he hadn't fulfilled the full conditions before. Since he's getting all these benefits, he decides to begin training with them. The next morning, many students are seen preparing for the Miles Academy exams. Because of the difficulty of the exams, they're nicknamed the Grave of Students because of the intense competition. The exams are both theory and practical, where the practical involves potion making and pocket plane dungeon raid tests that are broadcast live to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Hoyeon is woken up by Yoojung, who threatens to beat him up, and he apologizes that he sleeps whenever he reads. The frantic Yoojung reminds him they just have a few days left until the midterm exams and warns him against getting a failing grade. Nearby, Ina also struggles to understand what she's reading. Hoyeon realizes that he and Ina suck at theory, and she had offered to tutor them to help out. Both of them eventually give up and accept the fate of retaking the exams, but Yoojung tells them to stop saying nonsense and explains the next subjects they have to them. A few days later, after the students finish one of the tests, some students talk about how the test was, and notice the top-tier students, Ina, Yoojung, and Jaehyun, talking with one another. The students suppose that they're all geniuses and did the test with their eyes closed. When Yoojung asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly blanks out. Jaehyun and Yoojung make fun of Ina and Hoyeon and state that books are their enemies, which makes Ina chase them around. Meanwhile, Soohyuk watches Jaehyun, and he tells Minsu that he'll beat the arrogant bastard this time for sure, but Minsu just thinks Soohyuk is in his emo phase. Sometime later, Yoojung creates a potion in Jaesung's workshop that explodes in her face, so Jaehyun makes fun of her. He tells her that his own potion is much better and tries to get Jaesung to support him, but Jaesung reluctantly declares to both of them that they're going to fail at this rate. He states that they both have no talent in alchemy, and he breaks their hearts into little pieces. Our boy realizes he has to train more to avoid a failing grade, so he asks Jaesung if there's a way for them to avoid failing. After giving it some thought, Jaesung proposes that they use a special item, which is a monster called moonlight fireflies. Apparently they reside in very clean areas, and not even 100 appear on the black market each year. If they can create a powder out of their exoskeleton, then they'll be able to maximize the effects of the potion. Shortly after, Jaehyun and Yoojung approach Kwon Soil Sunbai, one of the seniors they defeated in the freshman hunt. After telling her it's been a while, she looks at them in surprise and asks them why they're here. Our boy tells her that he would like to ask her for a favor, but she tells him to piss off because she's not going to do anything for him. However, he asks her if she's going to reject it without hearing what he has to offer, but she still refuses because all he can probably offer are some points. Our boy offers her 30 million won in cash, which shocks Yoojung, and Soil lights up at the mention of that amount of money. Soon after, they head to a place called Jolabuk Domuju, near Mount Deogyu, and they bring Jaesung along. An hour earlier, Soil listened to their offer and believed it was doable, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needs traces in order to find something. When she asks if they have a way, Jaehyun assures her he's going to bring along a very talented alchemist. She asks who, and Jaesung soon appears, but she doesn't rate Jaesung as a talented alchemist. Our boy asks her if she knows him, so she replies that they were in the same team on their first freshman hunt. Apparently, she didn't even know he was into alchemy, and had considered him a good-for-nothing that was forced into martial arts class, especially because he wasn't really of any help back then. While they're out in the woods, Soil tells Jaesung he's got a different vibe from back then, and now looks like he's having fun, which surprises him. Moonlight fireflies are nature's monsters that appear normal in the real world. Jaesung leads them to a good spot where they can easily find fireflies, but Soil reminds him that it's getting hard to see in front of them from this spot. Regardless, Yoojung notes that the scenery doesn't seem to be affecting Jaesung, so our boy informs her that Jaesung had told him that he likes bugs, and that creeps Yoojung out. After looking around for a bit, our alchemist finds a trace of a moonlight firefly, so Soil swings into action to find them. After activating her skill called Inspection, she finds something that she believes are moonlight fireflies. They soon begin following the path, but they soon realize that it's not the way they came, and they notice that it's kind of creepy. However, Soil insists that her skill is guiding her here. After going through the weird-looking vegetation for a while, they suddenly run into a bright waterfall with enthralling fireflies moving around. Jaesung excitedly informs them that these are moonlight fireflies, and it's clear from how large they are compared to normal fireflies that they're monsters. Because of how fast they're moving, Jaesung activates his gravity skill to restrict their movement, but the bugs seem to withstand the force of the pull. When Soil suggests that Jaehyun make his force stronger, he replies that he doesn't have the proficiency to change the force of this skill. Jaesung becomes worried that they'll miss the fireflies, but our boy assures him they won't, so he generates a mana room to trap them all. Soil is totally shocked that our boy just created a whole mana room, so she tells him he's a monster. Jae-sung is amazed because he would never have thought of this method, so he rushes in, but it's clear from Yoo-jung's expression that she despises bugs. Regardless, Jae-hyun forces her in, and they all enter to join Jae-sung, who is already collecting bugs. While catching the bugs, Soil wonders if there's any other student in the academy who can create a mana room like this, and realizes even a third-year student wouldn't be able to do this. After they finish, they return to Jae-sung's workshop and try to create potions again. This time it works and doesn't explode in their faces, which shocks Hoyeon and Ina. Jae-sung proudly declares that he worked hard to make this, and they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun begin to celebrate, but Jae-sung becomes worried that Jae-hyun's potion only has a purity of 50%, and Yoo-jung's has 47%, so he wonders if they'll really be okay in the tests. A few days later, after their test, Hoyeon makes fun of Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung, saying he almost mistook their ingredient pot for a monster summon pot. Even after Yoo-jung got all the good ingredients, she still ended up in the 42nd position, with Jae-hyun at 31st, Hoyeon at 29th, and Ina in first position. After teasing them a bit more, Hoyeon heads over to his next class, so Jae-hyun tells himself that it's not over since he still has other exams left, and so does Yoo-jung. The only issue is that the practical exams are difficult. It's a compilation of all the freshman hunt, AR test, fake dungeon, and every lesson they've done so far. Apart from that, another factor that exponentially increases its difficulty is the way teams are made. On the day of the practicals, Yoo-jung laments because she got a cost of 14 and will have to plan well in order to get a good team. The cost is calculated among the students based on the grades they have at the moment. Students must make teams of 4 without surpassing a total team cost of 50. In this exam, Hoyeon has a cost of 17, Ina has a cost of 15, and Yoo-jung has a cost of 14. Jae-hyun had a cost of 6 in his past life, and he remembers that he was excited because he got to enter a good team, but the results were the worst. He considers it a crappy way of choosing teams, as the higher ranks choose the lower ranks because they have higher costs and can easily accommodate those with lower costs. Suddenly, our boy is approached by one of the cadets whom he knows from his past life. This same guy had insulted him for being a lower rank, but in the present, he's asking if he's the genius student who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon too. In the past, this guy made fun of him and told him to know his place during their exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Han-sung, but Jae-hyun simply dismisses him. Regardless, Han-sung suggests that they team up because he has less cost compared to his skill, and he proposes to help Jae-hyun with his cost of 20 that makes it hard for him to choose teammates. However, Jae-hyun only considers this guy a garbage bastard who preys on the weak and sucks up to the strong. He tells Han-sung it's a shame that he doesn't want to team up with him and tells him to go look for someone else. Flustered, Han-sung tries to explain again that he has low cost with high skills, but our boy tells him it doesn't matter to him because he can clear the test on his own, and Han-sung is too weak anyway. Our boy goes to meet some of his friends, and he asks them if they've considered his idea, while Han-sung stares at him with utter contempt. Meanwhile, warriors Jina and Sungwoo tell Jae-hyun that they're up for it. Han-sung recognizes Jina and Sungwoo as the ones who abandoned Jae-hyun during the mock dungeon, and our boy tells them he's glad they agreed because he was worried they'd say no. Han-sung continues to burn with rage because Jae-hyun picked those bastards and storms off, certain that Jae-hyun will regret his decision. Sometime later, Jae-hyun and his new teammates meet at a cafe. Suddenly, Jina asks Jae-hyun if he's sure he really wants them since they weren't very helpful at the mock dungeon, and Sungwoo also reminds him that they were abandoned to die in the cane incident because they were not skilled enough. Regardless, our boy assures them that he doesn't intend to lose. Jae-hyun realizes that Jina and Sungwoo's costs are lower than what they are capable of because they ran away during the mock dungeon, and they're the ones with good costs and not Han-sung. Eventually, the two agree and ask who the last person will be. Our boy tells them the lady will be here soon, and shortly after, Yoo-jung steps in through the door. They recall how instructor Ji-yeon had to hold back Yoo-jung from destroying them because they left Jae-hyun in the dungeon. When she steps in, she directly asks Jae-hyun why he called her to team up with these guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in reads about how the Mills Academy is losing its title as Korea's top academy, and he's at risk of being driven out because of the incident. He angrily smashes the computer because those bastard reporters still wrote these articles even though he paid them so much money. He realizes the media is turning their back on him, the mighty Ja-in, and it's clear that the Lotus Guild is most likely responsible for this. He decides that he has no choice but to lay low for now, even though he'll have to take some losses. He has to wait for the media to calm down and then return to his original plan for the sake of a seer. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Yoo-jung sits defiantly while watching the two warrior cadets. She eventually agrees to overlook the issue, but she asks Jae-hyun if he's really okay with this. Our boy declares to them that he wants them to believe that asking them to run was realistically the best option they had, and Yujung has no choice but to believe him. She eventually asks him the real reason he wants them on his team, since he can easily get full points on the test on his own. Truthfully, our boy chose them because they all share resentment against Ja-in, and he's certain they will keep whatever happens between them a secret. He eventually admits to them that he has a plan to bring down Ja-in using the event, and they all look at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and one instructor, Park Hajun, comes forward to take charge of the second part of the practical exams. Our boy considers that this Hajun is just one of Ja-in's minions who is here to replace Seokgi. Hajun explains that the exam will be streamed to the entire nation to show the students' skills to the world, so he asks them to do their best and wishes them luck. The students are immediately transported to a place known as the Pocket Plain, which seems to be filled with lava. Our boy's team is Team D, and their mission is to clear all stages and return with the boss's core. The quest on the first floor is to eliminate all monsters on the floor and find the stairs leading to the second floor. The place is clearly hot, and Jae-hyun informs them that they're in a dungeon that was modeled after Muspelheimer. Our boy suggests they begin by mapping out the dungeon because they need as much information as possible to respond to any problem, and because there are items he'd like to get too. Yujung explains that one of the items they need to get is frostgrass, because long exposure to the heat in this place will slow them down and will be dangerous in other ways. Sungwoo commends Jaehyun and Yujung because they seem to be good at this stuff, but our boy explains that it's the basics of dungeon exploration, and survival is the priority of a raider. Soon after, Jaehyun activates his mana detection skill until he finds frostgrass. After tracing the mana, they find a field full of frostgrass, so Jaehyun suggests they take as much as possible and keep it in their inventory. Since Sungwoo had said he got fair grades in alchemy, Jaehyun leaves the job of making potions to him. Suddenly, they're notified that viewers will enter the room soon, and they're reminded to be careful of what they say and do. Students need to perform for the viewers of the entire nation, and they need to satisfy the viewers. Jaehyun doesn't like the idea, but he finds it useful in some ways. While they're picking grass, he informs the others that 4 C-rank monsters are approaching, and he orders that they go with Formation B. They all get into position as several lava slimes approach them. Jungwoo activates his Provoke skill to draw them to him, and Jaehyun advises them all to fight the monsters using items to try and keep their distance, since the monsters explode if they touch a spot on them. They all prep their weapons but don't make a move as the monsters continue toward them. When they come up close, Yujung calls out to Jaehyun, but he tells her it's not time to act yet. When the monsters reach just a few inches away, the viewing channel for their team is created, and several viewers pour in, with some of them asking if this is the stream with the student that got first place in the freshman hunt. Jaehyun orders his teammates to act, so Yujung activates her water shoot skill and fires an arrow at one of the monsters, creating a hole in it. While Gina also fights, Jaehyun considers that this is the best environment to use the frozen earth skill he got, so he smiles at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan to make things too exciting so early on, but plans to deploy his big skills when things have gotten more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain and pours down ice on the field. Some of the viewers wonder if this is really happening and how a new student can use such a skill. Some of them think it's an error because the skill our boy just used is an A-rank skill. However, Jaehyun is certain that these stupid viewers are going to be the ultimate weapon in bringing down Ja-in. Meanwhile, team manager Sunbai Nim watches the livestream and wonders how Jaehyun is able to use an A-rank skill without breaking a sweat. According to what agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him, Jaehyun doesn't like Ja-in, and Lotus has his back on that. He considers that it won't be hard to expose Ja-in if he utilizes this kid, so he excitedly watches to see what Jaehyun will do. The ice rain that Jaehyun triggered takes out the lava slimes, and Yujung admits that she's not even surprised anymore, even though she doesn't know where he learned that. When Gina points out that it's getting really hot, our boy suggests that they drink their potions. They all begin to look for a place with less heat, so Sungwoo points to a spot that has less energy coming from it. Jaehyun agrees with him, so he decides to set up a shelter there. Meanwhile, Aina fires several holy arrows at some of the monsters, and Hoyeon, who is also nearby, tears up another one. After destroying them all, Aina mentions that this dungeon seems too easy, and Hoyeon agrees with her that they're weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch in confusion because they realize they could have failed with just one mistake, and they just fought lava slimes in close range without taking damage. On Jaehyun's side, he sets up a tent for his team to stay in while they wait for Sungwoo to make the potions that he says will take up to an hour to make. When Jaehyun teases Yujung about making slight remarks to try to speed up Sungwoo, she protests that she didn't mean that, and they start fighting again. Gina laughs because of how close they are, but Yujung claims they're not. Shortly after, Jaehyun talks with the guys about his secret plan. After explaining the plan, Yujung steps out with Jaehyun to ask if it's really possible, and our boy assures her it is. He believes this is the best time to create some ruckus, so he releases some power to make the connection to the pocket plane unstable and cancel the limited voice transmission feature. The viewers wonder what Jaehyun is doing and why he's working alone with Yoo-jung. While they wonder if the others have failed, Jaehyun assures the viewers that his members are fine, which surprises them because they shouldn't be able to hear the students talk. Jaehyun had played with the formulas of the pocket plane a bit so he can speak, so he tells everyone it's nice to meet them and declares that he'll start the real stream now. Meanwhile, Jaehyun almost bursts due to anger while watching Jaehyun's display. Jaehyun can't believe this is happening, and he doesn't understand how Jaehyun was able to interfere with the formula of the pocket plane, which was created by dozens of mage raiders, himself, and many of the Academy's mage instructors. Instructor Ha-jun, who is standing nearby, suggests that they punish Jaehyun, but Ja-in clarifies that he wants to but cannot, because there are no rules for this kind of situation since it was never expected. However, there is the rule that an Academy student cannot disclose Mills' sensitive information to the public, and he can be expelled if he violates that. Suddenly, the chairman overhears Jaehyun talking about him on livestream. Jaehyun links the chairman to the guild experience incident and a lot of shady things, and he assures the viewers not to worry about him being expelled, which totally perplexes the chairman. Our boy tells the viewers that the chairman's favorite quote is that the strong survive and have power. After laughing maniacally about Jaehyun's rottenness, the chairman orders instructor Ha-jun to expel Jaehyun once the exams are over. He also asks him to get at least 2 experienced A ranks to get rid of Jaehyun once the media has calmed down a bit. When Jaehyun leaves, Ja-in promises himself to make Jaehyun pay. Our boy explains to the viewers that Chairman Ja-in won't be keeping his word if he expels him when he has such good grades. The viewers are excited by all he's saying, and several of them begin to figure out that there must be an actual problem in the school, especially with all the uninvestigated allegations that have been made against Ja-in. Earlier, in the shelter, Jaehyun informs the others that he's going to edit the formulas of the pocket plane so the viewers can hear them and bring them to their side. Yoo-jung wonders if this is okay because the chairman can do something, but our boy assures her that they have the viewers, and there's no rule stating that they're not allowed to interfere with the formulas of the pocket plane. In the present, Jaehyun tells the viewers that he's going to start the real dungeon raid stream, which they've specially prepared for the viewers to enjoy. The viewers are excited, but Yoo-jung feels vulnerable in front of the viewers because they soon begin to talk about her performance and strengths. Shortly after, Jaehyun takes Yoo-jung with him to a place that looks like a lava waterfall, and our boy tells the viewers that they're planning to find the hidden piece of the pocket plane here, which would be interesting to them. The viewers are ecstatic at the mention of a hidden piece, so Yoo-jung begins by activating her heist skill, while our boy activates his wind boost skill, as well as his gravity skill. Jaehyun plans to show the viewers how a regressor raids a dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy, instructor Kim Ji-yeon informs manager Sun By-nim that she'll get him into contact with Jaehyun right after the exams. He asks her to get into contact with Jaehyun as soon as possible and bring him over to their side, and even offers to let Jaehyun have control over the conditions. Ji-yeon accepts the mission and thinks it'd be a big advantage in the long term if the raider management can take Jaehyun, but the only problem is that Ja-in is also after him. In the pocket plane, our boy puts his hand around Yoo-jung and drags her towards the lava. She hesitates and asks him to wait, but he just continues to run towards the stream of lava while she screams. The viewers keep chatting with one another, and they don't yet understand why they're jumping towards the lava. However, Jaehyun lands on an invisible platform near the lava stream, and Yoo-jung is extremely relieved that there's a hidden foothold there just as Jaehyun had said. He tells her to hold on to him and cast the spell and ensure she doesn't make any mistakes in her time calculations. Jaehyun is in awe of the first person who actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knows Chairman Ja-in hid it here under the sponsorship of the nation and didn't intend for a student to take it. After following all the footholds, they finally land on a spot where they can stand, so Yoo-jung asks him if the shiny thing in front of them is the item he was talking about. They turn out to be some marbles, and Jaehyun confirms her suspicions that these marbles will be the key point in clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Ja-in begins to sweat profusely, and he can't figure out how Jaehyun was able to find the hidden piece. Jaehyun tells the viewers that he knew this item was here from mapping, but he didn't expect it to be so well hidden. He activates his Ice Rain skill and fires it at the sea of lava, separating him from the item to cause it to solidify. He and Yoo-jung make their way down towards the item, and Jaehyun asks the viewers if they know what the item is. Most of them don't seem to know what it is, and when they demand that he tells them, he informs them that this is fire essence. Apparently, this item will be one of the most important items for clearing this dungeon, and the pocket plane system displays that this fire essence is a rank B item that exponentially increases flame resistance ability temporarily when consumed, but whose effect will not appear the second time. Normally, Schools create an environment that is as close to a real dungeon as possible and motivate students using a reward that is hidden. But it's odd that this reward was hidden in a way that ordinary students could never obtain it. The viewers go crazy at the sight of the fire essence items because they're really expensive in equipment shops, and they figure that Mills Academy is investing more than 10 million per team for the midterms. After getting the first item, our boy proceeds to go for the next thing on their list. He wishes he could see the kind of face Chairman Ja-in is making right now, and he hopes to see how he will look when he shows him the rest of the gifts he has for him. When night comes, they return to the shelter, and Yoo-jung laments that the potion is too bitter. Our boy tells her he knows, but she'll need to eat it because it'll make it easier to clear the dungeon. Eventually, Yoo-jung works up the nerve to consume it and suddenly collapses. Confused, Jae-hyun asks Sungwoo if he poisoned her or something, but Sungwoo denies it. After that, Jae-hyun explains that they're almost done with stage 1, and they need to find a way down to the second floor. In the academy control room, Instructor Jiyeon comes to ask Instructor Ha-jun how the situation is looking. He jokingly reminds her that he's the one in charge, so he asks why she came here and if she doesn't believe he can take care of his duties. After a short pause, she tells him it's possible he can't, which makes him frown. With Seoki gone, the administrative authority of the second round of practicals was supposed to be Ji-yeon's, but Ha-jun managed to worm his way through and took the authority from her. Eventually, Ha-jun sarcastically apologizes to her because he's getting ahead of her even though they were hired as co-workers, but Ji-yeon tells him she doesn't care about that stuff. He tries to poke further and asks her what she means since it's normal for her to be envious of the position, but he doesn't get any response from her. That frustrates him, but Ha-jun reminds himself that he has the chairman's admiration now, and Ji-yeon is no longer better than him even though she was 2 years ago. Soon after, Ji-yeon tells Ha-jun that he better take a close look at the rope he's holding to make sure it's not thoroughly rotten, then she steps out. Ha-jun finds her words cringy, and he considers her arrogant. He knows she's referring to his affiliations with the chairman, and he's certain that the chairman will regain his reputation since the obstacles they have now are nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Team D enters the second floor. They're given a quest to hunt the elite monsters of the second floor and obtain the hidden treasure. Somewhere else, Heimdall massacres a few people and speaks with Hugin, who asks him if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall tells him the great adversary is just a mere human, and he doesn't need much time to get rid of him. But after eliminating him, he's angry he will be stuck with Bifrost once again and act as a gatekeeper. He tells Hugin not to concern himself with his affairs since he's just a thing of evil. However, Hugin considers both gods and humans foolish, and he remembers Munin, the other of Odin's crows. While in deep thought, he tells Munin, who is not present, that nothing has changed or will change. On the second floor, Gina notes that this floor is even hotter than the first floor, and Yoo-jung notes that the quest here seems harder. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, knows where all the paths are, but something seems odd. An hour earlier, they had followed a small cave to reach the second floor, and Sungwoo wonders why there aren't any paths and why the way to the second floor was buried underground. Yoo-jung explains to him that finding the way to the next level in stage-type dungeons is usually difficult, which makes her wonder how Jae-hyun was able to find it so easily, and she begins to suspect that he's been here before. While she's thinking, she finds her bug that makes her scream so loud that it scares the users. After she ends up in Gina's arms, Jae-hyun captures the bug and informs the users that he's capturing it in case he needs it later. Before they move on, he tells his teammates there's something they have to prepare before they move on and offers them the fire essence to consume. They all seem so reluctant, so Jae-hyun jokingly tells them not to be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice. With a horrific expression on his face, he orders them to eat it, and they have no choice but to do so. Apparently, there are 3 floors prepared, and the boss is on the last floor. On that floor, Jae-hyun intends to give Ja-in another problem to deal with too. Before they begin looking for the monster on the second floor, our boy tells the viewers he has an idea where some treasures might be, which makes them really excited. He gave them that small spoiler to get their attention, but his goal is different. He declares that one of the treasures in this dungeon is the salamander, which has a habit of collecting shiny things like crows do, and keeps several of them hidden in its nests. The viewers become excited, and one of them checks online to see that salamanders can also purify items that are corrupt. When they wonder how Jae-hyun got to know that salamanders hide items in their nests, he explains that he studied it. The second hidden piece is something called Balmung's replica, a sword that appears in the Song of the Nibelungs, from the 1200s in Germany. It is said to be a sword meant for killing dragons, and like Thalfi's Thundersteps, it's an item with overwhelming strength and destructive power. The original is said to have been possessed by a German raider named Balak. Suddenly, Gina asks him what a salamander's weakness is, so Yoo-jung tells her it's its stomach since they have hard outer skins. Apparently, the most common way to kill them is to direct ice-type magic at their stomachs. They move deeper into the dungeon, and Sungwoo notices that this place is much hotter, and he'd be struggling if it weren't for the fire essence. Even though Jaehyun knows where everything is, he decides to pretend to do some work here so he doesn't raise unnecessary suspicions. He soon stops the team and mentions that he feels some mana around a place where several swords are placed. Yoojung doesn't know if the swords are hidden pieces, especially since there are so many and they look like unregistered items, but Jaehyun knows the perfect place to hide a hidden piece is among these dozens of swords stuck in boulders. Although Jain messed with things so that students can't find it, Jaehyun doesn't have time for his tricks and activates his detection skill. After looking around for a bit, he eventually finds it and pulls it out of the boulder. Once he pulls it out, the Nornir system informs him that he's found the copy of the Tainted Balmung, a rank A item that is Dragon Slayer Siegfried's beloved sword. It has a sealed effect that raises strength by 70 and agility by 30, and a passive S-rank skill called Dragon Slayer, which heightens a user's physical abilities when fighting draconic species. However, the effects of the sword cannot be activated because it is tainted. Some of the viewers wonder how he knew that specific sword was the hidden piece, but some of them believe Jaehyun has his ways. They continue their journey, and Yoojung tries to track the salamander down, but Jaehyun reminds her that they need to wait a bit since she had said that the salamander is weakest after it has just fed, and the king salamander eats only once a day at night. Yoojung asks him if it's a wise idea to stall for time, since salamanders are sensitive to smell, and they might get attacked first if they stay there. He proposes that they need to find a way to prevent that and brings out the bug from earlier, which causes Yoojung to freak out again. When she tries to run away, he holds her down because she's the most important part of this plan. The bug is called the bomb centipede, and it expels a liquid when it feels threatened. The liquid is known for smelling so bad that it induces tears, and this stench is what Jaehyun plans to use in this hunt. Shortly after, the salamander shows up after detecting the stench. Yoojung prepares for the salamander and reminds Jaehyun that he had promised her something for doing this. Because she was terrified, Jaehyun promised to give her a magic staff that teacher Seongun loved if she did this. Truthfully, he was just going to give her a random staff, and he's certain she'll kill him when she finds out. The viewers watch in exhilaration as they wonder if their plan is going to work. Jaehyun assures the viewers that Yoojung specializes in wind magic, and Yoojung creates a small wind to trap the scent of the bug to send to the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because this is only possible because she has impressive control over mana, and the humans start to feel bad for the salamander. Upon smelling the bug, tears start to roll down the salamander's eyes, so Jaehyun tells the others to remember the plan to wait and only move when he gives them the signal. He soon activates his level 2 ice spear and strikes the monster that's writhing in pain, knocking it to the ground. Jaehyun waits for the moment the monster breathes out fire, and when it does, he brings out the Balmung sword and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoojung calls Jaehyun a psycho, and the viewers wonder what on earth he's doing. Meanwhile, Jain almost drops his jaw when he sees what Jaehyun did, and he's certain there's no way a new student would know this since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster begins to vomit the sword, so Jaehyun signals the others to move, and the warriors immediately stand in front of him to block the sword with their shields. Jaehyun soon picks up the sword, which is now shining differently, and the viewers still go berserk due to confusion. To explain what has happened, our boy opens the equipment status, and it displays that the tainted Balmung sword has been purified. The viewers almost lose their minds because of the high stats of the sword. He explains to them that there's a power of purification in a salamander's core that can purify items. The viewers are surprised at Jaehyun's level of experience since he's a new student, and when he wields the sword, they wonder why a mage would be wielding a sword. They expect him to give the sword to the combat class warriors with him, but he doesn't. Sunbae Nim, who is also streaming anonymously, informs the others that Jaehyun is a battle mage. Jaehyun steps in front of the monsters and activates 2 skills named Agile Steps and Flexible Movements to help his movements, as well as his wind boost. With one swift movement, he leaps towards the monster and cuts off one of its arms. After he jumps down, he activates another skill named Ice Edge to create an icy spike. Sungwoo signals to him that the salamander's stomach is exposed since it doesn't have one arm, so Jaehyun leaps towards it and stabs it in the stomach. The viewers are speechless for a while, and they can't fathom what they just saw. Meanwhile, Seo uploads something online, and she wonders why Jaehyun made her do something so annoying. She has just uploaded an article about Jaehyun's real identity, citing the achievements he had at the Neverland dungeon since Jaehyun had initially covered up his identity at the Neverland incident. This article is meant to go against those who are saying what Jaehyun is doing is computer-generated. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after taking out the salamander, Jaehyun tells the others he's found something called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank equipment that momentarily amplifies mana to increase the force of magic and grants the active skill known as Overdrive. However, because of the lack of something called the Rock of Transcendence, the rank is lowered, and the state of overdrive is unstable. Overdrive is a rank A skill that amplifies mana to increase the force of skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but will leave the user unable to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to the lack of the Rock of Transcendence. Since there's only one ring, Jaehyun suggests they do rock, paper, scissors, but the others suggest he take it since he did most of the fighting, so Yoojung suggests he buys them food or something when they get out. Excited, Jaehyun keeps the reward, and they're transported to the next floor. Once they arrive there, they're told the protective barrier will disappear after a minute, and the boss fight will begin. They're protected by a magic barrier that doesn't break even though the boss monster pounds on it. The pounding of the monster freaks them all out, so Gina asks Jaehyun if he has a plan. He tells her he doesn't because they don't need one, and he's going to do this alone. Some of the viewers also wonder if it's a wise idea for Jaehyun to ditch the party formation to fight the monster. Apparently there are a few differences each year, but it's usually a C or B rank monster, and 70% of the students fail on this floor. Soon after, the barrier is taken away, and the boss monster, a lava golem, is set free. Our boy goes in with a mana punch, but Gina warns him that it's dangerous. While Sungwoo and Gina panic, Yoojung assures them that Jaehyun is strong, so he won't lose to that kind of monster. Jaehyun and the monster match up punches, and our boy knocks back the monster's hand. When the monster retaliates with a punch from his other hand, our boy protects himself by setting up a barrier. When he lands on the ground, he activates a level 4 wind boost and activates his Ice Edge skill to hold down the monster's legs. After that's done, Jaehyun activates his mana detection skill and runs past the monster's punches, dodging at the same time. While he's moving, Jaehyun recalls that lava golems are sturdy and have heavy attacks, but there is a way to defeat them. He activates a skill called Bind to create chains that hold down the monster, then rains down a myriad of ice on the monster using his Ice Rain skill. Although the bind magic soon breaks, the ice hits all the golem's joints and cools them, making it hard for it to move its limbs. Excited, our boy activates his water ball skill and shoots water at the ice around the monster's joints, causing all of its limbs to immediately split apart. As the monster crumbles, the pocket plane system informs them they've defeated the pocket plane boss monster. Some of the viewers ask to confirm if that was really a boss fight, and the other teammates just watch in shock. Yoojung calls him an insane bastard and feels like he's already so much farther in skill than she is. Shortly after, the system informs them they've obtained the golem's core, but Jaehyun doesn't believe the test is over since he still has to ensure that Jaein falls today. The system asks them if they'll return to reality, and Jaehyun rejects the option. He tells the viewers that the boss fight was too short, and he has something to show them all, which is to fight the hidden boss. The viewers become curious about what's going to happen next, and Jaehyun leads the team to a place where he says he feels a strong mana presence. When he turns back, he realizes none of his teammates want to follow him in, so he assures them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts. When they enter, the system notifies them that they've found a hidden door, and a special quest is being created where they have to defeat the hidden boss of the hidden floor and return to reality. Ordinary students can't even detect the presence of the hidden door, and they can't even make it to this point even if they stumbled upon it by luck, which is why Jae-in planted the hidden piece here. He turns to the viewers, who can't believe that this guy has found a secret floor when the others are still struggling on the second floor. Jaehyun already knows the method to summon the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around a bit. Suddenly, Yoojung points to an altar that looks familiar, and after a while, Yoojung realizes it's quite similar to the pattern on the golem's core. Our boy puts the golem core into the hole in the altar, which causes bright light to fill the entire place. Jaehyun asks them to get back, and the pocket plane's hidden boss, the Red Drake, begins to appear over the altar. Their mission is to all survive, defeat the enemy, and obtain the heart of the Drake to obtain special privileges as rewards. As the Red Drake forms, the viewers can't believe their eyes because even veterans struggle to handle a Drake. The viewers begin to react negatively because of how difficult the pocket plane was set up, which is the reaction Jaehyun was hoping to get. However, his absolute calculation doesn't work on Drake's physical attacks, but he knows he can still take it on by himself. In the control room, Chairman Jae-in watches in total shock because his plans to ensure this year's midterms go by quietly so he can deflect the media's attention seem to have been destroyed. He realizes that Jaehyun has interfered with the entire pocket plane this time, but Instructor Hajun protests that there's no way a student can do that. When Jae-in insists that it's Jaehyun, Hajun tries to kick his behind so that he can get promoted in no time. Eventually, the chairman admits that he's glad that it's Jaehyun that's behind this, because there won't be any problems if his goal is to get an item, as they can minimize the hate to the Mills Academy if he successfully clears the dungeon. Ja-in is concerned that Jaehyun enraged the Drake, and he assumes it's because he doesn't know any better. He hopes that Jaehyun kills the Red Drake, but when he turns to the screen, he soon finds out that Yoojung has been hurt and is bleeding from the mouth. The students begin to panic because the pocket plane's protective system is broken and they need to get out, which makes Jae-in panic. The viewers become worried because the students shouldn't be able to get hurt in the pocket plane, but it's suddenly happening. When the students' HP bars disappear because the pocket plane has become unstable, some of the viewers become worried that the students can actually die. This development further enrages the chairman, and he calls Jae-hyun a son of a B-word. Meanwhile, our boy wonders how the chairman must feel to be manipulated and have things fabricated just like he used to do. Some of the viewers begin to complain about how Ja-in is running the academy facilities, and they suspect that Ja-in is doing all of this on purpose to harm the students. They begin to protest about how many times these things have happened, and how their school keeps pushing kids to the brink of death. He was taken aback by how good her acting was, and when she suggests that she should have just gone into acting and that her looks are wasting away in this school, Jae-hyun pleads with her not to make him laugh since he has to keep up a sad expression. He eventually leaves her alone so he can go handle the Drake. As he faces the monster, he knows he can easily defeat it, but it wouldn't be fun. The monster attacks him with one of its claws, but he quickly jumps back to dodge it. He activates a skill called Mana Weapon and pulls out his purified Balmung sword. The viewers believe that Jae-hyun may be able to win with this sword, and they begin to root for him. Our boy activates the special skill of the Balmung replica called Dragon Slayer, which makes all attacks on draconic species 300% stronger. He sends a double sword slash towards the red drake, further enraging it so much that it slams its tail on the spot Sungwoo is standing. Sungwoo manages to block the attack, and our boy remembers there are two things to do. He recalls the day Hoyeon had seen in his books that a drake's weakness is a mole on its heel, so our boy leaps behind the monster and deals his next attack on its heel. To finish the fight, he activates his skill called Overdrive, which makes all of his skills 1.5 times more powerful. Moments after, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the entire place, including the red drake. The viewers watch in shock and can't identify any A-rank skill that can do what he just did. As they start to speculate if Jae-hyun is S-rank, our boy cracks the frozen drake and defeats it. After defeating it, Jae-hyun leans over his sword and tries to conceal his grin as he hopes that Jae-in will like his gift. In the chairman's office, he begins to receive several calls from the members of the school board, blaming him for everything. Even though he tries to clarify that he didn't cause this, it dawns on him that no one is believing him, which has never happened to him before. He asks instructor Ha-jun about the reporters and journalists, and Ha-jun informs him that he's contacted all the reporters they have connections with, but they rejected his offer because they can't trust Mila's anymore. When Ha-jun mentions that he thinks someone has done this on purpose, Ja-in angrily strikes him with a magic attack that launches him across the room. Ja-in is certain that there's no way Jae-hyun could have done this alone, and someone must be helping him. While he's thinking about who it might be, one of his workers bursts in to inform him that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document regarding the disciplinary actions to be taken on Mills Academy and the imprisonment of the chairman. Apparently, Xiang'an had drafted the document about the incident that occurred during the midterms, referring to it as a serious matter that put students into possibly life-threatening danger, just like what happened during the guild experience. Xiang'an states that he consistently puts the students on the brink of death and has been known to engage in bribery of the higher-up politicians for his own interest, among other things. For breaking 17 other laws related to raiders, Guildmaster Xiang'an orders his immediate arrest. Annoyed, Jae-in protests that the Lotus Guild has no right to directly get involved in this matter because only the National Raider Association's management headquarters can. When he reads the document further, he learns that 4 main guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association management agree with this. Jae-in reads the document speechlessly when several raiders break into his office to arrest him. Meanwhile, when the students leave the pocket plane, several reporters gather outside to interview Team D about the incident that occurred inside. Jae-hyun is glad that his teacher took care of things carefully, and one of the reporters asks him if there was something he knew before about this arrest because of the remark he made about the chairman while in the pocket plane. Jae-hyun explains that he can't say much because of the non-disclosure agreement of the academy, but he informs them that this is the 3rd time they've been put in danger, and he doesn't want others to get hurt. As they continue to probe further, he refuses to talk on the grounds that he needs to get Yoo-jung some medical attention. Jae-hyun leads Yoo-jung to a paramedic bus that Lotus had prepared so that people don't know Yoo-jung wasn't really hurt. Meanwhile, Jae-in is let out of the academy by the police of the National Raiders management, and several folks soil him with raw eggs. As they throw eggs on him, the crowd chants that the chairman step down. Shortly after, when they're all inside the ambulance, Yoo-jung bursts into laughter and accuses Jae-hyun of being a terrible actor. When he asks her if it was that bad, she begins to mimic him. It all amuses teacher Xiang'an, so she asks him what he was thinking when he planned all this because he would have been the one going under if things went wrong. However, Our boy tells her that he learned from the guild experience that his safety may be important, but saving other people's lives comes first. Yoojung teases Jaehyun that this is something unlike him to say and asks if he ate something bad, but he tells her to shut up. After laughing a bit, Seongun informs Jaehyun that there will be a press conference in 3 days where they will put an end to Ja-in. Meanwhile, at the National Raider Association Management Headquarters, Sun Nim celebrates that Jae-in's end is finally here. He recalls a call he had mysteriously received for him to prepare beforehand so they could arrest Ja-in. The person said they would take care of the rest of the process from their end, and they offered to prepare a spot he asked for. 3 days later, at the Lotus Guild's official press conference, Seongun notices Jaehyun standing outside, and when she asks if he's nervous, he tells her he doesn't like crowded places. When it's time, Seongun, Sunbae-nim, and Jaehyun step on the podium to answer the questions the reporters have. After the three take their seats, several reporters think about how this is a big chance to write an article about the priority negotiation the Lotus Guild has with Min Jae-hyun, which can make global news. Shortly after, Seongun allows them to ask questions, so the first reporter asks if it's true that Ja-in killed the students on purpose and covered them up as accidents. Seongun confirms that this is true, and they've already obtained all evidence of his evil actions. Our boy smiles because he knows they had to use brainwashing on instructor Yisu to get incriminating files ahead of time, which means Ja-in can't get out of this. Seongun adds that Jae-in has broken many other laws, including shady funds that go into Mill's academy. Soon after, another reporter asks if they know the people who are involved with Ja-in's corruption, but Seongun only says they're investigating that right now. After some back and forth, one of the reporters asks Seongun if it's true that Jae-hyun is her mentee, and she confirms it. Jae-hyun adds that he was able to get where he is today because of her teachings. Shortly after, another reporter asks Jae-hyun if he was hiding his skills from the start because they haven't seen any articles about him, so he explains that he didn't want any media attention. Another reporter asks when he entered a contract with the Lotus Guild, and several other questions about his training, his family relations, and his dating life pour in. Jae-hyun remains silent as the questions keep coming because he can't let himself get swept up here since he will continue to get media attention from now on. As if on cue, Seongun asks the reporters to refrain from asking Jae-hyun too many questions because he's still recovering from the shock of the incident. A few days later, the students gather for the inauguration of a temporary academy chairman. Yoojung mentions that she's glad everyone is okay because she would have been mad if they got hurt. Suddenly, Jae-hyun tells them to remember that it's not all over yet, just in case, and they all recognize that Ja-in won't fall that easily, and that they have to get super strong while they have the time. Hoyeon agrees that he's going to get stronger too because he really felt weak during the guild experience, and Ina expresses the same. Jae-hyun is glad that the others want to get stronger, but he doesn't plan on getting them further involved in this matter because dealing with the Aesir god is something for him to do. Shortly after, instructor Kim Ji-yeon steps on the new podium, and Jae-hyun tells the others that she's the new director, much to their shock. Yoojung can't believe it since she's so young, so Jae-hyun informs them that instructor Ji-yeon is also a spy from the Raider Association. A while ago, Jae-hyun and Seongun had gone to the Raider Association's management headquarters, and Sunbae-nim informed them that he's going to make Ji-yeon the new director. In the present, Kim Ji-yeon announces that she'll be the director for the time being, and promises to do her best. Later, the group goes to hang out, and Jae-hyun wonders what the heck is going on as he watches Yoojung do some karaoke. Our boy had thought he would finally get to rest, but it doesn't seem so. A few hours earlier, Yoojung had banged on his door and ordered him to open up. When he does, she reminds him of the promise they made to go to karaoke once they were done with exams. Apparently, they had made an appointment at the best karaoke place around there, and they dragged Jae-hyun with them. In the present, Jae-hyun decides he might as well take the stage to show off his karaoke skills since he's already here. The others look at him in despair, and one of the regulars curses out that someone is terrorizing his ears and requests that such people be banned from karaoke. When he's done, Ina comments that she can see he's also human like the rest of them, and Hoyeon jokes that people can't be perfect at everything. Our boy gets a score of 10 out of 100, and Jae-hyun hands the mic to Ina since she's next. When their hands touch, the mic slips out of her hands, and she begins to blush. Luckily, our boy catches it and grabs her palm to place the mic there. For a while, Ina's face looks quite red, and when Jae-hyun asks her what's wrong, she says she's okay. Finally, she asks them not to expect much from her performance because she's embarrassed, but Yoojung assures her she's most likely better than Jae-hyun. Ticked off, our boy protests that his skills are quite average, but Yoojung is certain he has no self-awareness. After they quiet down, Jae-hyun wonders how Ina's singing is and plans to clap even if she's not good. However, when she begins to sing, he realizes she's ridiculously good at it. Meanwhile, Heimdall walks on the streets of Earth, and he spots Hela around. Eventually, she shows herself and tells him she just came to say hi and to ask how his little outing is going. Heimdall accuses the resistant Aesir gods of doing really interesting things this time, but Hela retorts that it's nothing on the level of what Odin and the Aesir gods have done. Heimdall makes fun of Hel for holding on to the pointless hope that a great adversary of the prophecy will appear and free them, and when she tells him they can never tell, he states that a mere human can't bring down the Aesir gods. When he steps forward, Hel stops him from going further. He tells her to move, but she explains that she can't allow him if he's going to meet the great adversary of the prophecy. Annoyed, Heimdall asks her if she wants to die, but she reminds him he can't use his powers properly here on Earth, and she has the advantage here. However, Heimdall reminds her to be better prepared for her own death if she plans to kill him here. Regardless, she states that she's ready for that because her job and role right now is to stall time for a small break. Ina sings quite well, and she soon turns to ask them how she did when she's done. They look so stunned, and Yoo-jung asks her how she's so good at singing, while Hoyeon accuses her of hiding this from them all this time. When Jaehyun asks her if she took choir classes, she says she didn't. Yoo-jung is surprised that she didn't take any classes, and Ina is surprised that they actually like her voice. She thanks them for the compliment and informs them this is the second time she's let other people hear her sing. A few days later in Seoul, at Jaehyun's house, our boy hands his mom a gift. When she opens it, it turns out to be checks for allowances. She's surprised that her son has grown so much, and he thought about her at an age where he should be focused on having fun. When she reads through it, she's surprised he has earned so much on his own, and our boy tells her it's all for her. To Jaehyun, he's finally got to say what he's always wanted to tell her. He always wanted to give her a hug, saying that he succeeded, but he was too busy to take care of her in his past life. A lot has changed since his regression. His goal is to protect his family and friends, and then to kill Odin and end all this misery. He promises himself not to let Odin steal the life he just regained. Shortly after, he tells his mom she can live comfortably without worrying about money, and she hugs him and says it must have been hard for him. Our boy begins to tear up, but someone suddenly knocks on the door while they're sharing a hug. It turns out to be Ina, who says hi to him. However, our boy soon finds out that Yoo-jung came along with her. Jaehyun asks her what she wants this time, so she informs him that she came to invite him because her family is having a barbecue. Jaehyun remembers that Yoo-jung's parents are coming back today, so she adds that her mom said to bring him over since he's always doing things for them. He jokes that he's had to do things for her since she's a burden, but Yoo-jung tells him to come because her parents are excited to see him. He eventually agrees, and Yoo-jung walks away. Ina notices the moist marks on his shirt, which he had used to clean his face before opening the door, so she asks him if he was crying. Surprised, he informs her that his clothes just got wet while he was doing the dishes, and they both turn aside after an awkward moment. That evening, our boy heads to Yoo-jung's house, and he can tell her family is rich from the grandeur of the house. He runs into Ina and he asks why she's staying at Yoo-jung's house and if Yoo-jung also dragged her here. Surprised, Ina replies that she didn't have anywhere to go, so Jaehyun apologizes when he recalls that Ina doesn't have a family right now. Soon after, Yoo-jung shows up with her dad, Mr. Kim, right behind her. Yoo-jung's parents are excited to see Jaehyun, and they exchange pleasantries. Jaehyun recalls that they were really nice to him the day he lost his mom in his past life. Before he knows it, Mr. Kim locks his arm around his head and jokes that he's grown taller. Jaehyun wonders if violence runs in their family, and when Yoo-jung's dad lets him go, he asks him if Yoo-jung still bullies him since she used to beat him up, and he'd come crying when they were younger. Soon after, Yoo-jung shows up again and tells her dad to help her with the food and stop fooling around. He goes to help her and asks how she's going to get a boyfriend when she's like that. Before he leaves, he asks Jaehyun if he wants to volunteer to be Yoo-jung's boyfriend, and the ladies suddenly go mute. Jaehyun looks surprised, so Mr. Kim begins to list her good qualities. While he's talking, Yoo-jung loses her cool and pinches him, telling him to stop with the nonsense and go help with the chores. The poor man runs to help with the chores, and Yoo-jung tells Jaehyun to join him. Soon after, the food is ready. Jaehyun praises Mr. Kim's cooking skills, and Yoo-jung wishes that Hoyeon and Jae-sung could be here to enjoy this with them. While they're eating, Mr. Kim thanks Jaehyun for helping Yoo-jung with the midterms, but Jaehyun tells him he didn't do much, and he feels guilty because it was all an act. Soon after, Mrs. Kim tells Jaehyun she's happy he's doing well, and she was surprised when he said he's going to magic class. She mentions that she was wondering if he joined magic class because he wanted to stay with Yoo-jung, and that comment makes Ina pause her eating, but Jaehyun clarifies that it's not the case. Mrs. Kim compliments Jaehyun on how he becomes more handsome each day, and expresses her hope that Yoo-jung would bring home a boyfriend like him. Yoo-jung angrily tells her mom to stop talking and eat because her food is going to get cold. When our boy notices Ina has stopped eating, he asks her if something is wrong, but she tells him it's nothing. Meanwhile, in Hoyeon's house, his father berates him for spending his time saving dying students because he felt bad for them. Mr. An calls his own son a foolish bastard, and he realizes that he would have been arrested alongside Jain had he been a tiny bit late. He calls Hoyan a piece of shit son, and tells him to shut up as he tries to speak. He reminds him that he needs to become South Korea's best raider and get everyone under his feet. He tells him he has to bring down that Jaehyun no matter what, but Hoyan tells him to stop. Hoyan realizes that all his attempts to convince his father don't work because his father always tells him to step on others to climb the social ladder. He tells his father he doesn't want to live life the way he wants him to because this is his life after all. Annoyed, his father grabs his arm and asks if he knows what he's saying, but Hoyan slaps his hand away. Our warrior turns around and leaves the house despite his father ordering him to come back. Hoyan realizes he doesn't want to win against Jaehyun using dishonest means, and he plans to improve through fair methods. Meanwhile, Yoojung's parents go out on a late-night movie date, so Jaehyun commends the fact that her parents are still on good terms. Shortly after, our boy decides to go, and Yoojung asks him if he's leaving already. Our boy asks her what she means since it's almost midnight, but Yoojung insists that he hang out a bit more. After hesitating for a while, Yoojung states that her dad will be mad at him if he does so, and when she asks why, he says he doesn't think they'd be happy with him staying over so late when they're not home. Regardless, Yoojung states that they won't get mad if he doesn't do anything bad, and she makes Ina agree with her. Eventually, Jaehyun decides to stay back. Shortly after, Ina says she's been curious about something and asks them if they're both dating. They both furiously deny it, so Ina says she guessed so because they're really close, and their parents are close too. Yoojung clarifies that she and Jaehyun only like each other as friends, and Jaehyun leaves shortly after. While he's heading home, Hella approaches him and informs him that he has to go through his second trial as soon as possible. She explains that they cannot stall any longer because Odin has begun to act. Sometime later, Odin has a meeting with the Aesir gods and is annoyed to find out that there's still no news from Heimdall. Thor tells his father that he's overly concerned about the prophecy's adversary since he's just a human, and an insect can do nothing against a god. Frigg joins her voice to Thor's and tells Odin a human is not a threat to the king of the gods, and reminds him he worries too much. However, Odin informs her humans are creatures that can endlessly learn and grow. At the moment, they cannot kill the great enemy because the prophecy's power can protect him for 10 years. But Odin doesn't want to eliminate the possibility that the adversary will grow more powerful within that time period. Frigg believes that the power of the prophecy that is protecting the great adversary is quickly weakening, and they may not have to wait 10 years before they can kill him. Odin tells her that all their plans will have to be precise because fate has never prophesied their victory. Meanwhile, Jaehyun learns from Hela that the power protecting him from the Aesir is fading. He asks why, since he wasn't attacked by the Aesir until he turned 27 in his past life. So Hela explains that it's because too much of the prophecy's power was used to bring him back to his time period. Apparently, going against the flow of time is not allowed even for a god, and it's surprising that the prophecy's power even held out for this long. In fact, Hela believes that someone she doesn't know had paid dearly to make this possible. When Jaehyun gets home, he's shocked to learn that he's fighting against Heimdall, the white god who looks into the near future and wears a big horn. Since he's already on Earth, Jaehyun worries that they won't have time for this test, but Hela assures him that she's stalled for time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is tied down by Hela's power, and he wonders how Hela can dare to store him, the great Heimdall, in a place like this. While still bound, he screams to Hela not to think she can keep him in such a petty prison. Hela tells Jaehyun she had to use quite a bit of power, but it'll delay Heimdall for a while. When Jaehyun asks where the second trial is going to take place, as if on cue, the news comes up about the recurrent failure of the 11th Great Ruins raid. The news states that a guy named Balak from the European Association joined the raid, creating a lot of hope. But the first trial, called Proof of Qualification, could not be cleared again, and it seems they're not confident about their next attempt. Hela tells Jaehyun that the next trial is in Iceland, the mythology's center and where the giant of the Great Ruins secret is hidden. Apparently, the Great Ruins these guys are attempting were made for the great adversary to foster him into becoming someone who can defeat Odin again. When he asks her what she means by again, she also finds it strange that she used the word again. Apparently, he's the only one who can attempt the Proof of Qualification trial, which will open up the path to the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, Balak watches the news about how they were unable to clear the ruin, and he angrily smashes something as he wonders what sort of ruin this is that they can't get in. He calls out to a lady named Camilla and asks her if she's sure the mages are properly looking into this issue, and she reminds him that she's told him not to doubt others. She tells him to stop being in such a rush because she also wants to enter the only great ruin in the entire world. But Balak still wonders how they're supposed to get past the first trial, which keeps asking them to prove themselves if they want to enter. A few days later, our boy heads to the airport to go to Iceland, and he calls director Kim Ji-yeon to help him make up an excuse to his friends so they don't worry about him. He had to rush the preparation process by using mana stones to reinforce all his artifacts to enter their maximum and level up beyond level 30. As Jae-hyun gets into the plane, he knows the Great Ruins are protected by Balak, who doesn't want anyone else to invade it, and he'll have to fight the S-rank raider, who's carrying the real Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Meanwhile, Yahello, who's traveling in Jae-hyun's coat as a cat, hopes to see whether Loki made the right choice by seeing how Jae-hyun handles this. The ruins are mysterious burial grounds that popped up all over the world suddenly. After being cleared by raiders, it was revealed that these locations were places where artifacts were hidden. It provided an opportunity to earn items of higher rank than those in normal dungeons, which made the competition intense. The government of each nation had to intervene. During the flight, Yahello informs Jae-hyun that mistletoe, the bracelet around his wrist, was an object they had hidden in the ruins, so it wasn't pure coincidence that he was the one who found it. Jae-hyun guesses she must be referring to the bubbles of light he saw back then that led him, and he recalls that the beginning of everything was that strange light too. Shortly after, Yahello explains that the ruins were created by the giants. Apparently, 10,000 years ago, their guardian and Thor's rival, Hrungnir, created it for the great adversary of the prophecy, as well as the countless humans who would be fighting Odin's army. Jae-hyun realizes that it makes sense why the ruins have so many puzzles and riddles, because the giants are known as wise beings, who were said to be confident even in the face of the Aesir gods, even though they met a horrible end. Jae-hyun mentions that he has a pretty good item with him. Before he left, he got an A-rank reinforcement item named Shadow Mineral that reinforces his shadow equipment. The Shadow Mineral can be used to reinforce shadow armor that he got after defeating Nightshade. After using the Shadow Mineral, his shadow armor increases to rank A. His mistletoe activates a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, which further increases it to an S-rank armor called Armor of Abyss. The Armor of Abyss is said to have been made from the Abyss of Ginnungagap, with an active skill of level 3 Stealth and a passive skill called Shadow Synchronization. Shadow Synchronization is a rank A skill that synchronizes the user with the shadows to create an afterimage, has a 20% chance of deflecting enemy attacks, and has a single 100% chance of deflecting an attack, but doesn't work against light attribute attacks. A few hours later, they reach Iceland, and they lodge in a special hotel where only the awakened are allowed to stay, and one night costs 50,000 won. While going to his room, Jae-hyun walks past Balak, who is the head of the European Raider Association, and Camilla. When he walks past them, Balak stops Jae-hyun and asks him what he is. As Balak walks back, Camilla tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and stands in front of Jae-hyun. He asks Jae-hyun how old he is and where he's from, but our boy doesn't say anything. Eventually, Camilla steps in between them and asks Balak what he's doing. After apologizing to him, she pushes our boy along and tells him he can keep going because Balak has a rather shitty personality, and that's why he got dumped by his ex-wife. After waving Jae-hyun goodbye, Camilla reminds Balak she told him to be careful not to ruin the image of the European Raider Association. She tells him she understands that he's sensitive because their last raid failed, but he shouldn't take his anger out on a kid. However, Balak tells her that's not it, but it's because that kid made no noise at all when he walked, and he knows how to intentionally hide his presence. Meanwhile, at the Mills Academy director's office, Jae-hyun's friends are shocked to learn that their friend has gone overseas. Yoo-jung wonders where he went this time, especially since he randomly got himself in trouble at an amusement park. Hoyeon jokes that Jae-hyun gets into trouble, but Ina suddenly interjects by saying that Jae-hyun is not the type to get into trouble. At Iceland's Great Ruins, some guards of the European Raider Association notice a strange figure walking towards them, and they tell him to reveal his identity. Jae-hyun, who has concealed his identity with the armor, asks them if they can't just let him in because he's too lazy for this shit. As they're about to signal that an invader is present, Jae-hyun covers their mouths and activates his brainwashing skill. He apologizes for acting like a criminal, but explains that the ruins were meant for him. Before Jae-hyun left Seoul, Yahello had told him that the conditions he needed to meet to be allowed into the Great Ruins were first the Nornir system, and secondly that his strength and agility stats had to be over 150, which is basically S-rank level. She hesitates for a while, hoping he's S-rank, but when he tells her he's not, Yahello can't believe it, because she saw him defeat Surtur's clone. When she starts to think of a way for him to reach S-rank, Jae-hyun tells her there's a way and brings out a rank A key called a cursed key that he got from Flandier's mission. Using his detection key, he recognizes it as Loki's key that can open any door or chest. In the present, Jae-hyun finds it strange that he got this key, and it seems as if someone who predicted everything prepared this for him. He sticks the key into the door and it opens up. Before he enters, he prepares his blank card because he believes it will be of use soon too. He had the option of using it on Seo's cognition accelerant or Soil's detection skill, but he still felt there could be something better he could use it on. Also, if he copies the skill of those around him, he knows people could get suspicious. He makes his way through the hallway, and he sees a giant, who asks him if he's the prophesied great adversary. The giant introduces himself as Smir Hrungnirson, the one who guards the great ruins, as directed by his father, Hrungnir. When Hela jumps down, Smir recognizes her as a clone of Hel, so Hela explains to Smir that she's responsible for guiding the great adversary through the 5 trials, and she explains that the power of the prophecy that had been protecting the great adversary is weakening, so they need him to take his trial as soon as possible. While she's still talking, Smir tells her he rejects, and when she asks him why, he explains that the method with which the great adversary opened the door was cheating, and he won't be able to pass the second trial with his present stats. Smir generously proposes that he become stronger and come back, but Hela insists that they don't have time, and the Aesir gods will start acting again once the power of the prophecy runs out. However, Smir insists that rules are rules, and he's fairly certain that Jotunheimer, which he wished to protect, is already covered in ashes, and there is no home for the giants to return to. Since it's already too late, he wonders what difference it makes if they're any later, so Hela realizes that the giant is in despair. However, Jae-hyun, who has been boiling with rage, asks them what kind of crap this is. He asks Smir if he's kidding him and tells him he's not a charity organization. RMC explains that he's not something they can use when they need it and then discard, and the only reason he's letting them all control what he does right now is because he sees value in using them too. He activates his level 5 lightning chain skill and tells Smir that he'll need him to move out of the way. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards tell Balak that no one has managed to pass them. That doesn't make sense to Balak, who is certain that someone is in the dungeon because of the mysterious power he felt just now that happens when ruins are opened. Since the doors are open, he's certain he'll be allowed in too, but when he reaches the door, he's told that he's not qualified as usual. Shortly after, Camilla receives a call from Balak very late at night, and he informs her that an invader has entered the Great Ruin. Inside the dungeon, Hela asks Jae-hyun what he's doing, and Smir, who is now enraged, calls him a fool and stands up to face him. Smir asks Jae-hyun how he dares to defy him in that human body, and his roar releases a destructive amount of energy. Regardless, our boy asks him if he doesn't have any other lines, because he's heard that one so many times that he's sick of it. The reason our boy is doing this is that he'd have to retreat if he gives up on this trial and die while fighting Heimdall. It's either that or dying here, so it's the same thing. So as not to end up with regrets as he did before regressing, he plans to stand his ground. Shortly after, Smir tells the great adversary that his courtesy ends here and releases a huge arrow from the top that aims right at Jae-hyun's head. Oddly, our boy doesn't move out of the way and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the arrow. Next up, he uses his wind boost to launch himself towards Smir. The giant realizes Jae-hyun is coming straight for his heart, and he wonders if the great enemy is really planning to take him down and walk away. Smir wonders what's driving Jae-hyun to do all this, and our boy senses the feeling of intense pressure similar to when he fought Hugin. He feels this when he's against an opponent that he can't presently win against, and he has no intention of caving this time. Shortly after, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the ground. Smir notes the skill and says he doesn't know how Jae-hyun was able to get his hands on a secret skill of Dark Elves, but he crushes the ice on the ground with one punch and reminds Jae-hyun he's weak regardless. A look of despair first crosses Jae-hyun's face, but then he smirks. He asks Smir if he's moving the way he expected just because he's stupid and tactless. Our boy soon activates his level 5 fire skill and another level 5 skill called Air Blast. Jae-hyun mixes the ice with fire and shoots them at the giant, blocking his view. He soon activates his level 3 stealth skill to conceal himself, and Smir wonders if he really expects this pathetic trick to work on him. When the fog clears, Smir realizes he disappeared and is unable to find him. Soon after, Jae-hyun leaps toward him and slashes at his neck with his sword. Meanwhile, at Seongun's office, the curator guildmaster, Ms. Baek Ji-hyun, comes back to tell Seongun that she wants Jae-hyun. Seongun doesn't see the point in repeating this pointless conversation, but Ji-hyun offers to give her the right price in exchange. Seongun insists that Jae-hyun isn't an object to be sold, so Ji-hyun offers her an item known as Nidhogg's Fang. Seongun hadn't expected the curator guild to offer an S-class item, and she wonders if that's how badly she wants Jae-hyun. However, Seongun smiles and asks her if she plans to lure Jae-hyun directly with this item if Lotus Guild declines their offer, and from Ji-hyun's response, it's clear that that is her plan. Intrigued, Seongun tells her that she should have gone to Jae-hyun instead, but Ji-hyun tells her they prefer to resolve issues in a gentlemanly manner. Ji-hyun gets up and stretches her hand, telling her she'll be expecting her decision. Once again, Seongun doesn't return her handshake, and Ji-hyun takes her leave. Meanwhile, Jaehyun slashes at the giant's neck, but Smear isn't injured. Smear asks Jaehyun if this is the method he's chosen, and reminds him that Odin and the other Aesir gods are strong, and there's no guarantee his efforts will yield any results. He asks Jaehyun if he still believes he can move forward, but our boy tells him it's better than sitting around doing nothing. He activates his realization of magical artifact to create a mana blade and then activates his genius of armor making to level up the mana blade he created. Regardless, Smear tells the great adversary that he knows nothing because there is no value in what he's doing, but Jaehyun tells him he's the one who chooses whether his actions have value or not. In a flashback, Smear remembers when his father told him he alone is the one who chooses his value. Jaehyun doesn't hesitate and moves forward to land attacks on Smear, but a sudden outburst of energy from Smear makes Jaehyun unable to move. Smear asks him if he can take responsibility for what he said, and the weight of the energy starts to make Jaehyun bleed from the mouth. In extreme pain, he wonders what he should do and how he can win against this monster, but suddenly, the pressure disappears. Smear reminds him that he just said he's the one who chooses the value of his actions, but also informs him that such claims are only allowed for those with power. Smear offers to give him a chance to prove himself worthy, so he can let him in while Hela hides nearby. After considering it for a while, Jaehyun makes Smear an offer to withstand his ultimate attack just once, and Hela jumps out and asks Jaehyun what he thinks he's saying. She reminds him that Smear possesses divinity, and that his present human form isn't capable, but Smear accepts the offer. Smear summons a spear to evaluate if he's worthy of his words, and if he's a being who can resist great fate. Hela tries to stop Smear, but he doesn't listen to her and launches the spear right at Jaehyun, who stands there like a deer in the headlights. The immense power of the spear shakes the entire building, and eventually creates a large gap where it's targeted. After the smoke clears up, Jaehyun remains alive, and he asks Smear if that proves it. He had used his shadow synchronization skill, and the system tells him that the skill will have a 20% likelihood of activation from now on. Smear is surprised, but a smile soon develops on his face, and he allows Jaehyun to go in while Hela just stands there speechless, wondering what a strange human Jaehyun is. As our boy makes his way in, Smear informs him that there are 3 trials of wisdom prepared for him in this ruin. When he asks Jaehyun if he's not afraid, Jaehyun tells him he is, so Smear tells him that's good. While walking into the ruins, Hela asks Jaehyun how he did what he just did, and he says he's not sure either. As they walk further in, they encounter 2 ladies, who welcome him and introduce themselves as Norn, the gatekeepers of the first trial of wisdom. Hela tells Jaehyun that she can't intervene from this point onwards and warns him to be cautious. The ladies tell him that one of the 2 of them is an angel and the other is a demon. The angel speaks only the truth, and the demon speaks only lies. One of them is a gateway to heaven where the angels reside, and the other is a gateway to hell where the demons reside. Apparently, whichever gate he chooses, he'll be able to reach the next step of the trial. But if he chooses the gate that leads to hell, the undead will continue to get in his way. After they explain, Jaehyun is told that he will be able to ask them just one question, so he has to use the opportunity well. Jaehyun realizes figuring out the right path with just one question is the famous logic riddle, but he's intrigued that both of the paths can still lead him to the next trial. When he decides to ask his question, the Norn tells him there's no need to hurry because there's enough time for him to think, but Jaehyun replies that he doesn't need to think deeply about this. After he points to one of them, he asks her what realm her gate leads to. Jaehyun recognizes this riddle as one called Angel and Demon, a pretty famous riddle that has a pretty well-known solution too. If you ask where they live, the angel will tell you the way to heaven, and if you ask the demon, they will also point you to heaven. The lady he asks walks in front of a gate close to her and says, this is her gate. She asks him if this gate is his choice, but Jaehyun tells her he's going to go through the second gate instead. After he makes the choice, Hela is shocked and follows him in. She asks him if he's out of his mind and why he would intentionally choose the gate that leads to hell, but Jaehyun reminds her of the saying that nothing is hard work when you're young. Eventually, he reveals to her that he chose this gate because they told him the undead will try to stop him, and Hela suspects he has other plans. When the undead start to come out, Jaehyun activates his sacrifice skill and switches it to an offense skill called Judgment of Light. Using the Judgment of Light, he incinerates them, and he keeps leveling up. To Jaehyun, gaining all these experience points is the real meaning of heaven. Hela just watches glumly and calls Jaehyun an evil human, suspecting that he must be a demon. Meanwhile, the Norn sisters confess that Jaehyun made the most foolish but also the wisest decision, just like Mimir prophesied. Sometime later, Jaehyun covers the distance and is taken to another place through a portal. He considers it a shame that the previous trial is already over because it was a rare opportunity to level up. In the second room, they find a complex magic activation on the ground, and our boy guesses that this test condition must be that he has to find a way to escape. A voice suddenly confirms his suspicions, which is later identified as the gatekeeper of the second trial. Yahello recognizes this voice and wonders how he is here, but the voice asks her to let him introduce himself. The voice introduces himself as Mimir, the one who made the Nornir system and the one who set his fate. Mimir explains that Loki came to him a long time ago to ask for advice on how to foster the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to free oneself from Odin's eye. The answer to that was the Nornir system. Shocked that he's meeting the one who created the system he's using, Jaehyun asks him why he didn't explain his plans from the start. So Mimir informs him that it's hard to approach him because of the contract with the Aesir gods, and the Aesir system that all the Awakened used held them back. For a while, Mimir and Hela chat about how they won't be able to guarantee that the great adversary will be alive if the war they're expecting happens earlier than expected. Eventually, Mimir explains that the reason he's not intervening is to test if Jaehyun is worthy. Apparently, he was unable to say anything to Jaehyun before because there were too many eyes. And the reason they're able to converse like this is because they're inside the Great Ruins. Jaehyun decides to ask Mimir a question. He recognizes that since he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, his will shouldn't matter. So he asks Mimir why he asked how he felt about the matter right before he died in his past life when he was most desperate. Meanwhile, Yoojung and Ina wonder what Jaehyun is doing overseas that's making him not answer his texts. While they all talk about Jaehyun, Yoojung laments that she just wants to be with him. But before the words come out of her mouth fully, she becomes embarrassed and quickly corrects that she said that because she's the only one who can put up with him. Shortly after, Seo talks about her plans to attend Mila's academy soon and how she's already looked into their room sizes. So Hoyeon sincerely asks her what she will do if she ends up failing the entrance exams. The question leaves her in despair and she accuses him of being mean, which shocks him. Ina finally says she hopes Jaehyun comes back soon, and Yoojung agrees. In the Great Ruins, Mimir answers that they didn't want to leave the fate of the world in the hands of someone who couldn't even get up on his own. So he gave him an opportunity to change his fate back then. Jaehyun mentions that he has many more questions, but he guesses Mimir won't be able to answer them all. Eventually, Mimir offers to give him a hint about the truth if he passes this trial. To explain the second trial, Mimir tells him that he has to offer one of the objects in the room by placing it on the altar. However, he has to keep two things in mind. First, that this is to earn wisdom, and secondly, that he only gets one chance. When Jaehyun despairs because he's going to have to look through all this stuff, Mimir recognizes his thoughts because he can access his thoughts through the Nornir system. Mimir decides to give Jaehyun two hints for the trial. The first is that he already has the wisdom he could earn from this altar, and the second is that he came to the ruins 2 days earlier than they planned because today is Monday. Jaehyun is still pretty confused, but Mimir tells him that's all the hints he can get, so he asks Jaehyun to show him his wisdom. Before Jaehyun begins, Mimir adds one last condition to this trial, which is that Jaehyun will die here if he fails to pass this trial. Annoyed, our boy thinks within himself that Mimir is a real son of a B-word because he knows he can hear his thoughts. The cursing makes Mimir laugh, and he tells him he has an hour to bring up an answer, and an hourglass is set up. Jaehyun thinks about what Mimir said about him already possessing the wisdom, and how Mimir meant he was supposed to come here on Wednesday. None of that seems to relate to this trial, so he decides to calm down and think back to where it all began. Before he does anything, Jaehyun decides to try out his mana detection to check out all the items, but he doesn't pick up anything special. He keeps thinking about the wisdom he already possesses, and Wednesday, as the time continues to count. Eventually, he decides there's only one possibility remaining for what Mimir expects from him. After he generates a spear, the Nornir system asks him what he will sacrifice to the altar, so he decides to sacrifice himself. The system reminds him he only gets one chance and asks if that's his choice, so he cheerfully says it is. Suddenly, the magic circle under his feet lights up, and Mimir tells him that he gave the correct response. Jaehyun recognized that the wisdom he already possesses refers to the knowledge of runes that he earned after obtaining Odin's lost eye. Second, the word Wednesday is rooted in the term Day of Woden, and Woden is Odin's other name. Odin is said to have sacrificed himself in order to gain knowledge of life and the afterlife. If that has something to do with this trial, then it's clear that he needed to offer himself on this altar. Eventually, Mimir asks him if he knows the meaning behind the choice he just made, so Jaehyun tells him he knows Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and speared through for 9 days. He tells Mimir he's someone who's willing to put his life on the line if it's to get what he wants, so our boy removes his armor and stabs himself with the spear in his hand, despite Hela's protest. As he drives the spear through his stomach, he asks Mimir if this is what he wanted to see. Jaehyun recognizes that sacrificing oneself means enduring the threat of death. To end things a bit sooner, Our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill to create another spear and stabs himself with it again. Yahello clamors for him to stop, but Jaehyun generates another spear, and as he's about to stab himself, Mimir tells him it's enough, and then drops him back onto the magic circle. When he drops him, Mimir tells him he's changed quite a bit, and no longer needs his advice. Jaehyun is surprised that the injury is gone, and Mimir tells him the test is over, and that he's shown him he's better than he thought him to be. To keep his end of the promise, Mimir gives Jaehyun 3 words that he says will become a sentence again, and will guide him to the truth. Jaehyun protests that he's using an indirect method to answer his questions, but Mimir pleads with him that he has to answer like this to avoid the eye of the Aesir gods. Mimir informs Yahello that even she doesn't know about the thing he's about to say, which surprises her. The first word is raider, the second is eye, and the third is shinier. Jaehyun can't seem to make sense of the words, and he wonders what they're supposed to mean. To help him, Mimir leaves him with one last piece of advice: to doubt the system, as he believes that will help him reach the truth. After Mimir leaves, Jaehyun considers his words carefully. At a glance, all 3 words seem to be pointing to him. Raider is his job. The eye refers to Odin's lost eye, and his present is shinier than his past. However, it doesn't explain why he specifically used the word shinier, and why he should doubt the system. To offer some comfort, Yahello tells him she'll also think about what it could mean and proposes they move on to the next trial. As they move forward, Smear shows up and informs Jaehyun that the last trial now awaits him. Smear tells him the huge mirror in front of him is the next trial. Apparently the mirror is known as the Mirror of Erd, the first of the 3 Norns. It's an artifact that shows the past. Jaehyun will see the memories of a Jotun, and he's to watch the memory and come back to tell Smear the answer he has earned to pass the trial. Jaehyun asks him if there's an answer he's looking for, but Smear tells him there isn't, and any response he has is not for him to judge. Once he's ready, Smear tells him to place his hand on the mirror, and Erd, the 3rd Norn sister, touches his hand from inside the mirror. She's glad he's finally here and tells him she's been waiting for him. She tells him she's Erd and intertwines her fingers with his. As she holds him, she explains that she's waited a long time for him, holding on to this broken past, which is a fragment of the past that an old being wishes to show him. She leads him toward the first piece of the memory, and takes him to a place that Hel, who is following behind, calls Jotunheimer, the land of the giants. Because of how Jaehyun and Erd spoke, Hela asks Jaehyun if he's met Erd before, and he says he's not sure. Erd soon asks them to quiet down and look at the past in front of them, but explains to Jaehyun that he won't be able to change anything because this story has ended. It's merely an echo of the past that Hrungnir, the once great Jotun, relayed unto the great adversary. When Jaehyun turns back, he sees Hrungnir asking the once young Smear what he thinks a good lord should be like. Smear responds that a good lord needs to be strong in order to protect others, and Hrungnir agrees but explains that a good lord should know to share with others and take care of them, while also being able to acknowledge his own shortcomings. He tells Smear he hopes he will become a Jotun like that someday too, but Smear replies that he's weak and scared of a lot of things, including Thor's hammer. Smear laments that he could never have any value as a lord, but Hrungnir tells him not to judge his value so easily, because the only one who can decide his value is himself. When they hear that, Jaehyun and Hela realize that it's that statement that made Smear open up to him. Suddenly, a frantic giant enters the room to inform Hrungnir that Thor and the Valkyries have invaded the city. Hrungnir tells Smear not to worry, because he'll do all that he can to protect them. After that first vision, Erd explains that it was a dark past, but the misery of the giants did not end here. She decides to show him the second piece, and he's suddenly translated to a time when the city is burning. Everywhere he looks, corpses and blood fill his sight. Hela mentions that this is the War of the End, Ragnarok, right before the contract was written, and the man standing over all the corpses is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Jaehyun beholds Thor and realizes he's way too strong for him as he is right now. Even if he reaches S rank, he can't face a monster like him. Eventually, he asks the women what he needs to do to become as strong as Thor, and Hela tells him he has to pass the 5 trials. In the vision, Thor mentions that he always hated giants, and he's intrigued that they're not giving up but still want to fight him. To show his respect for such warriors, he offers the king of the giants, Hrungnir, a chance to avoid a massacre of his kind if he will fight him one-on-one. Shortly after, Hrungnir comes out and asks him if he will truly let the others go for the price of his head, and Thor swears on his name to do that. Hrungnir accepts the offer, and Thor promises to return soon for their fight. Word explains that Thor's change of mind, Hrungnir's sacrifice, and the war between Jotunheimer and Asgard ended with Asgard being the victor. After that, she decides to show him the last piece of the past. Sometime later, Smear pleads with his father not to go fight with Thor because it's a trap. Hrungnir tells him he's aware, but he has no choice but to go. The weeping Smear asks him why he must do this and reminds him he's the only family he has left. Yahello informs Jaehyun that the place those in the vision are standing in is called Asgard, the world where the Aesir gods and Odin reside. In the vision, Hrungnir reminds Smear that he has always told him not to be afraid because he's sure he'll do well without him. While Smear cries, his father tells him that the prophesied great adversary will one day come to him, and that great adversary will free them and all other species from the Aesirs. Before he leaves, Hrungnir tells Smear to protect his grave, the Great Ruins. Jaehyun realizes the ruins are the memorials for the giants who died and a symbol of a hopeful future. In the vision, Hrungnir speaks to Jaehyun directly and tells him he knows he'll be seeing this memory in the future, so he asks him to help his child, Smear. Hrungnir soon steps out to meet Thor, who has been excitedly waiting to fight him for a while. Hrungnir asks Thor if he's satisfied now, but Thor says he isn't. The god summons his hammer and says he'll only be satisfied after he kills Hrungnir. Thor fires streaks of lightning at the giant, who blocks them with his weapon. After he stops, Hrungnir asks Thor why he's killing innocent lives for the sake of his greed. So Thor confesses that everything is the will of the great Odin, and he personally doesn't have any reasons. Apparently, Thor's only reason for doing this is to fight a strong opponent. Eventually, Thor asks Hrungnir why he agreed to this fight knowing he's going to die. After a short pause, Hrungnir tells him he has something to protect, and Thor jokingly wonders what he still has to protect when most of his kind has been reduced to ashes. However, Hrungnir assures him that they're still valuable because Asgard will fall someday. When Thor realizes that Hrungnir also believes the prophecy of the three Norn sisters, he calls it idle talk and proceeds to end Hrungnir's life. Before Hrungnir is taken out, he speaks directly to the great enemy again and tells him that the path he must take is chosen solely by him and him alone, and he tells him to have a firm will. Apart from that, he asks him to tell Smear that he's sorry. Thor soon throws his hammer at Hrungnir's weapon. The sheer force of the attack destroys the weapon and smashes Hrungnir's head. Jaehyun finds this ending really messed up, and he suddenly brings out his blank card to get back at Thor. Luckily for him, the Nornir system tells him he can use a blank card. Hrungnir is soon taken out, and Thor stands over his dead body. Suddenly he notices some runes shining out of the dead giant's weapon, which were the inscriptions Hrungnir was making on his weapon while he was speaking with Smear. Thor realizes that Hrungnir has used a petty trick on him, and a huge explosion soon occurs, and strings of light are tied around Thor to hold him down. Thor realizes Hrungnir set this counterattack to be triggered by his death, but Thor doesn't believe something so petty will kill him, so he releases a huge amount of energy to burn the binds away. Suddenly, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the rank of the skill he is copying is too high for his level and cannot be properly used until his level is higher. Thor soon successfully burns away all the binds holding him. However, he's suddenly targeted by a small force that remains from Hrungnir's magic that pierces his head. The attack pushes Thor backward, and when he gets up, he finds out that his head is bleeding and Hrungnir had launched an object into his head to repress his power, and it amuses him. Because Thor's power has been repressed, the system allows Jaehyun to register Thor's passive skill known as Lightning God's Power. Yahello asks how it's possible to use a blank card on someone inside a memory, and tells her it wouldn't be possible if this was just an illusion. However, it's not an illusion but a fragment of the past that's being passed down to the future generation, which means that Hrungnir's sacrifice wasn't meaningless after all. Jaehyun is able to register the Lightning God's Power, which is of legendary rank. He now possesses Thor's lightning, which greatly increases the efficiency and potency of all lightning-type skills. It increases lightning damage by 300% and lightning efficiency by 50%. However, because the skill is too high in rank for the user's level, it cannot be maintained for long without permanent damage to the body. When Yahello asks him if he's sure about this, our boy tells her he'll just grow strong enough to be able to handle it, and tells her he's sure she'll help him. Soon after, tells them it's time to say farewell once again, but she confesses she can't get used to saying farewell to him once again. Confused, our boy asks her why he can't remember knowing her before, but she tells him there's no point in finding out now. She encourages him to leave the past and go to a new future since there is no space for her in his fate. The veil on her face suddenly disappears, and she tells him she wishes his journey is filled with blessings throughout. Tears drop from eyes and she eventually disappears. For a while, our boy just stares at the mirror and hesitates before he turns back towards Smear. Smear decides to ask him one question for his last test. Smear asks him if he's ready, and if he's capable of not straying from his path, even if he were to lose something important to him. Jaehyun thinks about his mother, teacher, and friends. Then he replies that he can't. He confesses that he'll be shaken up, sad, and in pain, just like Smear, but he'll get up again because he must move forward. Smear likes the answer and tells him he's qualified to pass this trial. Immediately, the system notifies him that his level has gone up by 4, and he's obtained the title the one who overcame the second trial. Apart from that, he's notified that he's received a gift from Hrungnir. Before Jaehyun leaves, he tells Smear that his father told him to tell him he's sorry, then leaves. When Smear is alone, he says out loud to his father that he never resented him for what he did. When Jaehyun reaches the gate of the dungeon, he's shocked to find the entire European Raider Association waiting for him. Hila realizes the men are very skilled, and it's going to be hard to sneak out. Jaehyun finds it unsettling that they would treat him like a thief, but he understands they feel that way because the European Union put a lot of money into the rights to raid this place. Our boy knows he can't take on 2 S ranks at once with the skills he has right now, so he asks Hela to take care of things while he stalls for time. Hela informs him she'll send a signal, so she asks him to distract the men until then. Jaehyun finally steps out in his armor, and Balak steps out to meet him. Balak asks him if he cleared the dungeon, and Jaehyun asks him what will happen if he did. Enraged, Balak points his spear at his neck, and he's certain that the intruder cleared it since he doesn't feel mana coming from the ancient ruins, but he doesn't understand how he was able to. Jaehyun recognizes the sword with Balak as the original Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, the real S-rank artifact. Our boy informs Balak that this ruin was meant just for him, and they never would have succeeded no matter how many times they tried. Annoyed, Balak asks him if he's saying they're not good enough, and Jaehyun tells him it's possible. He reminds him that he couldn't even get in because he failed to prove himself worthy, and Balak almost curses at him. Annoyed, Balak tells him his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he's changed his mind. He tells our boy he won't kill him because there are a lot of things he can find out from him, and Jaehyun is glad he fell for such an obvious provocation. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him to try to kill him if he can, and he generates a sword he was able to get thanks to encountering Balak. Our boy recreates the rank S Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, and Balak just stares at him in confusion. To answer his questions, Jaehyun reminds him there's no law that states there can't be 2 Balmungs. Balak immediately attacks him, but our boy moves backward using his Step of Light skill. The angry raider keeps trying to attack him, but Jaehyun keeps dodging each attack. Eventually, when he stops, Jaehyun tells him he's slower than he expected. This further annoys Balak, who confesses that there are not many who can dodge his sword even among S-rank raiders, and he wonders who on earth Jaehyun is. Shortly after, Camilla shows up and warns Balak to be careful because the sword the intruder is holding has the same mana as his Balmung. Jaehyun reminds Balak that he won't kill him, but he's going to take his limbs. Recalling that Hugin had said just that to him, our boy asks Balak to stop talking because he's about to trigger his PTSD. Balak looks at him confused, so Jaehyun references an article he read about him that said he went through a divorce and decides to ask why. Suddenly, Camilla tells Jaehyun he's crossing the line because Balak's wife divorced him because he has a shit personality and he's boring. She doesn't make the matter any better, so Balak tells Jaehyun they'll continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Hela soon informs Jaehyun that she's ready and asks him to wrap things up, but he asks her to hold on a second, which further infuriates her. Our boy enjoys this opportunity to fight an S-rank raider, so he activates his overdrive skill and equips his incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence to momentarily amplify his mana to increase the force of his magic. After he activates it, the system warns him that he'll not be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camilla is shocked to witness that his mana has suddenly changed, so she warns Balak to back off. Balak creates a barrier around himself as Jaehyun releases a mana force field, but the power of the force still shatters the mana barrier, which is unbelievable. Jaehyun recalls that the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memories was ridiculously strong, and he assumes Heimdall is the same. He decides that the only way for him to get stronger in a short period of time is for him to continue fighting stronger opponents. Immediately, Balak tries to slash him again, but our boy dodges the attack. Both of them soon collide, the force of their individual Balmungs releasing an explosive energy in their surroundings that knocks Balak several feet into the sky. Shocked, Camilla catches him with her magic, and she wonders how this intruder was able to defeat the European Union's leader like this. Balak lies on the ground unconscious with blood gushing out of his mouth, and Camilla decides she can't let a monster like this roam around the city. As Jaehyun takes his leave, Camilla turns to him and asks him if he really thinks she'd let him run away. She activates a skill called Hellfire and another called Wind Chaser, releasing a huge dark energy. Meanwhile, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that his mana usage will be restricted for the time being as a penalty for the overdrive skill he used. When Hela realizes our boy can't do anything, she decides he's had enough fun and takes them out of there. On the other end, Camilla senses that the mana response disappeared before her attack even reached her opponent, and she considers tracking him. However, Balak, who is now back on his feet, tells her to give it up because it's too dangerous to go after him. He proposes they go back to the main base, and Camilla asks him if he's sure of that since he hates contacting them. Surprised, Camilla tells Balak he's different from usual and asks him if something happened, so he informs her that the intruder purposefully didn't kill him. When she hears that, Camilla decides to contact the main base. When he's left alone, Balak realizes he may not know the man, but he's certain they'll meet again, and he won't lose again when they do. Meanwhile, Hela berates Jaehyun for being so impulsive, but he only laughs and tells her they can go back home now. The next day, after Jaehyun lands at the airport, he receives a call from Ina. The reason Ina is calling him is to ask if he's decided which circle he's going to sign up for. A circle is one of the main policies of all raider academies in the nation, and it's like an activity club for raiders. Second and third years are usually the ones to create circles to bring in first years, and they usually take requests from public institutions. The academy will receive mediating fees during this process, and the students also have an opportunity to earn money and gain connections. The circle is a means to gain experience through circle activities before entering a guild. It seems like a good idea, but to Jaehyun, it's only beneficial if it can help you enter an influential guild. Otherwise, it's a loss. Before his regression, Jaehyun entered a low-ranking circle, and he ended up being basically enslaved. In the present, he already planned to enter the same circle as his friends anyway, but he decides it's no fun if he makes it easy for them. To play around, he tells Ina he doesn't know yet, and he'll find a suitable one. Ina informs him that they're talking about entering the same circle, and she asks him if he wants to join them while the rest of them listen in on the call. Jaehyun tells her he thinks he'd rather choose on his own, and after a short pause, Yoojung takes the phone and angrily asks Jaehyun if he plans to abandon them by entering a circle alone. Our boy tries to remind her that he didn't promise to go into the same circle with them, but Yoojung insists that once they're a team, they're always a team. Our boy teases her about being after his first-ranking benefits, but Yoojung tells him she doesn't care about that. Eventually, Jaehyun offers to join the same circle as them on the same condition, but he says he's going to tell them when he gets back to the academy. After he ends the call, Jaehyun recalls that the fact that they have to join circles soon means that something that happened in his past life is approaching. There's usually outdoor camping that's carried out alongside the registration time period for circles, and the location is in the locked-down area of Daegu. Where Meal's Academy was built is only a part of a closed-down area, and there are still tons of monsters outside the academy. Meals has been holding outdoor camping events every year to bring down the number of monsters. Jaehyun takes a portal back to the academy and returns to his apartment. While having a chat with Hela, she suggests they look at the gift that Rungnir gave him. Suddenly Hela freezes, and when Jaehyun asks her what's wrong, she reminds him that she had told him she stalled for time by tying down Heimdall, but she just sensed that he's been freed. Meanwhile, Heimdall breaks through the fabric of space and crawls out into a locked-down area. He's annoyed that he was embarrassed like that by a clone. When he looks around, he notices the area is locked down and wonders if Hela was trying to keep him away from humans. He's very annoyed, and as if to make matters worse, a nearby monster spots him and jumps down behind him to have him as lunch. Heimdall doesn't even turn around to look at the monster, so it bends forward to gobble him up since he's not putting up a fight. As the monster covers his head in its mouth, Heimdall tightens his fist, releasing a huge amount of energy that tears the monster's head into bits. Heimdall decides to have some fun and meet up with our MC to test him. Meanwhile, Hela laments when she realizes that Heimdall is going to a shut-off area near Meal's Academy. From our boy's expression, she suspects he knows why Heimdall is going there, so Jaehyun informs her that that is where Milla's students are going to be camping. Hela becomes worried when she realizes what Heimdall wants. Apparently Heimdall has the ability to read the immediate future, so he must have read Jaehyun's future. Our boy realizes that it seems his friends are going to get involved in this, and it makes him bothered even though he had been expecting it. He decides to prepare as much as he can to fight Heimdall head-on, so he decides to check Hrungnir's gift to see how much it can help. Jaehyun opens Hrungnir's gift, and he gets a consumable item called Giant's Blood. The item is a rank S+ item that contains both power and wisdom to increase his strength and wisdom stats. However, the item can only be used when he meets the minimum requirements of strength and wisdom, so Jaehyun suspects this is why there was a requirement of being S rank to enter the Great Ruins. He'd have to get a wisdom and strength rank above 150 to use this item, and that requires him to become S rank. Apart from that, Jaehyun receives a passive skill called Hrungnir's Rage, an extraordinary rank skill that allows all damages against Aesir gods and Valkyries to become double. Hela cheerfully asks him what he thinks about the skills and boasts that this is the reason she had said he needs to hurry with the second trial. Jaehyun is also pleased, and he pets her head because he's glad she hurried him up. However, Hela jumps out of his reach and asks him what he's doing. Eventually, she calms down and transforms back into her human form, then tells him she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, Jaehyun is seen bleeding from his eyes and nose after trying to use Thor's lightning skill. He laments to Hela that this is not easy, so she tells him it's expected since the skill he obtained is a legendary rank skill, which cannot even be compared to S rank or extraordinary rank. She warns that he'll destroy his body just trying to use the skill if he doesn't manage to level up enough. And Jaehyun realizes he needs to learn to use the skill as soon as possible. Sometime later, while he's taking a stroll, he thinks about a way to level up. He remembers the special quest, Raven Hunter, that the system gave him a while back, which required him to get rid of all Odin's ravens. He's only taken out 1 out of 5, and he needs more for a blank card and a rank increase. This seems to be the only way for now, but it doesn't seem to be a good idea because time is running out. He also considers that he can take care of any permanent body damage incurred from using Thor's ability for too long using sacrifice, but that won't get to the root of the issue. Suddenly, a nearby car honks at Jaehyun, so he waits to see if it's friend or foe. It turns out to be Guildmaster Jihyun, who tells Jaehyun it's a coincidence to run into him in a place like this. Our boy recognizes her, so she asks him if Lotus is treating him well because she heard he signed a contract with them recently. Jaehyun immediately realizes why she's here to see him, and jokingly asks her if she's not too busy to be meeting him here coincidentally. Eventually, he asks her if she perhaps ran a background check on him or something, which surprises Jihyun. Because of how tense the situation is, Hela decides to excuse herself. Nearby, Sungjai hides his presence with his stealth skill. He soon places a call to Seongan to inform her that the Curator Guild has gotten into contact with Jaehyun. He also informs her that he thinks Jaehyun has found out he was following him around based on how he looks toward where he was standing. Shortly after, our boy meets with Jihyun privately to ask why she wanted to see him. She directly informs him that she wants to scout him, so he reminds her that she knows he's already in a guild. To make the offer interesting, she offers Nidhogg's Fang, and our boy's eyes widen. She seems to be casually offering to give him an S-rank item of astronomical value. Meanwhile, Hela goes to Hel's temple to ask Hel to lend her some of her power. Hel reminds Hela that she's just a fragment of herself, so her power would be unstable in her hands even if she were to give it to her. Hela agrees that she probably won't be able to use it properly or may die trying. Although she acknowledges that even if she survives receiving the power, she probably would die soon, Hela decides that she wants to do this because that's what she's for. As the guide of the 5th trial and the compass for the great enemy, she believes she solely exists for his sake and for prophecy. Hel protests that there should be another way to do this, but Hela confesses that she's actually curious to see the future that Jaehyun will write amidst all the struggles, even if she won't get to see that future. When Hel realizes she's made up her mind, she agrees to give her power but wishes for her to be happy regardless of the decision she makes. Meanwhile, Sungjai tells Seongan that he thinks Guildmaster Jihyun is going to try to convince Jaehyun herself. Although he believes that Jaehyun isn't one to be fooled by money, Seongan reminds him that Jihyun has something more valuable than money to offer. Seongan realizes that Jihyun judged Jaehyun's potential to be better than she herself had done. Surprised, Sungjai asks her if she's going to let Jaehyun be, so she replies that it's not in her hands because Jaehyun is well on his way to being the world's strongest raider. Regardless, she states that she has never and will never let someone take something she's interested in. In the Curator Guild meeting room, Jihyun asks Jaehyun what he thinks about her offer. Recognizing that he's only seated with her because he wants something, she asks Yeonju to bring Nidhogg's Fang to the table, and it catches our boy's attention. Nidhogg's Fang is a renowned blade that was ranked 2nd after the Balmung in Jaehyun's life, but Jaehyun playfully asks her why she's showing him this. Eventually, Jihyun proposes to Jaehyun that they become honest with each other. To fulfill her desires, Jaehyun's aura suddenly changes, and he asks her to say what she wants, which shocks Jihyun since he's just a student. She refuses to let herself show fear, and Jaehyun tells her he knows she's trying to conceal her fear. She's surprised, which makes him eventually smile as he acknowledges her offer to give him Nidhogg's Fang to join the Curator Guild. Jihyun reminds him no one else can offer him something this valuable, and our boy agrees because only a crazy guildmaster would invest so much into a 17-year-old. However, our boy points out that Curator doesn't hire battle-type raiders, so Jihyun confesses that she judged that it's time their guild changed, and he'll be their first battle-type raider. When Jaehyun probes further because he feels there's more to this story, Jihyun admits that stealing him from the Lotus Guild and gaining connections in the Raider Association are the real reasons she offered him Nidhogg's Fang. Jihyun also adds that the contract allows him to take most of the profits, but while she's talking, Jaehyun suggests she let him touch it just once since it's a weapon he might end up using. The truth, however, is that he's about to activate his realization of magical artifact to try to replicate the weapon. Since he's valuable enough to her, she lets him do that, and Jaehyun holds the weapon in his hand. With a smile on his face, he returns the weapon and tells Jihyun that he doesn't think the weapon is really his style and thanks her for the offer. When he gets up to leave, Jihyun asks him if he doesn't like the weapon, but he tells her he's not saying that. It's just not his style. This time, Ji-hyun becomes angry and asks him who in the world cares about taste when it comes to an S-rank artifact. She reminds him this is a golden opportunity he's turning away, and that he can't buy this with all the money in the world. But Jae-hyun stops her by saying he doesn't have anything more to talk about. As he politely asks to excuse himself, Ji-hyun just stands there, totally stunned. When he eventually leaves, she collapses into the chair and realizes Jae-hyun is just like his master, Seongun. Anger wells up in her, and she promises to make them regret this. Shortly after, our boy returns home and activates his realization of magical artifact skill to obtain a copy of Nidhogg's Fang, which he hadn't expected to get so early on. Nidhogg is the name of the great and dangerous poison dragon recorded in legends. The dragon inhabits a spring, Vergelmir, hidden deep inside Niflheimer. However, Jae-hyun remembers that he needs to be more calculating and careful now. He wonders how strong Heimdall is, and figures he may just be as strong as Thor. The thought of battling against the gods makes him think he's gone insane from the nonsensical situation he's in. But he's still curious to know how strong he is compared to them. He wonders if he'll be able to change the fate that Urge showed him through the mirror. Sometime later, in the Mills Academy main circle executive conference room, the top students at Mills Academy gather to have a discussion. A lady watches them from nearby and is surprised by the strength of their auras, which can almost be mistaken for those of veteran raiders. However, what surprises her is that all these circle leaders are here to recruit one person, Min Jae-hyun. One of the students, Jung Hyun, the leader of the school's #1 circle, Guardian, tells the rest of them that they're going to take Jae-hyun, so he tells the others to give it up. Another circle leader reminds Hyun it's their turn this time since the Guardian group took the best students last year too. She also reminds them that there's a rule that mages and martial art raiders stay out of each other's territories, which means they should be the ones to receive Jae-hyun. The girl watching the leaders excitedly takes pictures of them and recognizes the lady who just spoke as Han Ji-an, the leader of the circle called Seonggaeon, named after Yoo Seonggaeon, who inspired them to start their circle. Another guy in the room tells Ji-an to piss off with her crap, especially since the media has clarified that Jae-hyun is a battle mage, so it makes no sense for a circle of mages to recruit him. The lady from before continues excitedly taking her pictures and points out that the guy who just spoke is Gang Ju-hyub, the leader of the second-place circle called Garam. Hyun reiterates that Jae-hyun is a perfect candidate for his circle since he's a warrior type too, but Ju-hyub calls bull on his statement. To make things fair, Ji-an proposes that they let Jae-hyun choose the circle he goes into so he can consider the one with the best offer. Ju-hyub scoffs that it's not that simple and calls Ji-an stupid because she seems to have forgotten why they're here in the first place. She quickly attacks him by saying he has brawn instead of brains, which leads to an intense argument. Circles are watched closely by the public, and many guilds keep an eye on circles in order to scout students with good performances. Because of this, the circle leaders have been trying to maintain a balance between each other. However, the girl with the camera believes that Jae-hyun is dangerous and might completely destroy the delicate balance that the circles have been maintaining. While they're arguing, the fourth leader at the table suggests that they all make their offers to Jae-hyun, and if he accepts, they'll let each other know ahead of time. However, the circle that takes Jae-hyun cannot take any of his friends, and must also give up on at least 2 academy events. The camera lady frantically takes pictures of the lady who just spoke, Chae Ji-yoon, the leader of the Third Eye Circle. Apparently, her circle is the least known among the circles in the room, but she's managed to grow it on her own. Ju-hyub agrees that Ji-yoon's proposition is nice, and the rest of them agree with her. The lady with the camera is simply amazed by their meeting and hopes this will make a great article. Meanwhile, our boy receives a call from Ina, who asks him to go somewhere with her. Ina had called to ask him if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. He asks why she asked all of a sudden, so she stammers that there are a lot of things to see there, and Yoo-jung said that every raider should go there at least once in their lives. Jae-hyun asks her if the other guys are going too, and Ina pauses for a while before saying that the other guys don't have time. Eventually, Jae-hyun proposes they go together then. He considers that it's about time for the black market to thrive, and it's not a bad idea to go there now, considering what happened before his regression. He hopes to be able to find an ace card to help him fight Heimdall too. When he asks when she wants to go, she proposes they go in 2 days from now, on April 25th, and proposes they meet at the park at 9 a.m. for the festival. She's glad she didn't stutter this time, so Jae-hyun tells her it sounds like it'll be fun. After they hang up the call, Ina stares at her phone and believes it will be fun too. Shortly after, our boy returns to the academy because he forgot something there. While there, he runs into Yoo-jung on the men's floor and asks her if she's thinking about becoming a man. Annoyed, she almost insults him but later confesses that she had something to ask him. She tells him that she came to ask if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. On the morning of the festival, Ina shows up at the park, and she wonders if she came too early. Soon after, our boy shows up and comments that she's early. He says he was going to come early to take a quick look around, but she's earlier than he is, so he proposes they go inside. As he walks in, Ina just stands for a while, holding her red-hot cheeks in her hands. Meanwhile, some folks around recognize Jae-hyun, and they also recognize Seo Ina walking with him. Ina turns away to avoid the gaze of the hundreds of people fixed on them, and she starts to become uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs her hand and suggests they walk faster, and it startles her that he'd grab her hand. When they're alone, Jae-hyun asks her how she asked him to come to a place like this when she's socially anxious. She apologizes that she's not used to it yet, but our boy simply asks her if she's had breakfast and mentions that there's a toast place he knows she likes. Ina is surprised he'd know a toast place she likes and eventually follows him there. The night Yoo-jung came to the academy to ask him to go to the National Raider Festival with her, our boy immediately remembers how Yoo-jung had said the other guys don't have time. Yoo-jung teases him that he's going to be cooped up in his house the whole weekend anyway, but Jae-hyun places a hand on her head and apologizes because he already has plans. He proposes they go next time, but Yoo-jung just remains silent for a while. While in the park, our boy and Ina look around, play some games, and enjoy some toast. A short while later, it begins to rain, so Jae-hyun goes to get an umbrella. He mentions that this is why he doesn't trust the forecast, and Ina agrees. After a moment, our boy suggests they take a picture, which surprises Ina. So Jae-hyun mentions that he heard you should take pictures when you come to places like this. Since he's unsure if she's uncomfortable with it, he turns around and suggests they just take their leave if she doesn't want to, but Ina stops him and agrees to take the picture. When they step in, some guy welcomes them, referring to them as cute lovebirds. Jae-hyun feels the guy looks familiar and informs him that they want to take a picture. Ina starts to blush again as she wonders if they look like a couple to other people. When the attendant tells them that they can pick out props for the picture, Ina excitedly picks out a rabbit headband, which our boy finds cringy. The worst part is that she gets another headband for him, and he has no choice but to wear it. They're both clearly uncomfortable in the first picture, but eventually get more comfortable. When they step out, Jae-hyun complains that one of the pictures is broken, and the attendant apologizes because the employee he assigned must have forgotten when he told him to fix the machine. The attendant tells them they don't have to pay for the broken picture, and asks them to think of it as an empty slot for them to fill out their future together. And Ina starts to wonder if Jae-hyun will be in her future. Our boy just stares at him in confusion, and in an odd tone, the man mentions that they can only ensure the future if they can protect the present. When they finally leave the shop, Jae-hyun wonders what on earth that was, and he realizes the attendant was a bit concerning, but he didn't feel any mana from him. Ina watches him from behind and eventually stutters as she informs him that she lied to him. She explains that she didn't ask the other guys if they wanted to come with them, and says she was greedy because she wanted to spend time alone with him. Our boy just stands there speechless for a second, and he remembers his encounters with Hell, Nightshade, Hrungnir, Thor, Smear, and Erd. Eventually, he tells Ina he's glad she had a good time. She tries to say something but hesitates. When she works up the confidence, she informs him that she has something to tell him, but an explosion suddenly occurs nearby that startles them. Immediately, an announcement is made to all the visitors of the festival that there has been a dungeon break. Several raiders are dispatched to deal with the issue, and the visitors are asked to evacuate to a safe place as the fire covers the area. Shocked, our boy realizes that this level of mana isn't coming from a dungeon. More so, the mana smells like blood, and Jae-hyun wonders why. One of the raiders tells the visitors they need to run away because it's dangerous, and he tries to guide them to a safe place to run to. Ina mentions to Jae-hyun that they need to get out of here, but our boy tells her they aren't, then activates his mana detection. He tells her they'll likely die either way because of that bastard that appears to be directing the people to safety. The guy directing people suddenly laughs because Jae-hyun caught on quicker than he expected. He asks Jae-hyun if he's the great enemy, and Jae-hyun immediately tells Ina to get out of here. Before she can respond, the guy speaking with Jae-hyun appears in front of Ina and attempts to punch her at breakneck speed. Regardless, our boy covers the distance since he has super speed and grabs his hand. Jae-hyun asks him what he is. The guy jokes that Jae-hyun isn't so impressive even if he has the title of the great enemy of the Aesir, but our boy simply asks him once more and releases a burst of mana that forces the other guy to jump backward. The guy introduces himself as one of Odin's 5 ravens and explains he was not permitted a name, but he's certain he'll receive one when he offers Jae-hyun to Odin. Jae-hyun becomes annoyed and recognizes that this fool is the same as the bastard who was pretending to be his father. Ina calls out to Jae-hyun, so he tells her he doesn't think she'll be able to run away at this point, so he asks her to stay behind him. The raven realizes that Ina is important to Jae-hyun, so he informs him that he'll make him taste despair by ripping her limb from limb so that she never gets up again. Jae-hyun activates his realization of magical artifact and tells the raven that it's a shame that he's the one who's going to get ripped instead. Our boy successfully recreated the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung, and both of them dash towards each other. Before they collide, the Raven tells Jaehyun that his fancy sword won't do anything to him, and they both collide with explosive force. Jaehyun hesitates for a while and thanks her for the stone. He realizes he must stay calm because this Raven wants him to lose his composure, but he needs to think logically as usual. He considers what this Raven's weak points can be and what could help him get out of this situation. But the Raven leaps toward him to deal another attack while he's still thinking. Our boy activates his lightning chains and fires them at the Raven's chain, deflecting them. The Raven, however, reveals a dagger hidden up his sleeve and uses it to defend himself from the onslaught of chains. The Raven persists despite the chains and leaps toward Jaehyun with the dagger in his hand. Our boy considers that he and his enemy are on a similar level when it comes to mana, but he can't afford to get too far from Ina because something might happen to her if he lets his guard down. He suddenly steps on one of the lightning chains and rides it toward the Raven, taking the fight to him mid-air. However, Jaehyun gets nicked by the Raven's blade, so he activates his sacrifice skill to heal himself. He realizes that his enemy is fast and he can't catch up to him easily, even though he has Steps of Light activated. Eventually, the Raven admits that he heard Jaehyun has quite a few tricks, but this is more than he had imagined. The Raven admits that Heimdall was right when he said Jaehyun has the potential to become an interference to the gods. The Raven tells him he's going to kill him here, but our boy realizes he's bluffing because the Aesir gods cannot kill him right now since the power of the prophecy is still protecting him. He also realizes that he can use the power of the prophecy to his advantage to help him win. Jaehyun runs forward with his sword in hand, but the Raven points out that such a basic attack won't work on him. The Raven knows that a longsword slows down Jaehyun's attack, but Jaehyun still leaps toward him regardless, as the Raven braces for his attack by putting up his chains. However, Jaehyun doesn't attack with his sword, but performs an attack using his free hand. The attack cracks the Raven's mask, knocking him backward. He becomes annoyed that a mere human would dare attack him, so he runs back to retaliate in fury, but our boy blocks his dagger with his sword. After creating some distance, our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill and replicates Nidhogg's fang. He doesn't want to use the weapon for the first time in this kind of scenario, but he seems to have no choice. After seeing the dagger, the Raven is shocked because he hadn't been told that Jaehyun uses a dagger, especially one with such a strong aura. Jaehyun wonders why the sight of his dagger caused the Raven to be so shaken, and he also notices the Raven has let his guard down. Our boy activates his lightning chains, wraps them around the monster's hand to stop him from using the chains. Using his Steps of Light, our boy rushes toward him and deals several attacks with his dagger. The effect of the Nidhogg's fang is soon activated, and poison damage is imbued into the enemy, which pleases Jaehyun. Eventually, the Raven breaks free of the lightning chains and becomes angry that Jaehyun is able to use the power of the Nidhogg's fang. He runs toward Jaehyun to attack, but our boy launches several lightning chains at him. However, the Raven blocks the lightning chains with his own chains. Soon after, the Raven starts to slow down, so Jaehyun points out that he seems to be having difficulty moving because of the poison, which means the tables have turned. Regardless, the Raven swears to take Jaehyun down with him, but our boy reminds him that he can't kill him anyway. The Raven clarifies that he didn't say anything about killing him, then runs past him toward Ina. Before he reaches her, Ina activates a mana barrier around herself, but the Raven breaks through it easily. Ina just stands there in shock with her defenses broken as the dagger flies toward them. Shortly after, an explosion occurs upon impact, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's successfully defeated Odin's Raven. He's also 1 point closer to completing the special quest to destroy all of Odin's ravens, and he's told he's leveled up. While Jaehyun pants, Ina emerges from the smoke and rushes toward him. He realizes he's using too much mana at once and soon collapses in her arms. With Jaehyun in her arms, Ina beats herself up for not being able to do anything again, just like during the attack when they were in the mock dungeon. In a flashback to a few hours earlier, Yoo-jung returns to her hostel and thinks about how she gathered all the courage to ask, but Jaehyun seems to be pretending to be busy. It really annoys her, and she considers just going to the festival with Ina. Annoyed, she eventually texts Ina and asks if she wants to go to the festival, but Ina apologizes profusely, saying she's already gone out. Yoo-jung is surprised because Ina rarely goes out and usually just naps in the hostel. Eventually, she texts her back not to be sorry and proposes they go have dessert next time, to which Ina agrees. After a short while, Yoo-jung considers that it's strange that Jaehyun and Ina never go out, but they're out on the same day. It suddenly occurs to her that they may have gone out together, and she begins to recall all the times Ina had appeared flustered in Jaehyun's presence. She initially doubts they went out together, but eventually hopes they didn't. In the present, Jaehyun rests on Ina's body due to exhaustion. Ina recalls how she wasn't of any help when he was in danger during the dungeon exam, even though Jaehyun worked so hard to protect her. She also wonders who the person who attacked them was and notes that Jaehyun seems to know him. Apart from that, this person has a similar mana to what they detected in the mock dungeon, so she wonders if there's a connection. Eventually, she hesitantly touches his head, and our boy wakes up. When he looks up, their faces end up inches away from each other, which makes Ina completely flustered. Our boy only smirks and thanks her for letting him rest on her shoulder. After a short pause, our boy tells Ina he thinks he knows what she was going to tell him before they were interrupted. He admits he might be wrong and asks her to hear him out because there's something he has to tell her. Before he can complete his statement, Ina places a finger on his mouth and begs him not to say anything anymore because she's not ready to listen to his response yet, no matter what his reply may be. She says she needs some time and says she can wait for him to be done with whatever he needs to do. As tears pour down her face, she suggests that they talk about it later. Our boy doesn't seem so happy about it, so he places a hand on her face to wipe off her tears. Sometime later, Jae-hyun fights with a group of ogres in the training room. He avoids their attacks and fires several lightning chains at them. While he's fighting, he wonders why he wasn't able to reply to Ina. He already knew that she liked him, so he wonders why he acted the way he did. He also realizes how torturous it would be for her if he were to give her false hope. Because he's distracted by his thoughts, one of the ogres takes advantage and tries to smash his skull in, but our boy dodges the attack. The Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that his level has gone up as an effect of quest progression increase. As Jae-hyun blasts the ogre away with a wind attack, the system informs him that he can now feel the wall that has been restricting him. Our boy isn't certain what that's supposed to mean, and Hela soon appears by his side to inform him that he will understand it soon. She walks towards him and tells him he can do it, and Jae-hyun jokingly asks her why she's being so nice all of a sudden, which makes him think that she's leaving him forever. Jae-hyun tells her he's not falling for her trick, and she visibly acts nonchalant, but deep inside, she wishes that Jae-hyun has no value for her existence in the future because she knows what will happen. Sometime later, our boy is approached by Hyun. When Hyun introduces himself as the leader of the circle called Guardian, Jae-hyun remembers he's heard of the circle before, which is the most powerful circle in the academy when it comes to martial arts. He's impressed that Hyun is the leader, but he still feels he's weak. Hyun tries to tell Jae-hyun that he has a good offer to recruit him into the Guardian Circle, but he's soon interrupted by Jian, who protests that Hyun can't just scout Jae-hyun like that because Jae-hyun is going to join her circle. Shortly after, Joo-hyub appears too and tells her to cut the crap because the Garam Circle is going to take Jae-hyun. Eventually, Jae-hyun tells the leaders to stop it because everyone is watching. As he's about to say something else, Ji-yoon, the leader of the fourth top circle, steps in and introduces herself to Jae-hyun as the leader of the third eye circle. Our boy is surprised to see her because he's heard of the names of the other guys in his past life, but he doesn't know this woman. Ji-yoon informs our boy that she didn't come to scout him and just came to introduce herself, but Jae-hyun tells her she should have come to find him when it was less chaotic. Oddly, Ji-yoon states that it would have been dangerous if she did that. Shortly after, the top students begin arguing again, but Jae-hyun makes it clear to them that he doesn't intend on joining any circle. Surprised, Hyun asks him what he's going to do. He admits that he knows Jae-hyun is the disciple of Yoo Seong-in, but reminds him that raiders with no experience in circles will have a very low starting rank, which will be a pain. To clarify, our boy explains that he didn't say he's not going to join a circle. Now pissed off, Joo-hyub grabs our boy's shirt and asks him what the heck he's talking about, but our boy suddenly releases a great deal of aura and frankly tells Joo-hyub it'd be better for the both of them if he doesn't cross the line like this. Surprised, Joo-hyub unhands him, so Jae-hyun states that he's going to make his own circle. Sometime later, the leaders gather for another meeting, and Joo-hyub wonders if Jae-hyun has gone insane because it doesn't make sense for a first year to make a circle. Hyun agrees that he doesn't understand it, but he also admits that there are no rules against it in the academy rules, although he also knows it's close to impossible, realistically speaking, because there's a lot involved in managing a circle, and it'd be impossible to be successful without a senior student or teacher to help. However, the only problem is that Jae-hyun might actually be able to create one because the most important things needed to create a circle are connections, a faction within the academy, and money. Considering Jae-hyun's friends, who are all very skilled and popular people, it seems clear to the top students why Jae-hyun would never need them from the start. Joo-hyub laments that this is going to be a mess, and Hyun proposes they change their plans. Since Jae-hyun can destroy the balance of the academy with just the help of his friends, Hyun suggests that they think of a way to survive, and he offers his circle's help. While Hyun passes through the hallway, he remembers how Jae-hyun threatened Joo-hyub to let go of his shirt, and he realizes they have a massive problem to deal with, which is the second time after Chae Ji-yoon, the present leader of Third Eye. Sometime later, Yoo-jung expresses shock when she learns that our boy wants to create a circle after he gathers them to break the news. He explains that he doesn't think they need to join an existing one and be forced under the senior students, but Hoyeon reminds him they're first years, and it'll be bad if other circles try to sabotage them. Jae-sung also finds the thought of fighting other students scary, and Soil asks Jae-hyun if this will get her money. Eventually, Jae-hyun assures them that they only need to get strong enough so that the other circles can't do anything about them. After a short pause around the table, Ina mentions that she's fine either way, and Jae-sung agrees to go along if Jae-hyun thinks it's a good idea. Stung that Jae-hyun ignored her, Soil asks again if they're going to make lots of money because they're all going to starve to death if they don't get points. With the points given to the top students for each grade and what our boy got for being scouted by Lotus, he assures them that he has at least a few 100,000 points. It surprises Soil, who calls him a psycho, but Yoo-jung is surprised he's that rich and never treated them to food. Because of that, Seo declares that they're eating out tonight, so Jae-hyun asks her why she would be a part of them eating out. She reminds him that she's going to be at this academy next year too, and she won't be able to go to any other circle because of the skill he has on her. Jae-hyun immediately uses his subordination skill to make her stop talking about his subordination, and he makes her say that she thought it would be easy to scam the members here since they're all stupid idiots. She's shocked by the words that come out of her mouth, and those at the table are equally surprised, which makes Seo annoyed at Jae-hyun. However, Jae-hyun reminds the guys that they're all talented, and if they can create a circle to nurture their talents, they'll be able to easily surpass the wall they're facing now. Hoyeon immediately pledges loyalty to Jae-hyun, and so does Ina, who intends to be strong enough to be the one who saves Jae-hyun if they're ever in trouble next time. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung whispers to Soil that she has a bad feeling about this and asks what she thinks. Soil agrees that Jae-hyun smiling like this always brings her bad luck, but when our boy turns to them with deadly eyes, they keep quiet. Jae-hyun tells them they'll have to work hard to get stronger, and rhetorically asks them if they will join his circle, with little choice in the matter. Sometime later, the gang goes to the Mills Academy training facility, a fitness facility in the academy that has various equipment and top-tier artifacts. Only the top students and their friends are allowed to enter. Yoo-jung, who is exhausted from working out, calls Jae-hyun a son of a B-word, while Seo lays breathless next to her. Hoyeon suggests they call it a day because it feels like his muscles have been ripped to shreds, but our boy insists that's how they get stronger. Jae-sung is tasked with the job of passing healing potions around, and Soil accuses him of being a traitor, but he reminds her that he's not a battle-type cadet. Jae-hyun gives them all 2 more sets and considers how this gym is special, because the gravity in this place is amplified in order to help the students get stronger. Nearby, Ina keeps pushing the weights, and Jae-hyun looks at her. He recalls the incident with the Raven and worries that something like that could happen again, so he decides that the only thing he can do is help his friends get stronger in the shortest time possible so that they won't become a burden to him and can escape when the time comes. After that, our boy heads to the Lotus Guild to see his teacher, and she eventually asks him if he's going to join a different guild. Jae-hyun asks her what she means, so she comes clean that she knows the curator approached him and offered to give him Nidhogg's fang. Eventually, our boy agrees he's been found out and asks her if she'd let him go if he says he wants to go. Seongun says she never will, especially not to the curator guild. Jae-hyun asks why she asked if that's the case, so she says it's to tell him that she will never let anyone take him away from them, and she won't let a rival take her disciple away from her. She gets up and pulls his face closer to hers, then reminds him that he also has no reason to give up the privilege he has now either, even for an S-rank artifact. She admits that it's hard to say it'd make up for an S-rank artifact, but she grants him every favor he asks her, so she doesn't believe he's losing any from being with her. Our boy agrees and confesses that he wasn't planning to leave because there's nowhere to go when she's here. Seongun jokingly accuses him of being a good liar and states she almost fell for his lie, but Jae-hyun jokingly says that's a shame. Shortly after, our boy recalls that Heimdall will attack him in the outdoor camping event, and he needs to prepare himself for every possible scenario. On the day of the outdoor camp, the students are transported to the area for the event. While on the bus, Jae-hyun tells his friends to be good because this is the event that will start their circle off. Hoyeon excitedly agrees, but Soyul smacks Jae-sung and tells him to stop shaking, but he tells her he's scared because this feels like the real deal. Jae-hyun agrees with him that they'll be fighting real monsters now, but he adds that the other raiders stopped by and took care of most of the monsters already. However, that doesn't mean this won't still be dangerous. Ina soon asks Jae-hyun why he chose the name 9 for their circle, and she asks him if he likes the number. Our boy admits that he technically hates the number 9 because, in Norse mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. He explains that he picked the number 9 because he hates it the most, and that confuses Ina and Yoo-jung further. They soon reach the entrance to the abandoned city where they will be camping, and Jae-hyun tells the others that they're no longer safe, so he reminds them to stay on their toes. Deep within the abandoned city, Daegu, Hugin goes to inform Heimdall that one of the ravens has died, and Heimdall finds that interesting. Sometime later, on a show known as the World Raider Issue, a host invites some guests to discuss the incident that occurred in the Great Ruins of Iceland. She welcomes Balak and the first ever S-rank mage in the world, Camilla. Balak looks as angry as usual, but Camilla seems delighted to be on the show. Camilla tries to nudge Balak to behave because they're there as the faces of the European Union, but he tells her that it's clear from the eyes of the bastards staring at them that they don't respect them. Camilla agrees the audience looks sketchy, but she still advises him not to act so prickly either. Balak considers that these people think that the European Union is the one behind the ruins robbery, and it makes sense since they were the ones with the rights over the ruins when the incident happened. The host soon announces that the topic to be discussed today is the recent robbery of Iceland's great ruins, and Balak becomes agitated, but Camilla nudges him to calm down. Going further, the host asks why two S-rank raiders couldn't guard the ruins, and why the European Union couldn't get through the ruins first when they're said to be the strongest in the world. She states that these 2 points are what people are talking about and asks for their thoughts on the matter. Eventually, Camilla admits that they weren't skilled enough and doesn't say more. The host soon asks what went wrong since they were so confident that they would be able to succeed in the raid after gaining the rights to the ruins, and Balak answers this time. He asks the host if she heard of the invader, and she smugly states that they're the person who is said to have passed the proof of qualification that the Union failed and raided the ruins. However, she states that people want the truth, and this annoys Balak, who asks her if she's implying that he's lying. When his expression changes, the host becomes afraid, but Camilla chides Balak to stop messing around. Regardless, Balak walks to the camera and tells the whole world to listen closely. He explains that the invader, whom they nicknamed the Black Robe, was strong, and was strong enough to the point that he still won even when he and Camilla attacked him together. Instead of trying to rip them apart for their failures, he tells them to do something about the invader instead, who he knows for a fact will appear again. Meanwhile, in the outdoor event, an instructor tells the students that this event will influence what their life in mills will be like going forward. He explains that this field trip will go on for a week, and they must cooperate with the members of their circle, but they will only get the survival kits that are being distributed to each circle. They're to hunt down monsters with what they've learned, but they're not allowed to leave the 50-kilometer radius of the base so as not to get disqualified. The instructor adds that their first task is to survive to prove that they possess the potential to be a great raider, and the second task is to hunt as many monsters as they can within the time limit and bring back the tokens they drop. The higher the monster's rank is, the more points they'll get, but they're warned not to be so careless that they get injured during hunting. In the case of an emergency, they're told not to worry because there is an instructor nearby at all times. The instructor tells them not to hide an emergency, but to go to the instructor instead. Once the announcement is done, they're all given rings, which is a symbol of solidarity, and our boy tells his circle members to move according to the plan. While they move around, Hugin watches them from nearby and states that it has begun. Shortly after, they find a good place to use as a base, and Jae-sung believes they will be able to avoid winged high-ranking monsters there. However, Soil mentions that there might be bugs in the place, and she doesn't like this kind of atmosphere. Jae-sung tries to advise her not to hate on the bugs too much, but Soil tells him to shut up because bugs are the worst. They start fighting again, and Jae-sung retreats behind Jae-hyun. Our boy eventually stops them and tells them to stay alert. They're in a city that has been locked down and sealed off due to the invasion of monsters. However, Yoo-jung hopes they rack up a bunch of points again so that they'll be able to get so much ice cream and visit the restaurant they wanted to visit. While she's raving about food, she notices that Jae-hyun doesn't look as excited as she is, which makes her keep quiet. Our boy is thinking about how the event isn't much of a hassle to some of the others, especially for them since they're at the top of the new students. However, the most dangerous enemy they'll face here is Heimdall, so our boy decides to keep his head in the game because he's certain Heimdall is coming. Ina also notices he's preoccupied, but he tells her he's fine when she asks. Suddenly, Hoyeon asks Ina and Jaehyun what's wrong with them because they seem a bit awkward, like they had a fight before this. He asks if something happened over the weekend, but Ina blankly asks him what he means and reveals nothing. Soil soon signals them that some people are coming towards them, and Jaehyun jokes that they're probably folks that don't like them and have come here for Soil. Soil agrees and reminds Jaehyun that he had promised to take responsibility for her, so she reminds him to keep his word. Ina and Yoo-jung are shocked by the mention of Jaehyun taking responsibility for her and wonder what that means. Our boy tells the others to prepare for battle, and they're soon ambushed by a circle called Seed. Jaehyun had been expecting them because Soil is from the Seed circle, and he had asked her to leave her circle to join his. Soil had protested that they're still newbies, even though she knows that Jaehyun is talented. She explained that she's pretty satisfied with Seed, which has more people and potential to give her more points than in a new circle. However, Jaehyun told her she's not seeing the bigger picture and asked if she considers the members of Seed her friends. She explained that they're more like business partners, but Jaehyun suddenly brought out a magical item called a record sphere to play voice recordings of her circle members talking badly about Soil, stating that she can't fight properly, and she's just there to make the leader shine brighter. They even start to call dibs on flirting with her to see who can get her first, and the recording makes Soil furious. Regardless, Soil asks Jaehyun how much he's going to pay her, and he told her that depends on how she performs. In the present, the leader of the seed circle, Jushang, asks Jaehyun if he really thought he could survive after stealing their member, but Jaehyun asks him if he's forgotten how he got beat up at the freshman hunt. Jushang claims that he only let his guard down and reminds him he can't win against all of them on his own. Jaehyun creates a ball of light to illuminate the area, and he tells Jushang he's not alone. He also makes it clear that even if they come at them all at once, they won't be able to defeat any one of them. Jaehyun recognizes that Soil is one of the most talented people possessing scout abilities, and he knew getting her onto their team would come with much risk, but he still considers it nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Jushang tells our boy that he might be strong, but he's still a newbie. Jushang orders his men to kill our boy, so they rush at him with their swords, but he doesn't move an inch. Suddenly, Hoyan activates his skill called Impervious Defense, which increases his defense power and blocks the warriors. The mage-type members of the Seed Circle immediately attempt to use fire and lightning magic, but Yujung activates her air shield to protect them from the onslaught of the fire and lightning. Our boy is impressed, and he's glad he trained these guys to their bone, so much that Yujung has already learned a wide-range defense spell. After their attacks, the members of the Seed Circle are surprised that their attacks didn't deal any damage at all. One of them begins to lament that he knew this would happen, and he asks why Jushang had even decided to do something to the Lotus Guildmaster's disciple, even if it's a new circle. Ina soon steps on the scene and asks Jaehyun if she should attack them all. Our boy gladly tells her to spare no one, so she activates her Sword of Alfheimer skill and launches the swords at them. Extremely scared, they try to run away, but they're soon pierced in the back with the swords. Jushang avoids the swords, but he slips over a blue gooey substance that sticks him to the ground. Jaehyun commends the effectiveness of the liquid because the Seed Circle members can't move after being stuck on it. So Jaesong explains that he mixed slime with paralysis mushroom spores to make it. While he's talking, Jushang insults Jaesong by calling him a stuttering F-word, but Jaehyun tells him to watch his mouth. He asks Jushang if he has any idea how much pain he can put him through before he dies, then steps on his spine. Eventually, he lets the rest of Jushang's teammates go, but keeps Jushang. Jushang pleads with his circle to wait for him, but they only call him a crazy bastard and ask why they should wait for him. After they leave, Jaehyun tells Soil that he's made up his mind to make Jushang fail this event. Soil calls Jushang a piece of crap, but Jushang tries to convince her that he did all of this for her. She tells him to cut the crap and reminds him how he called her a parasite that has no other use than as a scout. She soon brings out her knife and cuts up Jushang until he's taken out. Shortly after, an instructor shows up, and he's shocked to learn that the 9 Circle took out the guys from the Seed Circle. Jushang and the guys taken out by Ina's sword lay unconscious on the ground, and the instructor wonders how an upper-middle circle with a lot of members was taken out by this circle of newbies. Jaehyun asks the instructor to make sure the guys don't kick the bucket because they don't deserve to die this early, and the instructor asks him to try to prevent future fights with senior classes before he leaves. When the instructor leaves, our boy turns to Suyuk, who has been standing nearby, and he asks him why he helped him. A while back, Suyuk had approached Jaehyun to inform him that the entirety of the Seed Circle is after them. Jaehyun told him it doesn't matter since the Seed Circle are idiots, so Suyuk decided to leave, unsure why he's even siding with Jaehyun in the first place. While heading out, Jaehyun advised him to make an exit out of this event since he's playing solo, and when Suyuk decided to stay around the area, Jaehyun mentions that he didn't expect him to help him since he thought he was only good at starting fights. In the present, Jaehyun asks Suyuk what his name is again, and the other ladies are surprised to learn he's called Suyuk. It annoys him because he expects these fools to have remembered his name by now. Earlier, in a meeting of the Seed Circle, Suyuk disagrees with the idea of ganging up against Min Jaehyun, especially since Soyul left on her own. Suyuk suggests they make a better offer, but Jushang insists that he wants Jaehyun to become an obedient junior. Suyuk wonders when Milas became so political, and why they'd even attempt to beat someone up just because they don't like them. He considers it insane and decides he needs to leave the Seed Circle. In the present, Suyuk leaves Jaehyun's group, but before he goes, he warns our boy that he'll get revenge the next time he sees him, so he better be prepared. After he leaves, Jaehyun proposes they get right to work. Soil protests that they just had a fight. But when our boy starts his talk about how great power brings great responsibility, she asks him what he's going to give her in return. By the way, the reason Milas Academy chose Daegu as its location despite it being locked down is that they wanted to reclaim the sealed-off city. Daegu is where the first ever gate in the world opened and also the first city to fall after the appearance of Yggdrasil. As such, the purpose of Milas' camping field trip is to prepare for the reconstruction of the area, Jae-hyun recalls that the disaster at the Daegu gate was a calamity because his mom was there too. Ina soon calls Jae-hyun out of his thinking to inform him that dinner is ready. She mentions that he looks like he has a lot on his mind and asks if it's because of the unique skill he told her about. He tells her it's something like that. Our boy recalls how Hayley told him he would never be able to defeat Heimdall as he is now, but she has a chance if he awakens his unique skill and transcends his limits. Apparently, a unique skill manifests through the user's will, and Hela mentioned that he'll have to think about what he truly wants and why he needs that power. He wonders how he's supposed to understand what she meant, and Ina confesses that she may not get it either, but she's certain he can do it. Because she's trying to help out, Jae-hyun assures her he'll do his best. Sometime later, Hoyeon cuts up a worm-like monster somewhere else in the area. After he takes down the worm, a bird-like monster attacks Soil, and she defends herself with her blade. After she takes down the monster, Yujung notes that this place is so different from Mila's. Ina agrees that the difference in the amount of mana in the air is pretty significant, and it feels worse than the 10th level of the mana room test. They're in a place called a field, a term for areas taken over by monsters due to a dungeon outbreak, where corrupt energy seeps through and causes even more dangerous monsters to appear. Soil doesn't know what a field is, and when Jae-sung teases her for never paying attention in class, she attempts to murder him. Jae-hyun explains that a field is a place abundant in mana but unfit for human sustenance. They can handle it as raiders, but ordinary people are at risk when exposed to even a little mana. He reminds everyone to be careful because anything could happen here, and when a huge monster appears before them, Soil asks him if he's really going to kill it. He assures her that he will, but reminds her to do her job as the team's scout. She asks him to promise to help her run away if something happens because she doesn't want to die early, and Jae-hyun only smiles at her. She soon calls him a piece of crap for not promising her directly, so our boy suggests she stay back and let them look on their own. Even though it will take more time and give them fewer points since they'll find weaker monsters, Soil calls him master and tells him he has the final say here. While they're looking through the area, Yujung finds it amazing that so much of this sealed-off area has been reclaimed, and she guesses it's thanks to a well-known person. Ina doesn't know who the person is, so Soil teases her for also not listening in class, and then proposes they become friends. Hoyeon points out that Yujung was referring to the first awakened, Ju-won, and Jae-sung mentions that even his father said Ju-won is someone he wouldn't be able to defeat. Daegu is where the first gate opened, and monsters spread. While endless screams of agony echoed through the air and humans were crushed like ants, a human with special powers appeared. Ju-won, the first awakened of Korea. As Jae-hyun takes out the formidable monster Soil was scared of, he thinks about how Ju-won became famous worldwide, and how no one like him has appeared since, but he suddenly disappeared shortly after. When he takes out the monster, Yujung tells Jae-hyun she knows he chose this path because of Ju-won. Ju-won's disappearance was so abrupt that people assumed he died to monsters, and he was also the first person to use the power of the Asir system. Our boy wonders what kind of person Ju-won was and how he was able to use this power before everybody else. Shortly after, Jae-sung, Soil, and Hoyeon set up a tent for them to stay in. Ina soon returns, and our boy informs her that there are harpies, worms, and goblins, as Soil had said. He says she's really good, and Soil points out that she has to be because he would have abandoned her here if she was wrong. Our boy asks her how she knew he would have abandoned her, and when she attempts to insult him, he reminds her of her payment, so she reverts to calling him master again. While Hoyeon and Jae-sung talk about Soil's impressive skills, Jae-sung says something, and Soil intimidates him again, reminding them not to talk about her because only Jae-hyun is paying her. Jae-hyun asks where Yujung is, so Hoyeon replies that she said she was going to prepare something. When she shows up, Jae-hyun asks her where she's been, and he's surprised to see an eerie-looking pot in her hands. Their faces immediately turn pale as Yujung praises herself for the pain she went through to prepare this. When they bring out the ominous-looking substance in the pot, our boy asks if this is supposed to be food, so Yujung proudly says she added a special sauce to the worm they caught. Our boy can't believe she wants them to eat this, but she insists because she put so much effort into it. The only idea Jae-hyun has about how to handle this is probably to feed Heimdall this to kill him easily. Meanwhile, Ji-yoon meets up with Ju-won somehow, and she asks him when he plans to act again. He tells her he doesn't know, but he guesses it's about time because the great adversary is already on the move. Ji-yoon replies that the great adversary is still very young, but he's proving more and more that the prophecy isn't false, so she tells Ju-won that they need his help. He replies that Heimdall is already on the move, so he doesn't see the need to do anything, but he states that he'll take action if necessary. It occurs to Ju-won that things are about to get interesting. At the field event, Jae-hyun laments that this food could kill them, but Yujung insists the food isn't that bad. She turns to Jae-sung to get support, but he agrees with Jae-hyun, and Hoyeon also says he isn't hungry. Yujung laments that they're all so mean, so she turns to Soil to get comfort and hopes she'll eat her food, but Soil looks over Yoojung's shoulders and notices the other guys furiously signaling to her not to. Although she is grossed out, she can't fight back Yoojung's puppy face, so she agrees to eat the food since it's made out of edible things. Soil scoops some of it in a spoon and says it's not a big deal, but she soon ends up puking her guts on a nearby fence. Some of the others tease her that she sounds like a monster in pain, and Jaehyun reminds her that she should have listened to them. Annoyed, Soil protests that there was no way for her to say no when Yoojung seems so hurt, so Jaehyun gives her something to help with the pain and points out that she's softer than she looks. After that, Soil asks if something happened between him and Ina, which surprises Jaehyun. She clarifies that it's clear that something is off, and she asks him not to be too hard on Ina as well as everyone else, so Jaehyun agrees. Eventually, our boy points out that he wouldn't expect someone like her to say that, which annoys her further, and then he reminds her that they promised to take some person down. Soil remembers but asks for some time to let her stomach feel a bit better. Jaehyun asks her if they should try to see if Yoojung's food can poison the monsters, but when she starts vomiting again, our boy realizes it might take a while for her to feel better. He suddenly hears a loud cry, and he tells Soil to follow him inside because those they're expecting are here already. They run towards the others, and Jaehyun tells them to form the A formation because B-rank monster harpies are approaching. He asks Jaesung to prepare the light-up paralysis traps, put Hoyeon on forward, Yoojung on support, and Ina on attack. After their fight to protect their base, they head back, and Hoyeon laments that he didn't expect there to be dozens of harpies. He hadn't expected them to go around in such large groups, and Yoojung agrees that they're mostly in groups of 4 at most, which means this was a special case. A special case would mean that a boss monster with very overwhelming amounts of mana is ordering them around, which must mean a creature known as the Harpy Queen is nearby. Soil had detected this, but hadn't expected that the queen would be this close. Jaehyun asks them to stay back and protect this place until he and Soil get rid of the monster and return. With Soil's unique skill, it shouldn't be an issue to track down the queen, and our boy assures them he can take care of the monsters on his own too, so there's no need to worry. Hoyeon reminds him they're supposed to move together because of unexpected situations, but our boy says there's no need for that, because they'll probably end up hurt, even if they were to tag along, or he'd have to watch out for them. When they look sad, he explains that it's not that he doesn't trust them, but they're needed at the base, and they can always jump in to support the instructors if there's a need to. Eventually, Ina and Yoojung reluctantly agree, and Jaesung gives Jaehyun a truckload of potions to keep him safe. He and Soohyuk soon head out, and our boy tells them to stay safe. Yoojung, who still looks angry, tells him to get in touch if he needs them, but he teases her that it's rare for her to show that she cares. While he's still talking, several harpies storm the tent, and our boy activates his lightning chains to strike them mid-flight without even turning around. He assures the others that there's no need to worry because he only gets into fights he knows he'd win. Shortly after, while Jaehyun and Soil move around to find the Harpy Queen, Soil tells our boy that his group contains solid people, and it's no wonder why they're at the top of the class, even with how competitive Milla's is. She's saying this because of how they just handled the harpies. In a flashback, several other harpies ambush them, and Soil gets her knife to get into action, but Jaehyun blocks her from doing anything. Hoyeon tells Ina and Yoojung that he'll take the front, and he asks them to focus on casting spells. As some of the harpies attack from the front, Hoyeon blocks with the shield and cuts them in half. With the level of skill Hoyeon displayed, Soil is certain that he's reached A rank at this point, and the same goes for the other guys. In the flashback, Yoojung activates a skill called Overflow, which increases the attack power of the party members by 1.3 times. As one of the harpies targets her, she uses a skill called Wind Edge to cover up the monster, as well as 2 others. Jaehyun realizes that Yoojung is able to cast spells faster now, and he also notices Ina pierce almost a dozen harpies around the same time, which really pleases him. Back in the present, Jaehyun gloats that he's still the strongest, and Soil tells him he's annoying. When Soil calls him a genius, our boy reasons that he never expected that word to be used for him, especially when he recalls his past life where his other teammates had used him as a meat shield on the front lines. Jaehyun congratulates Soil for a good job of finding her path and not passing out from Yoojung's food. As they move closer, Jaehyun warns her to be careful not to get killed in this mission, and she starts to lament that she's too young to die. Regardless, they move in deeper, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he has come across the boss monster of Region 1 of the lockdown city field. They soon run into the Queen Harpy, which excites Jaehyun but scares Soil. The boss monster is A+ rank, but Jaehyun is certain he can get a certain artifact if he defeats it, which is a pretty good deal. As Jaehyun approaches the monster, Soil wonders if he's out of his mind, but our boy activates his realization of magical artifact. He soon recreates Nidhogg's Fang again, and Soil realizes that's the item that sold for an insane price at the auction recently, The Harpy Queen immediately fires an attack with her feathers, and Soil frantically jumps out of the way. Our boy soon rushes towards the monster, but he knows the monster is still dangerous, even though it's weaker than he is. He keeps dodging her attacks until he gets up close because the monster can fly and because it's stronger than before his regression. Soon after, he activates several lightning chains, and he realizes that an A+ rank monster wasn't this powerful in his past life, which could only mean that someone has intervened. He soon jumps towards the monster to slash it with his knife, and he hopes the real perpetrator, Heimdall, comes out instead of playing tricks from the shadows. While this is going on, Hugin watches from somewhere, and he says that his prediction is correct and something is imminent, but he's worried about whether Heimdall will be able to do his job properly. Not long after, our boy successfully defeats the Harpy Queen, the boss of Lockdown City's first region, and his reward is put in the nest of the Harpy Queen. Jaehyun is glad that he's finally got the item called Tempest Wings, but when he turns to Soil, who is finding it hard to keep up, she states that Yujung is right, that our boy is out of his mind. Eventually, our boy finds the Harpy Queen's nest and gets the rank S Tempest Wing item that gives Jaehyun the skill called Mid-Air Leap, more agility, and more strength. The Mid-Air Leap is an A+ rank skill that creates a fake wall of wind, while the user is in mid-air to give another chance to jump and can be used twice in a row. Suddenly, they notice a pair of gloves on the ground, and when they check it out, it turns out to be something called Drigon Gloves, and the system tells them it's updating the information on the first ever awakened in the Nornir system. Sometime later, after fighting a few more harpies, Hoyeon mentions that they seem to be pretty close to the top record set, which means they're pretty awesome, and Yujung agrees that it's expected since she's there with him. Jaehyun, who is standing nearby, recalls that he gained information on Juwon, the first to ever awaken in the entire world, and he wonders why the Nornir system is updating information on him. It occurs to him that he probably has something to do with the system, and he knows that he needs to find out why those gloves were there. Shortly after, Yujung exclaims because she left behind her imbued necklace, which is a bad thing. While she's crying, Jaehyun hands her the same necklace, so she asks him how he knows she left it behind and states it's creepy. Our boy informs her that forgetting things is her habit. Besides, her mom told him to take care of her. Jaehyun soon tells Yujung to grow up and stop forgetting things, but Yujung protests that he needs to stop lecturing her. They get into another argument again, and Hoyeon asks them if they're dating. Jaehyun denies it, and Yujung asks Hoyeon if he wants to die. Oddly, Ina touches Hoyeon with a dangerous look on her face and tells him to let it go since they've already denied it. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Great Palace of Aesir, also called the Great House of Warriors and the House of Joy, the Aesir gods gather for a feast. Thor enjoys the celebration because the preparations for the war are going smoothly, and Heimdall said he'll get rid of the great adversary. He believes that the Aesir will become the masters of the 9 realms, and the great Odin will be pleased. Another god, Tyr, calls Thor an insincere bastard for holding a banquet while Odin is gone, and he asks Thor if Ragnarok means nothing to him. Thor can't believe he's bringing this up, and soon reminds Tyr how Fenrir ate his right arm during Ragnarok. Tyr equally reminds Thor of the piece of coal stuck in his forehead by a vile giant, and states that he would have killed himself if he were the one. Annoyed, Thor proposes they fight to see which of them is stronger, but Freya tells them to stop if they don't want to be put on probation. Shortly after, Frigg states that Valhalla's forces have decreased quite a bit, and their soul collecting isn't going too well. Freya interrupts her by saying it's because Ragnarok pushed it too hard, and it's clearly Odin's mistake. Annoyed, Frigg corrects her for saying such things about the Master of Asgard, but Freya explains that she does not intend to kiss Odin's boots. He may have power, but in her eyes he's nothing but garbage. When Frigg asks her how she can dare say that, Freya becomes hostile and reminds Frigg of what Odin did to her. Freya eventually makes an announcement that the preparations for the second end are all complete. Einherjar, the souls of the dead ready to fight for Asgard, are already set. In the field event, Jaehyun realizes that Heimdall will show himself soon, since he intervened in the matter of the Harpy Queen, and he knows he has to awaken his inherent skill as soon as he can. He recalls the conversation he had with his teacher. She joked that he's greedy because he's already strong as is, but now wants an inherent skill too. In the flashback, she explains that she doesn't think she can be of much help with this, because her own case was rather sudden. Apparently, there was despair on the day when a gate opened in the middle of the road and people started dropping like flies. In the midst of the chaos, there was one child running for her life, and Seongan felt helpless. She ran to help the child, but she couldn't save her despite being awakened because she was just too weak. However, right after the child died, she earned a new skill called Sacrifice, but she couldn't bring back someone who had already died. She adds that she really doesn't know how to learn an inherent skill as fast as possible the way he wants, but she counsels him not to rush himself because she doesn't want him to lose anything he holds precious in the process of gaining an inherent skill. In the present, our boy wonders if Ina might know how to awaken an inherent skill, so he asks her how she earned her inherent skill so he doesn't lose what's important to him. After hearing his question, she confesses that she earned her inherent skill because of the death of her family. To be exact, she let them die, and she confesses that she still thinks it's a good thing they died. Apparently, when she was 5, she lost her parents and was left alone. After that, she and her grandmother went to live with her aunt. Although she didn't have parents, she never felt alone after moving in, not even when her aunt was mean to her, because she still had her grandmother, who was now her only family. However, that happiness didn't last for long, because she overheard a conversation where her grandmother told her aunt that she doesn't have much time left and asked her to take care of Ina even when she's not here. She knew that her only family and the one person who she could depend on was about to leave her. Dark clouds loomed over her from then on. Although she wasn't a child that spoke much, that experience made her completely shut off from everyone else. Her life stayed the same until a year of middle school when her aunt said she got a call from her class teacher that raiders make a lot of money. Her aunt quipped that even people like her have some use in the world, and she never knew Ina was talented. Her aunt reminded her that they spent much money raising her, and she'd have to pay them back for it. So her aunt told her she had no choice but to become a raider if she wanted to be worth anything. Ina hated her because she had already taken the life insurance money from her parents' death, and now she was trying to use her for her own gain as well. She hated how her aunt had treated both her parents and her grandmother like a burden she wanted to get rid of. What disgusted her the most was the fact that she couldn't say anything to defend herself. After that, she applied for a raider program because her teacher had told her she was fit to become one. When she submitted her application, her teacher asked her if she was sure because even though she was a perfect candidate and people treated raiders with high regard, that wasn't the case for mages. Her teacher explained that she didn't want her doing dangerous things, but Ina insisted because she knew better than anyone that some things were worse than death. When she got home, her grandma asked her if she was sure about becoming a raider. Ina realized that her grandma would leave her too eventually, but she could never bring herself to hate her. However, she decided that all that was happening was fate, and it couldn't be stopped no matter how hard she struggled. She suddenly burst into tears and told her grandma that she was fine, but her grandma told her she didn't have to do it if she didn't feel like it because she didn't want her granddaughter to get hurt. After choosing to become a raider, her life changed completely. She learned how to handle mana and how to kill monsters, and her cold personality helped her a lot. When she had gotten used to this life, the unavoidable happened, and her grandmother passed away. Apparently, she wouldn't have passed away if she had received treatment. But Ina was shocked to find out that she had refused treatment. She wondered if her grandmother gave up on life, and she wondered if her grandmother abandoned her too. She couldn't be sure of anything, but all she knew was that she missed her, and she fell into despair. She wondered if her grandmother left her because she was stupid, and she hoped that she would have taken her along. Shortly after, her aunt called her to say that the sponsor contract had been signed and the guild was going to take her, so she just needed to come sign the papers. The fact that her aunt was still controlling her life made Ina angry, and for the first time ever she yelled at her aunt. When her aunt protested that she should be grateful that she didn't sell her off, she decided to run away from home. She waited until dawn to go back home to get her stuff, but when she got home, she found her aunt's house burning and the monsters spilling out of the open gate. Her aunt called to her from amidst the rubble and asked her to help, and Ina's only thought at the time was why she should help the woman who took everything from her. Eventually, when Ina began to tear up, our boy told her she didn't have to push herself if it was too hard to remember. Meanwhile, Yoojung heard something and assumed Jaehyun was back, but she was surprised to see Heimdall towering over her. The level of mana this strange person was giving out was more like that of a monster's. Shortly after, Heimdall came down to speak to the others and asked them if they were the great adversary's friends. They all stared at him, and when Yoojung asked him what he was talking about, he released an explosive amount of mana again that made them stagger. When they fell to the ground, he told them to answer his questions. Soil tried to use telepathy to signal Jaehyun to come back immediately because there was an enemy who seemed to have the mana of a monster, but Heimdall approached her and lifted her by her throat when he detected what she was doing. He told them all that they were going to die here, and he prepared an attack in his other hand. He told them to blame the great adversary for this, but Jaehyun soon showed up and told him he wouldn't let him do anything. Our boy activated his absolute calculation skill and deactivated Heimdall's attack. Meanwhile, while one instructor was lamenting to his counterpart about having to babysit the students after already clearing the monsters in the event area, they noticed a huge purple mana cloud that startled them. Before they knew what was going on, a huge monster appeared behind them and gobbled up the guy that was lamenting, immediately giving the other guy PTSD. Before he could reach for his walkie-talkie, the monster impaled him with its scorpion-like tail, but he managed to inform the others that there was danger before the monster completely drained the life out of him. Ridiculously huge monsters suddenly filled up the whole place, and things didn't look good. While that was happening, Heimdall dropped Soil when Jaehyun showed up. He turned to Jaehyun and released his mana storm again as he demanded from Jaehyun to know how he had Odin's eye. Heimdall realized how Jaehyun was able to grow so quickly because a mere human could never grow at such a pace. But our boy told him to come take the eye if it bothered him. Soil told Jaehyun that even he wouldn't be able to take on someone so strong on his own, but Jaehyun told them to run away because this was his problem. Yoojung refused because they were a team, but Jaehyun bluntly told them to run away. Heimdall, who was now armed with his sword, asked him if he really planned to protect his friends when he was there. With one swing of his knife, Heimdall shattered the ground in front of them, but our boy activated his windstorm skill to blow away his friends so they could get out of harm's way. Yoojung called out to Jaehyun to ask what he was doing, but he told her they would all end up dying if he did otherwise. However, she still refused, but Ina stopped her and told her Jaehyun was right because they didn't stand a chance against someone that strong. Yoojung insisted that this was why they should help out, but Ina told her she was sure Jaehyun could do it, so she proposed they go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation. Yoojung still didn't seem convinced, but she told Jaehyun to stay alive before leaving. When his friends finally run away, Jaehyun activates his Frozen Earth skill to freeze the entire area. The skill intrigues Heimdall, but he reminds Jaehyun that it's a skill that takes dozens of seconds to fully activate, and asks him if he really thinks he'll be able to hold him off for that long. Jaehyun replies that there's no reason he can't, especially because he had thought of this plan for when he'd have to fight Heimdall. Heimdall jumps towards him to land an attack and tells our boy to go ahead with his tricks. Jaehyun realizes Heimdall's attack could hit his friends if he fails to block it, so he activates his realization of the magical artifact and brings out his Balmung sword to block it. Along with that, he activates his lightning chains and uses them to anchor himself to the ground as he prepares for Heimdall's thunderous strike. The impact of Heimdall's attack soon clashes with our boy's blade and knocks him back, but he manages to keep his balance with the chains. After Heimdall notices that Jaehyun was able to stop his attack from going any further, it annoys him that a mere human would be able to do that. Before he can react, our boy leaps towards him and activates his mid-air leap skill with his Balmung sword in his hand. Meanwhile, the instructors on the other side of the field signal for a rescue team because many instructors and students have already been hurt. They run into a mass migration of monsters that has never happened before. The lead instructor, named Ms. Lee, tries to think of something, but the circle leaders soon approach her and offer to help. However, she tries to make them avoid fighting as much as possible since they're still students, but the students insist. Eventually, Ms. Lee accepts their offer and decides to leave the support roles to the students so she can get the instructors to the front lines to fight the monsters. When she tries to activate her power, she's surprised to find out that she's unable to concentrate her mana. She's soon notified that the Aesir system is down and her connection has been temporarily cut. It's more shocking when the other instructors tell her that they're experiencing the same thing. The system has never been down, and Lee can't understand why this is happening now of all times. When she turns back to ask if there's anyone who can use their skills, the top circle leaders say they can use theirs. Ms. Lee realizes that it seems only students can use their mana, so she decides to change plans to let the students fight the monsters while the instructors support the students as best as they can. She directs them to the 3rd district because that's where help is most needed, and the top students hurry. While they hurry, Hyun tells Juhyub to take the right side, but Juhyub protests that he doesn't boss him around, so Hyun tells Jian to heal them from the back. While they're running towards the district, they turn back and see a huge skeletal monster that brings a sense of overwhelming dread over them, and they can't believe they're supposed to fight that. The Aesir system informs them that they've come across the 3rd district's boss monster, Bone Dragon, and Hyun realizes this is going to be hard. While Jaehyun's friends make a run for it, a scheduled message enters the ring assigned to the team. Jaehyun left a message to inform them that there's no need to worry about him, but he needs them to do something. He informs them that the entrance of the city is being attacked by a field boss monster, and he asks them to help the people there before he comes to join them soon. After hearing the message, Yoojung is fairly certain that Jaehyun will be okay, so they decide to go help out the others. Meanwhile, Jaehyun uses his mid-air leap skill to jump towards Heimdall. Heimdall realizes there's a reason Jaehyun is called the Great Adversary, but he tells our boy he'll still lose. The god lifts his sword and releases an attack wave to test Jaehyun's strength. Using his mid-air leap, our boy is able to jump out of the way in mid-air and still goes ahead to land his attack, which Heimdall blocks with his sword. Heimdall knocks him backwards, but our boy tells him he's going to regret this, then jumps right back to close the distance. He tells Heimdall that he scored pretty well on his recent exams. Then he activates his passive skill called Intermediate Greatsword Arts, and an active skill called Spinning Strike. As both of their swords clash, Heimdall tells Jaehyun his skills are not bad for a human, but he immediately tries to impale him with a frontal strike. Jaehyun blocks the hit and suddenly disintegrates his sword, much to Heimdall's surprise. The sword's disappearance causes Heimdall to fall forward momentarily, and our boy uses his realization of magical artifact to create his Nidhogg's Fang. Then he activates an active skill called Dagger Rampage. With that skill, he cuts Heimdall dozens of times in a few seconds and runs past him. The passive skill of the Nidhogg's Fang is activated, and Heimdall is poisoned several times over, and the poisons form layers over one another. Regardless, Heimdall accuses Jaehyun of resorting to petty tricks, but our boy tells him to take a good look at himself before speaking. There are several wounds on Heimdall's body, and the god realizes that a dose like this would usually be nothing. He expects the wound to have healed by now, but even when it doesn't, he decides not to regard it since all he has to do is kill this boy. Heimdall had gotten the power to temporarily interfere with the Aesir system. However, there's a limit to how much he can restrict the powers of the instructors and students using the authority granted to him by Odin. He had thought that restricting the Aesir system for the instructors would be enough to deal with these humans, but he realizes that he has to admit that Jaehyun is too powerful for him to take on when he only has a third of his power restored. Meanwhile, our boy recalls a spar he recently had with Hyoyeon, where he was able to learn some swordsmanship skills that included Dagger Rampage and the Spinning Strike skills. He's certain that if he uses those skills with Nidhogg's Fang, even Heimdall won't be able to withstand it for long. Eventually, Heimdall admits to Jaehyun that he's amusing. Although he doesn't know why Asgard is so wary of just one boy, he admits that he's strong enough for him to use his horn. The god brings out the horn, and Jaehyun soon becomes worried because he has no idea what it is, but he doesn't have a good feeling. Before Heimdall can use the horn, our boy rushes towards him with his knife in hand, so he doesn't give him a chance to attack. But Heimdall tells him to consider it an honor that he gets to hear the sound of the Gjallar horn. Before Jaehyun can reach him, Heimdall blows the horn, which releases a wave of energy that knocks Jaehyun back. Just the sound of the horn paralyzes him, and the Nornir system informs him that his physical stats will be decreased by 50%. Moreover, the nearby monsters start reacting to the power of the artifact and gather around Heimdall. Jaehyun is shocked, so Heimdall tells him he doesn't know how to control monsters like Tyr, but he's good at magic. When Heimdall creates a ball of lightning in his hands, our boy tries to cancel it with his absolute calculation skill. But the system notifies him that his level is too low, and it has failed to resist the artifact's effects. The monsters soon gather around him and Heimdall strikes Jaehyun with the lightning attack, causing him to scream in pain. That attack is Heimdall's specialty, and it's called Flow Reversal Spell, and it causes immense pain even though it won't kill. As Jaehyun writhes in pain, Heimdall tells him he's going to rot in Asgard's underground cells for the rest of his life. As he fires another attack at Jaehyun, it's suddenly stopped by some force, which turns out to be a shield created by Hela. Heimdall is surprised to see Hela, and Jaehyun asks Hela what's going on. When Hela notices her body disintegrating, she realizes she can't hold on for long. Heimdall had been wondering where she was hiding, but he can see Hela's divinity hovering over her. Hela creates a wind attack, but our boy tries to stop her because he realizes that she will die if she's using Hela's divinity, just like Heimdall had said. After creating the attack, she fires it at Heimdall, who dodges it and rushes towards her. He tells her that the power is too much for her to handle, and he asks her why she intends to sacrifice herself. He wonders if she believes the great adversary will be able to save the 9 worlds, but Hela tells him it's more of a certainty than mere belief. She's convinced that Jaehyun will kill Odin and put an end to Ragnarok, but Heimdall jumps towards her to finish her off because of her irreverent words. She decides to put an end to this and summons a huge viper that tries to consume Heimdall. Regardless, our boy pleads with Hela to stop what she's doing. Meanwhile, Hyun tears up several monsters, and he also has to endure the blast from the bone dragon's mouth. When the bone dragon blasts him once more, he has to stop fighting to block the attack. Meanwhile, the other students fight other monsters, and Juhyub fights with them while Jian heals those who are hurt. Some of the students lament that they're all going to get killed by this bone dragon. Jian tells the others that they can't hold on for much longer, but Hyun insists they keep fighting since they can't get a connection to the outside world. Eventually, Juhyub runs out of mana, and he starts to curse as usual. Hyun hopes they could get a few more people who could fight, and as if on cue, Jaehyun's friends show up to lend a hand. However, Hyun protests that this is too dangerous for first years, and he adds that an A+ rank bone dragon is too difficult. While he's talking, he's ambushed by a wolf-like monster from behind, but Hyoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword and cuts the monsters into small pieces. The others soon join the action, and they collectively declare that they're here to keep the promise they made to Jaehyun to help the others. Hyun is surprised to see them facing the bone dragon and the other monsters head-on. Hyoyeon rushes towards them and signals Yujung for support. She activates her Overflow skill and another skill called Mana Field to create support, while Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer. Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword. They soon start tearing monsters limb from limb, and the other seniors soon join them. Hyun realizes that he had thought only Jaehyun had insane talent, but it's clear his friends are on a different level too. When Hoyeon runs into a Taurus monster that tries to smash him into the ground, he blocks the monster's axe with his shield, while Ina attacks the monster's limbs, and Hyun gets the chance to attack the monster's head. With the new support, the job of taking out these monsters seems doable. Meanwhile, some students thank Jae-song for saving them with his potions, and Soyeol tries to lead the students to the exit. Eventually, the students are left with the A+ rank boss monster. Hyun and Juhyub rush towards the monster to attack its leg and restrict its movements, and he asks the others to reach its core and kill it. Hoyeon immediately asks Yoojung to use debuffs to reduce the dragon's strength, so she leaps into the air and uses a debuff on the dragon. Meanwhile, Juhyub laments that the newbies are going to be the stars of the show at this rate, but Hyun tells him there's nothing they can do about it because the Circle 9's destructive power is better than theirs. Annoyed by that, Juhyub activates his Wheel-Wind skill, then he breaks the bones on one of the monster's legs. Hyun confirms his suspicions that Juhyub doesn't consider the allies around him when attacking, so he activates his Deadly Pierce skill and cuts through some of the monster's bones. Once that is done, he signals to the other team to act, so Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer, and Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword to attack the monster's core.